Buttons. Right there. Hello, guys, and welcome. I was talking to the microphone, not the camera. Hello, guys, and welcome to the weekly mental health and philosophy stream. How is everyone doing? Feel free to, talk about anything y'all got going on. I'm gonna start by saying the damn cat is a pain in my ass. Don't get me wrong, I love him. But I had the robe on. I was ready to come down here, restart the stream, switch over to the mental health and philosophy chat instead of just spamming the music out there for everyone. And he gets his damn paw stuck in a roll of carpet. So my aunt, cousin, I don't know. She's technically my cousin, I think, but older enough to be my aunt because my father's brothers are kind of spaced out. She gave me a rug, a rolled up carpet to put in the new place that I'm going to put down on one of the wood floors. I'm not sure where yet. Maybe the guest room. I don't know if I really want it in my room. But I got to refinish those wood floors first. But anyways, the point is the carpet is currently rolled up in the master bedroom, which is currently the storage room for everything that's going everywhere else. And the cat's ooh, squishy, and he got his paw stuck in it. And he freaked out. He was all twisted around. I couldn't even, I was trying to back the claw out carefully, the nail part, and it was all spinny, twisted. I was about ready to call a vet because I didn't want to ruin the carpet, especially because my cousin literally just gave it to me. I was just over at dinner with my extended family, and she was like, "Here, take this. You can put it in the new place." I was like, "Cool." Literally, the moment I within 2 hours of me setting it down, not even less than an hour of me setting it down and walking away, the cat gets his damn paw stuck in it, and I'm like, "What the hell are you doing, Charlie?" He's over there licking his wounds right now. He knows I'm talking about him. He's got the guilty look on his face. I had to spend 20 minutes just trying to help him get his paw free. I was about ready to go call an emergency vet. I contacted my parents about the possibility to do that. Of course, they didn't get back to me until after it was all over and I didn't need their help anymore, but that's par for the course for my parents. So but that's why we're starting a little bit later than I originally mentioned. I want to see what time I said. I can scroll back up and chat. How long has it been since I said I'm going live, guys? Okay, I'm back. That was why are timestamps not on? Okay, I'm back was 5:43. Dude, I spent a fucking hour getting ready because of that cat. But anyways, what's up? Chat's not here or anything? Nice transition. Appreciate that. Mental health is, oh, absolutely. I was like, bro, we gotta pause the stream. I told him, when he first got stuck, I was like, because he knows he shouldn't have been scratching on that carpet. He had the most guilty look on his face. And when he first got stuck, I was like, hope you enjoy being stuck there for 2 hours while I go talk to people. And then I was like, he was really struggling. He was flailing and stuff. I was like, okay, maybe it's a little more serious than I thought. Because I expected him to just free himself eventually at first, but then he couldn't. So I was like, oh, hold on. We gotta take care of the kitty cat. And look at him. He's still over there licking it. I've been trying to get my parents to get, it's not technically my cat. It's their cat. I don't have any of the paperwork. I just take care of him. I don't have money to take him to a vet. I don't have money to buy food for myself, let alone the cat. So, they will buy food on Chewy and send it to me. I take care of him while they're out of the country. And I've been trying to get them to get him a vet appointment for like 2 months now. And it, like, I brought it up with my family too when I was chilling with them, like my extended family. And every time I bring it up, they're like, "Oh, well, we got to ask like 7 other people in the area who to take him to before we can take it." And I'm like, "Okay, but you were supposed to do that like 2 months ago. So why haven't you fucking done that yet?" Like, I just want to get him a checkup because he's had like a few ticks on him and stuff, and I don't have any kind of paperwork or know what his health state is, when the last time they got him a checkup was. And it's just like, I should have made him take the cat with him, but we're doing what we can for him. He's just chilling over there. Can you guys see him? Yeah, you can see him right above that. He's chilling over there in the corner. Normally he comes and hangs out here, but I think he's feeling kind of guilty right now because he got caught doing something bad and I had to go rescue him from it. So he's like, "Well, I want to be close, but I don't want to be that close, you know?" How are you guys doing? What's up, boys and hippie? Good to see you. Long time no see. Chilling. He's mostly, yeah, he's cleaning himself. He's all embarrassed, you know, like one of those guys when he like, "Yo, hold my beer, bro," and he like eats shit and he gets up and he's just like, oh man. That's what he's doing right now. Charlie had a whole hold my beer moment. So how are you guys doing? How's your week been? Anything y'all want to talk about before we just look at random videos and shit? I haven't found my books yet, so we're not going to do the reading yet, although we might read some articles or something. But there's a video I want to watch by one of my favorite creators. Cleaning the dumb from his face? Exactly, bro. Exactly. I'm sure you've had some experience. No, I'm kidding. I've had some experience. Actually, I don't really do dumb things when I get drunk. I'm the guy that I like come up with an idea and then I'm like, "Yo, what if?" And then I let the dumber guy do it, you know? I'm like, "Yeah, that was definitely a bad idea. I'm glad I wasn't the one that did it." I don't really drink anymore, though. That's been years. All right. I'm chilling to the song, but I kind of want to watch. Okay, where are these videos that I had lined up? I only had one lined up, really. I don't even know. So that was that thing. Did I get rid of that tab? I must have gotten rid of. Oh no, it's on the other browser, I think. Oh, hey, D-Day. Remember what we were talking about with the content creators that do stock market the other day? All right. Is that the right scene? That should be. Yeah, cool. So this is the guy I was looking for, and I found him, but then I forgot to mention it before the end of the stream. This is the guy I've learned most of the... Where'd my mouse go? Dude, I'm having such crazy mouse problems right now. All right. I think I actually need to restart my PC. Like, redo my PC. This is the guy I've learned most of my stock market stuff from recently. He's got like a tool that you can kind of use that will help out that I'd love to be able to subscribe to eventually. It's got all kinds of cool stuff. It shows you about like the company. Like, remember all that research I was telling you to do about a company before you decide to invest in it? He's got a website that'll do a lot of that for you. Like, it will show you all kinds of things like that. So I want to be able to buy that eventually. This is not the guy I was looking for, but I found him when I was looking for the other guy. This is a hedge fund manager who also has a lot of great investment advice. So just as a random stuff from last stream that I forgot to mention, those are the two channels I highly suggest you check out if you're trying to invest with some intelligence, you know? If you want to just YOLO your cash into the market, go for it. There's some fun to that, you know? It's like gambling, basically. But if you want to have like a careful investment strategy that will set you up for years. Watch those two guys. So, what I wanted to see was a new Atozi video. Let's see if it pops up. There it is. I want to see this update. By the way, since this is the whole mental health stream, don't ever stop don't ever worry. Like, you guys have control of the chat. You can talk about whatever you want. I don't really know how much. I guess we're going to talk about some philosophy and how fucking stupid it is and disrespectful to do this Johnny Somali bullshit. But I wish I put money on AMD when I had the low 31 years. Yes, right, dude. I wish I just kept my money in. Well, I needed the money, unfortunately, to like survive. But I wish I could have kept my money in crypto, because it would be making money for itself at this point. But it is what it is. All right, so let's go ahead and pause the song. All right, I want to see this Atozi update.
This IRL streamer is now in more hot
That's
water
a little
after
loud.
a clip resurfaced of him going into a subway and broadcasting an announcement that he had a bomb over and over again on a loudspeaker.
That's bad. Here's the video if you guys want
to
give him a like.
For the streamer in Korea who could be facing up to several decades in prison, as his antics in Korea just continue.
Oh, now you're gonna chill, Charlie?
And he's also making things infinitely worse for himself by continuing to disrespect the country.
Oh, that's from your... Did you add music, dude? I don't know how I feel about that. Let's see what the chat says. Okay, people don't seem to care about the music. It took me out, though. I prefer just listening to him talk. I'd rather not have the background music, Cozy, but whatever.
And just laugh at the entire situation. It's safe to say the dude is about to find out, because as I've stated in my previous videos on him, he is his own worst enemy, as he live streams himself committing dozens of crimes for content. So all the victims have to do is recognize themselves and file charges with the footage.
It's better without the music.
And all the prosecutors have to do is count the felonies and bring them to a judge. But for some reason,
I can't listen to what he's saying because of the music. I'm trying.
Thinks he's about to get out of this. I guess he's just assuming the same thing that happened in Japan is going to happen now. And for those of you guys who don't know, this guy, he's essentially the most hated IRL streamer because his whole content style is harassing random people in public, and I guess just seeing how much he can get away with. Then when he's confronted, he puts on this act like, oh, I did nothing wrong, and he has no idea why people are calling the police on him. He did this in Japan for a long period of time, but
this guy's been doing this for like over a year now. I don't even know.
They let him go, as he apologized and lied in court. But later on, he deleted that apology, took it all back, and then bragged about lying in court. Then I guess he went to Israel, continued the same style of content.
Oh yeah, he got messed up in Israel.
Beat up by civilians multiple times before fleeing the country with an emergency passport, as his main American passport was allegedly taken away from him. This is an important detail now, as since he's gone to Korea and continued the same antics, but way worse. And that led him to being travel banned, but that hasn't stopped him from continuing to taunt the public and flex that he has this emergency passport, even though he can't go anywhere with it. As the Korean government, they've taken away his main passport and he's been banned from leaving the country. Which leaves us with another very popular question. Why is he not arrested? Well, he's been booked and released.
So, I mean, he's probably going to say, but it's just, in Korea, they do things differently. Where it's like, the fact that he can't leave the country means he basically is arrested, but they're not going to, like, put him in jail until they sentence him, probably, or they start the actual trial, because they realize that like just keeping people in jail for years during a trial is terribly money inefficient, and they don't really seem to use their prisoners for slave labor like we do here, as far as I'm aware. The main reason we put people in jail is so that they can go pick cotton in Georgia. We still have slaves. They just wear orange jumpsuits and chains on their brains instead of chains on their ankles.
released until trial and travel banned until the verdict. Now, apparently the reasons they're doing it this way is because they don't want to house him. Like, they've removed his passport, so he isn't really a flight risk. Essentially, they want to put the burden on him to provide for himself, because now he's forced
I
to
heard
pay
it's
for himself to stay there.
it's
until the
even
trial is
more
finished,
him being a
alongside
foreigner
paying
too.
to defend himself. This will likely cost him way
But who
more
knows?
than he earned during his entire trip to Korea to begin with. Then on top of that, more platforms have now banned him. So he doesn't really have that many options left. As of now, he has like Rumble, TikTok, and Instagram. And all of this
How's
is
he not
happening after
banned
he
on
previously
TikTok
took
or
a
Instagram?
4-month break.
Whatever.
And as he even admits, he can't afford to not stream.
I'm trying to do more daytime streams. I'm trying to be more consistent, guys. I want to stream at least 5-6 days a week. Like, I cannot take no breaks. After taking a 4-month break, I do not have no time to take any breaks. I hope this trip ends up good. It's been a success so far.
So being banned
That's
on both
been a
Twitch
success.
and YouTube is a massive financial hit for him. But he has nobody to blame but himself. The clip that we just saw, though, is from his 5th day streaming in Korea. And a lot of his new problems come from this day. After he was indicted, people started to go through his...
Guys, I'm being brought up on federal charges. I'm not allowed to leave the country. And yeah, I may be spending like 40 years in prison. It's been a massive success. What the hell is wrong with this kid?
past streams in Korea to help the prosecutors build the strongest case possible. And Johnny tried to scrub all the evidence of this, but you know, since he live streams everything, there's people who just record and repost all of his antics. So the first incident that we're going to look at is him in the subway, as you know from the intro. First, he couldn't figure out how to buy a ticket, so he then films and pressures a kid to do it for him.
Okay, I'm putting
Oh
my
boy.
hand. I cannot figure this out for the life of me, bro. Hey, look, can you not do this? Can you put this in there for me? Look,
Come on, dude.
put it on the side. Put it in there. Yes. Get to work.
Dude.
If you know how to translate this, can you help me? Put it inside.
Why would you go to a country you don't know how to read the fucking...
I don't read
Oh
Korean.
my god.
Why is that his problem? Like, why are you putting this onto a kid?
This dude is insanely fucking
I don't wanna
stupid.
traumatize this little- I'll do it myself.
Like, what are you doing? That kid did not consent to being bullied into helping you for your own content. Nobody wants to see their kid being talked to like that, especially when the kid is just trying to help. But after fumbling with the machine for about 5 minutes, he makes his way to the subway where he starts to, you know, do his usual, harass people for content. And here you have these back-to-back text-to-speech donations with some of the most disrespectful stuff you can imagine. Bomb threats, praising
Damn.
North Korea, loud moaning sounds, and all of this on public transportation when clearly there's kids around. So how does he respond to essentially allowing himself...
Someone's
to
gonna
be
kill that
harassed
dude live
and
on
proxy
stream
for his
eventually.
toxic audience? Well, he dances around and has fun with it. He's shocked that nobody's giving him any pushback, and then he thanks his audience for supporting him with these disrespectful text-to-speech donations.
I'm gonna need, you can't see it in my eyes, but I'm gonna need some of this.
Is that even legal there?
No, not even one person is pressing me, guys. Maybe because I look like that, I'm blending in. Thank you guys for all the support, guys. I love you guys.
Now, obviously, you
I'm
can
gonna
do
say
that
no,
out
it's not,
and say,
because
"Oh,
he
you
hit it
didn't
after he
understand
drank it."
or what they're donating. But it's clear he endorses this, and he'll happily be paid to use as a medium for random people on the internet to harass strangers. Because let's be real, if there was actually any fear of what was being said on his text-to-speech, if he didn't understand it, he would just turn off the speaker.
I don't know what's going on, guys. He's preaching. He's a cult. Oh my, this is terrorism. This is now terrorism. Now this is terrorism, guys.
So there he's claiming he's committing terrorism. So that's interesting and can also likely be used against him in court. And then to add to that, you have this whole clip which happened where he walked around blasting, I have a bomb on his speaker.
나에겐 폭탄이 있다.
Oh my God.
나에겐 폭탄이 있다.
Sorry.
나에겐 폭탄이 있다. 나에겐 폭탄이 있다. 나에겐 폭탄이 있다. 나에겐 폭탄이 있다. 나에겐
I know, sir.
폭탄이 있다.
Sorry.
나에겐 폭탄이 있다.
I'm sorry. Sorry.
나에겐 폭탄이
We
있다.
got. Oh, what is it even saying? Oh, I don't know. What?
나에겐 폭탄이 있다.
Guys, there's kids right here,
나에겐
bro.
폭탄이 있다.
I hope someone just like...
Sorry, brother.
I hope the
No, no,
police
no, open,
just walk up, and like tase the fuck out of him and drag him away while he's live on stream. Hit him with the pepper spray, Leave him crying on the ground.
Everyone's looking at me.
Haul him off and just leave his
The cops
camera
then show
there.
up, so he starts blaming some random people for snitching.
You called them? You? I think it was that guy that snitched.
But after being kicked off of the subway by the police, he then claims he's uncancelable.
Somalis can never get canceled. Never, bro. And honestly, the only
Dude,
thing
you've
I
lost
can
like
think is
all the
cancel
platforms you stream on
The only
already.
thing I gotta think
You
about
got
is
like
if I
2
wanna
left.
piss off Moist Critical. If I want to piss off A Toast. If I want to piss off Decoy Voice. And all these that made hundreds of thousands about talking to me on YouTube. The only thing I need to do is keep streaming. That's all I need to do. Keep streaming. Like just keep streaming and get rich and get super rich and just that's gonna piss everybody off. That's how you win over these normies and SJWs like fucking Hasanabi.
This aged so poorly because he's now been banned on all major streaming platforms since
Yeah, the guys who talk about him make way more money off of him than he has ever made off of himself. I'm sure about that. Like, this guy has been Atozy could probably retire just based off of his Johnny Somali video. You know?
he said this. Then on top of this, he's clearly not worried about the online backlash, because something he should be worried about are the laws of the countries he streams in. Because let's face it, the most likely thing to cancel his streaming career are his own actions that'll likely land him behind bars. And also, speaking of his political comment here, I feel like Johnny has united everyone in the world from all backgrounds and political beliefs to agree on one thing. We all despise the kind of content he makes, and
Yeah,
that's
guys.
a massive net negative to society, because
All
I feel like
we
everyone
needed to
wants
do
live
to bring
in a
humanity
society
together
without
was
the risk
allow
of
Johnny
being
Somali
harassed
to
in public
exist.
for someone's live stream content. So the more you point and laugh at these fools who do this for internet attention, the better. But alongside of the pointing and laughing and legal
Guys,
notifications he's facing, he's also
If we
now facing
wanna,
threats from
if we
people
wanna
who are
end the
being
war,
aired on a
we
national
just need to
TV
send Johnny
station.
Somali to Palestine,
America, Mr. Somali.
and they'll be like, no, you know what? Let's just call it quits.
They're Korean people.
Okay, so he's getting threats from Americans now?
We're not to be with. You us in LA, we go on the roofs and literally snipe you, mother.
Oh shit!
YouTube personality Johnny Somali, who's been making headlines ever since making a nuisance of himself,
That would
in
be
South
insane.
Korea, seems to have a new target on his back.
I was
Not
saying,
by
like,
Koreans, but by Korean Americans.
tasers and pepper spray. But what if like actually someone just blows him away with a sniper rifle while he's streaming? I would not be surprised.
Commotions.
That is such a bad clip.
In a video that's now circulating online, a Korean American man sent out a threatening message to Somali, warning him to refrain from returning to the United States.
But you just pissed off a lot of the wrong people. Don't come back to America, Mr. Somali, as the price that you need to pay for playing stupid games.
Earlier last week, Somali talked with American streamer Caldo during a live stream where he shared his plan to return home.
I think my next destination you asked is America, bro, because I'm tired of dealing with these foreign governments and these foreign laws.
Yeah, man.
Like, if I stream in America, I don't have to deal with it. But keep it strong.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna give up. I'm not gonna quit. I don't think I'll go to jail. I think if I don't go to jail,
If he streams in America, he's gonna get straight up farmed at this point. Bro, anybody who knows him, you thought like those IRL TikTok streamers had it bad? Yo, imagine Johnny Somali. Like, this dude is more hated than Ice Poseidon. There's no way he doesn't just get constantly assaulted or potentially even killed live on stream if he comes back to America and tries those fucking antics, you know?
it's gonna be a big win, and then I can laugh on all these.
That one dude, that one TikTok pranker got shot in the stomach just for like following one dude around that didn't want to deal with his shit. Watch Johnny Somali go to Texas and just get blown away.
Creators on Rumble.
Notice how I said Rumble, as he doesn't have any of the main platforms left. But yeah, that would be interesting to see him stream like he's doing now in the US. So that'll be interesting to see how long that lasts. And that is if he gets out of Korean jail in a short enough time to where he can get to the US and still have a relevant streaming career.
It's not known yet how the Korean authorities will deal with Somali's case. And while he seems confident he'll avoid doing any jail time, he should be less sure about being welcomed back in America, as many Americans, both of Korean descent and regular people, have expressed their embarrassment as well as anger towards the YouTuber who's been making an American look pretty bad in places like Israel, Japan, and Thailand.
Yeah, I feel like the general consensus here in the US is like, hey, Korea, just keep him over there.
Yes. I want him
Team,
to.
just have him over there, please.
I want him to go to
Comments on
jail for
YouTube
60
videos about
years.
Somali's antics in Korea from fellow Americans state they don't wish to see him back. One commented, "American here."
Yeah, no, exactly. That is
Yeah.
straight up
Keep him in custody
the
for as
general
long as
consensus
you like.
here.
While another
We don't want him
wrote,
back.
U.S. Marine here. America doesn't want his ass back.
And on top of that, Legal Mindset, who we had here on the channel last week, he broke that a bunch more charges have been filed.
Yeah, Legal Mindset is the other guy. Who I was talking about this, who, when I said something earlier, there was something else.
Filed against Johnny.
I'm trying to remember what it
Contacted
was.
some folks, and apparently some Korean YouTubers have pressed additional charges. So these have already been filed against them. Apparently,
Legal Mindset is the guy who said that the reason he's not in jail is because that's just not how they do it there. They don't want to essentially pay costs to house someone, especially a foreigner, in their prisons while they're building a case on them. So in the meantime, he's like, the fact that he's not allowed to leave the country is basically the same thing as like getting put in jail, like arrested here, because like normally here they like arrest you and then you have to pay bail to get out, and this is like his equivalent of being out on bail, where he's like not allowed to leave the country because there's still a case being built against him, but they just don't want him in their prisons yet.
blackmail, which is up to 10 years in prison. The ones in the green have already been filed. So, and these are not ones by Bong or someone else. These are
So like he's already just off of the YouTubers, not even like official government charges or anything, already facing up to 16 years in prison. Which is, hey, if I don't have to hear from that guy for 16 years, that would be great as far as I'm concerned. Please stop embarrassing Americans in front of the rest of the world.
Korean YouTubers. So instead, they're not dropping them. They're not dropping them. So you've got blackmail, insults, you've got deep fakes, and not Bong's deep fakes, other people's deep fakes.
Other deep fakes, okay.
So the green are all new charges that have been filed. And then beyond that, the yellow is stuff that's going to be filed this week. Sexual threats to children.
That's insane.
He's playing sexual information, sexual stuff around children, including, by the way, literally, this is disgusting. He was playing threats to sexually assault children live on his text to speech, right?
Like, honestly, don't even put him in jail. Just execute him at this point.
Business obstruction, right? Another charge, right? Supporting the DPRK, which is, once again, I showed you the video before. And as well, he's done this in multiple instances. That's up to 7 years. And public indecency with another year.
So if all those get filed, I mean, he's potentially facing an additional 31 years in Korean prison. Now, obviously, they're not going to throw the maximum sentence at him. Legal Mindset does go on to say that he thinks that, like, realistically, we're looking at anything from 1 to 10 years for Johnny for this. But the next question I have is, will all this get thrown into the same case, or will this be separate, which then continues to prolong his stay in Korea? Because let's say he just somehow manages to get out of this first case, but then he has all of these extra charges to worry about. But Johnny apparently isn't even that worried, because he's now posting on Instagram saying, "I'm gonna laugh like a maniac when I beat this case like OJ." Okay, bud. So I guess only time will tell to see if that happens. But as many of you guys know, I started a mat company called Mat City to bring the nostalgic toy car mats to a city near you, alongside of Mouse Mats. So we've now dropped way more cities and collections, and we're now doing a 20% off site-wide sale for Mat City for an extended Black Friday and Cyber Monday sale. So
all right, guys, there's the link
time
again.
to grab something for yourself, or
Go give a Tozy a like, and I highly suggest you subscribe too. He's my favorite commentary
thank you guys for your time.
YouTuber.
If you're new here, feel free to subscribe, or I might not see you again, but hopefully I'll see you guys in the next video. Peace.
Oh, I didn't watch this one, did I? Or did I? No, I think I've seen the Bears too many times now. It's hard to remember. Okay, what the hell is this?
Asmongold viewer dogpiled for watching Asmongold by the FNV community. Hospital setup, God bless the Steam Deck. FNV, what is oh, Fallout New Vegas. Okay, let's see what this is. I'm sure it's going to be people that are reasonable and normal. Watching Asmongold makes me think you side with the Legion. Asmongold's views align with the Legion, and the Legion might be more chill with gays existing. Oh, that canonically, do I hate gay people or not? According to like, I am. Okay, now, see, I didn't know that about myself. Okay, comment removed. There's a lot of people that were really mad about me.
As you can see, most comments were removed, but there were a few I was able to catch.
Choose better videos to watch, mate, instead of that piece of shit Assman. Bro, you better not be his fan.
I hope you get cancer.
That dude is the epitome of the angry incel gamer who will weirdly cry at the very first mention of a black or LGBT character because they immediately assume the game is shoving woke propaganda down their throats. Haha. I don't mean to sound so aggressive. I just don't think people like that really have a place in this game.
Imagine watching that racist sack of shit. Bro did not understand the moral point of Fallout New Vegas.
I just wanted to listen to him bash Ellen.
I just wanted to watch him shit on Ellen. Being an Asmongold viewer is truly a horrible disease. I think it's absolutely incredible that simply posting a picture of me in like the background can trigger an entire comment section. It's not about the guy being in the hospital.
I actually wanted to watch that Ellen video too, but not like Asmongold watching Ellen. I just want to watch the actual video. I didn't even know he did that, but there it is. He just, oh, he did it while I was asleep. Yeah.
Or even worse.
You smell old.
I do not smell bad.
Yeah, sure. Anyways, get well soon, bro.
Alright. Wait, what's this?
You know that classic trope you'll see occasionally in TV shows where they have the character go to a therapist, the therapist will hold up ink blots and say, how does this make you feel? Well, I'm going to do that with you right now. Let's do this exercise together. I'm going to show you a picture, and I don't even need to ask
yeah,
how
that
this
guy.
feel. I know exactly how this picture makes you feel. Disgusted. That right there.
So that's like the youngest crypto scammer ever. He scammed his fans for like 30K or something like that. And he's like, I don't know how old he is. But I want to see the actual Ellen video, not the Asmongold reacting to the Ellen video. What the hell is that? Dude, YouTube's throwing the weirdest shit in front of me. I don't even know who most of these people are. Why does it keep suggesting to me? I know who he is. I love his content. I guess that Ellen video isn't posting up anymore. I saw it showing up for the past few days, but I was too busy to watch it. Okay, I think it's a Patrick CC video. So let's go check in on Patrick CC. Oh my god, I can't type because there's Nutella in the way. Is it not Patrick CC or is it Sunny V2? It might be Sunny V2. Blame Nutella. Dude, it's always Nutella. What's up? My eyes. I need new glasses. Cricket shirt. How's it going? How are you? Welcome to the weekly mental health and philosophy stream. Normally we read like Plato or something, but I can't find it. And like I don't have my books yet. I moved into a new place. This is a brand new studio. I don't know where the collected works of Plato is that I was reading. So we're just looking at stupid stuff on YouTube. But if you have anything you would like to discuss philosophy-wise, or if there's anything going on with your mental health you'd like to discuss, feel free to bring it up. Unlike most streamers, all topics of conversation are welcome here. We just ask that you do so respectfully. Indeed, he will play with Play-Doh. Yeah, it's actually not Nutella. It's better than Nutella. It is the Ollie's brand Nutella. Oh shit! I don't even have the cam on. Holy fuck! I'm such a terrible streamer. Was I? Okay, so it still works on that scene. It doesn't work on this. Oh hey kitty. I guess the cat decided to join me. What's up, Charlie? It's not actually Nutella. Here, let's go full size. It's better than Nutella, if you ask me. It's the Aldi's brand Nutella, hazelnut chocolate spread. Oh, he wants on the back of the chair. Okay. So I like it better than Nutella. I think Giant Eagle has their own that I don't like as good as Nutella. So this one's top, Nutella's mid, and the Giant Eagle one's kind of trash. And I think the Giant Eagle one's the most expensive. Maybe it was a Sunny V2 video that I'm thinking of. But anyways, guys, since we don't have the books that I normally read yet, I'm not sure where they are at the moment. We're just, yeah, here it is. 3 days ago, this is the one I wanted to watch, Sunny V2. We're just watching videos and commenting on them. But if anyone has any, why am I not subscribed to him? If anyone has any thing they'd like to discuss regarding mental health or any kind of philosophy, and that includes politics and religion, even though many people say none of that, this is an open forum. We will discuss anything here. All I ask is that you do so respectfully, and if you like say anything bigoted, I'm probably gonna delete your comment from chat. If you do it twice, I'm gonna time you out, and 3 times you get 3 strikes here. Unless you just say something, don't test me. Because if you just say something like insanely heinous right off the bat, you're gone. It doesn't matter.
Special, although its reviews have mostly been terrible. She spends most of the special responding to her being kicked out of showbiz, which began.
I did see someone else discuss this. Oh, I think it was D'Angelo, maybe. I don't know if I even want to watch that. I'm sick of hearing that, dude. And I don't really enjoy the Penguin Zero videos as much as I used to for some reason. I think he did a comment on I didn't know he had a separate. I've never seen his main YouTube. Dude, this happens so often. Holy shit, dude. Where I just like follow a secondary channel and then it turns out they have a main channel, because this is where I've been watching all his shit. Did he do an Ellen comment? I don't know. Someone talked about the Ellen shit. About how, oh, there it is. Yep. It was his video. Yep. I watched, I've seen clips from this stand-up, and they are all terrible. Now, of course, he's picking it apart, but he said he tried to be relatively, this guy generally is pretty fair. Every single clip from that stand-up was terrible. I didn't know he had a main channel. Let's see what his main channel. I thought that was his main channel. Predictable Fate of Andrew Tate. I don't know. It's pretty different from his side channel as far as like aesthetic and everything. So we'll save that for another time to see if we. I deleted. Oh no, I think we deleted his side channel. But we'll check out his main channel another time. I don't know if I want to necessarily, but I want to see what Sunny V2 says about this.
Trying to make a comeback with her new stand-up special.
Dude, it was so bad. Every single joke in the D'Angelo video was like the most unfunny joke I've ever seen. It was literally, it was like a toddler complaining about getting caught and getting in trouble for doing something bad. It's like, yeah, like, yes, yeah, everyone kind of hates you because you're a terrible person. What did you expect?
Right now, we all need a little kindness. You know, like Ellen DeGeneres always talks about. She's also notoriously one of the meanest people alive. Respond to this with the most insane stories you've heard about Ellen being mean. The
Oh
tweet
my
posted
God.
in March 2020 received bad enough replies to begin Ellen's downfall. I worked at Real Food Daily, served her and Portia a brunch. She wrote a letter to the owner and complained about my chip nail polish. Not that it was on her plate, but just
Her
that it was
chip
on my hand.
nail
I
polish.
the night
What
before,
the
and
fuck?
This was the next morn. Almost got me fired. The nail polish
What the
story was
fuck?
so unbelievable. The person who wrote it went on Inside Edition.
This former waitress claims she was threatened with a 2-week suspension after Ellen DeGeneres complained about.
That is so
of all
insane.
things, her chip.
First of all, what kind of boss do you have that would get mad at you for that? Especially when you like worked all night the night before. Yo, that woman needs to get the hell out of that place. Someone threatens you with a 2-week suspension, you say, okay, I'll just put in my 2 weeks then.
Fingernail polish.
I remember just being like, really?
But the stories shared back on Twitter were only getting worse. I once worked at Warner Brothers. One day I was in the elevator and Ellen and her entourage came in. Naturally, I held it for her and asked her what floor
Naturally.
she was on. Her assistant answered 3rd floor. 30 minutes later, I got a call from my boss saying I was fired because I was harassing her. An old friend
What?
welcomed her a lot and smiled and said good afternoon to her one day and she became unhinged. Who do you think you are? You don't look at me, yada yada. She said Portia was with her and seemed embarrassed and tried to calm her down. Has forever changed my opinion of her. The responses went on and on.
Yeah, I kind of wanted to say that earlier, but I wasn't sure because like we barely see much about Portia, but Portia kind of seems like a decent person as far as I can tell. It's just Portia's never really been in the spotlight all that much, and whenever she is, it's when she's next to Ellen, who's like the worst person ever. So it's like anyone looks like a saint when you put them next to the devil, you know?
On and on, all of which being compared to Ellen's classic catchphrase.
I always end each show by saying be kind to one another.
Audience member Dana DiMatteo then went public with her degrading experience on the show.
They tell you, you know, you can't be smarter, funnier than Ellen. She's the comedian and the star. Not
What?
you.
Don't be funnier than Ellen. That's gonna be hard considering she's not
funny.
to begin with. If you've been a comedian your whole life and you're afraid a random audience member will upstage you, maybe you're just not funny. Dana then
Yeah,
revealed
that's
that
insane.
Ellen's completely different when the cameras turn off.
How does the Ellen we see on TV compare to the Ellen you saw when the cameras stopped rolling?
Totally different. She would only speak to the audience when the cameras were rolling. As soon as they turned the cameras off, she would not even acknowledge the audience. She would
Yeah, they
sit
don't
on the
exist to
couch,
her.
Basically.
Which was supported by Hedda Muscat, one of the show's former producers.
Toxic, phony, hypocrite, liar. That's what
Oh!
Different when the cameras weren't rolling.
we were told from the very beginning, don't talk to Ellen, don't do this, you can't, you know, go into her office. It was very nerve-wracking, very stressful. We all walked on eggshells all the time.
And after the show's DJ also said the same, BuzzFeed launched their own investigation, interviewing a further 11 former employees. They were all
11?
either taking medical leave or bereavement days to attend
What the
family
fuck?
funerals. One employee who claimed she was fed up with comments about her race essentially
Oh!
walked off the job. Others said they were also instructed by their direct managers to not speak to DeGeneres if they saw her around the office.
What a
After
terrible
the
person.
accusations went viral,
Dude
Ellen
looks
issued
like a
statement with
beard be
confronting
looking
everybody
smooth drifter. Much appreciated, dude. I actually need to do some beard care. It's a little bit dry. We've got some whatchamacallit, stray split ends and stuff. But I thank you for the compliment, bud. Drop the beard routine. I don't have one right now. That's an unfortunate thing. That's why it's all fucked up. This is like the worst shape the beard has ever been in. But normally, when I actually have all my shit, I'm moving into a new place, and it's kind of because I fell on hard times. We're here now, but the place isn't really set up. This is the new studio, but it's 2 fold-out tables and my PC at the moment, and some of my instruments against the wall. But I haven't found my beard oil. I have a beard brush, but so here's the normal beard care routine. As I wake up in the morning and I have my coffee, and the reason that's important is because, of course, some of the coffee dribbles down into the. But then we go into the shower, and as we shower, we shampoo and condition everything. And then after the shower, we wait until it dries, because one of the things people don't realize is you're not supposed to brush your hair while wet. It's not generally good. Sometimes you got to do it because you're like in a hurry, but generally you want to wait until it dries. I prefer air drying because the heat from blow drying can damage stuff. So I kind of just do my best to let stuff air dry. And then once we've done that, I have beard oil. I don't use like any of the molding wax or any of that stuff. I do have some. My sister got me a pack that had like everything, but I really just stick with the oil itself to keep it dry and fresh. And I brush out the beard first, and then I apply the oil. I have two that I use a lot. One is like a argan oil, and the other is a coconut oil. So I generally try, when I'm at max beard care routine, I do the coconut oil once a week. It used to be on Sundays before this stream. There's reasons for that. One is because it's more of like a thicker, more oily oil. So if you apply that one too often, your beard will just kind of get too oily, and it will potentially be like too wet and stuff, and it's just too thick. So I apply that one once a week. And then the other one I have is an argan oil, and that one is much runnier, much thinner, but it's also supposed to protect against UV. So really good for when you're going outside, work. I used to do a lot of work in the sun. During the summer, my beard would turn red. So almost red. So I would apply that argan oil to keep it clean and safe during landscaping and things like that. And now that I'm moved into this new place, it's winter now, fall. So the end of fall, beginning of winter. So we're not really doing any landscaping at this. But once the spring comes around, I'm going to be cracking out that argan oil again to keep it nice and protected in the sun. And of course, you got to trim the split hairs, cut around the mustache, but I just don't know where any of my beard care stuff is. I'm not even sure if it made it up here, because the moving truck that was rented was too small. So I had to pick and choose necessities. And I swore I packed the beard stuff, but I haven't been able to find it. That's why it's not trimmed up at all or anything, but appreciate you asking, dude. I appreciate the compliment on the beard. You got a beard yourself? You don't have a profile picture. Account created 2014. Bro, you've been around for a minute. That's older than mine. Mine was 2016. Thanks for stopping by and asking, though. Appreciate it.
It's Ellen. On day one of our show, I told everyone in our first meeting that the Ellen DeGeneres show would be a place of happiness. No one would ever raise their voice, and everyone would be treated with respect. Obviously, something changed, and I'm disappointed to learn that this has not been the case. And for that, I'm sorry. Anyone who knows me knows it's the opposite of what I believed and what I hoped for our show, yet Ellen's former producer certainly didn't buy it.
So when
Yeah.
Ellen says she's not aware of...
Wait, I want to go back to that first thing she said. That was so on the nose, she didn't even waste time. This is her former producer, and listen to what she said about Ellen.
Show's former producers.
Toxic, phony, hypocrite, liar. That's what she is.
Dude, she was waiting 20 years to say that shit.
Me knows it's the opposite of what I believed and what I hoped for our show.
That just
Yet Ellen's
ran out of her mouth.
Buy it.
So when Ellen says she's not aware of this environment, you don't think that rings true?
It's a lie.
Ellen then took a
Oh.
2-month break and
Just
began
straight up,
bringing
it's a
season
lie.
addressing the public.
As you may have heard, this summer there were allegations of a toxic work environment at our show. I learned that things happened here that never should have happened. I take that very seriously, and I want to say I am so sorry to the people who
You are the center of the toxic environment.
She'd then make the promise,
and I am committed to making this the best season that we have ever had.
although the ratings said the opposite. Because
Perfect. If you want to make a better place, if you want to make the world a better place, you got to take a look at yourself and make a change. Ellen. Clearly, she made changes around her and not to herself, otherwise she wouldn't have lost her show.
New York Times published, Ellen DeGeneres loses 1 million viewers after apologies for toxic workplace. It explained that Ellen had been averaging 1.5 million viewers over the last 6 months, down from 2.6 million in the same period last year. The show's loss of more than 1 million.
I didn't even, so it's not even more than 1 million viewers. Yeah, when they said she lost 1 million viewers, I thought maybe it's like she had 20 million viewers and she lost 1 million. No, she lost almost half of her viewers. Holy shit, dude.
Million viewers translates to a 43% decline.
Yeah, 43%. Damn.
Competitors. As a result, Ellen made the announcement.
I am announcing that next season, season 19, is going to be my last season.
Adding in the Hollywood Reporter, as great as this show is, and as fun as it is, it's just not a challenge anymore. I need something new to challenge me, with her being exposed also clearly having an impact.
Oh, come on. It's just not a challenge anymore.
I'd be lying if I said it didn't. And it makes me really sad that there's so much joy out there from negativity. It's a
You're the one that gets joy from negativity, bitch!
It's foreign to me that people get joy out of that.
It's so foreign to you when that's you, literally?
The show hasn't been fun and genuine for years. It may have never been, but at least it seemed like it. But Ellen is tired of it all, and she's lousy at hiding it now. No more dancing by her, no monologue half the time, bad jokes that are dragged out way too long, tons of old show clips, tons of self-promotion, and a guest host every Friday. These elements led to an average final season, which Ellen concluded by crying with her audience. She then mentioned the possibility of returning to acting, but instead made a documentary titled Saving the Gorillas: Ellen's Next Adventure. It released in 2023, 100 reviews on IMDb.
Oh my god.
Being the first
a 3.3 rating.
Say it performed pretty poorly. Ellen
yeah, I
went
think
back
so.
To living a quiet life until April 2024.
She should have stayed there.
Make a new announcement.
At this point, she's got enough money that she can just invest wisely and coast for the rest of her life. Ellen, I think it's time you retire and find some inner peace. And then maybe she can come back and be funny again. But she definitely needs to do something to like find some inner peace, you know? Hello again, I am Bellic. Welcome back, Cricket Chirp. How are you doing?
You may have heard that I'm doing...
if you have anything you'd like to talk about or discuss in chat, these late Sunday into Monday morning streams are free and open for anyone to talk about anything they like that's on their mind. All I ask is that you do so respectfully. We don't appreciate bigotry here. Other than that, like politics, religion, it's all on the table. We generally take like a more philosophical view towards such things though, but it's all, if you have a mental health issue, something you want to talk about, like for me, my big frustration that I talked about when I started the stream was my cat Charlie. I don't know where he's at now. I think he went out the door. He was sitting on the back of the chair for a moment, but literally like as I was about to start the stream, he got his paw stuck in a new rug that one of my cousins gave me that I'm trying to put down in the new place, and I had to spend 20 minutes trying to free his paw. I was about ready to call like the vet and be like, yo, like he was kind of messed up. He was not happy. I was worried I was gonna hurt him trying to get his paw free, but thankfully that didn't happen. Just got out of the shower. Can you send pics, D-Day? I think we'll make an NSFW in the Discord. No, I'm kidding. I'm not a kick streamer, guys. Remember when you're not allowed to to be funny as me, or when you get fired, dude. Oh, holy shit, that sounds. Yeah, I was worried because like his nail, like you know how they have like. Basically, it's a long, pointy fingernail. It's like that same kind of material. It was actually so when he freaked out about it, he like was doing somersaults and stuff, and it was like actually twisted around. So when I first started the stream, he was over there in the corner by my amp, just flicking his paw for like 5 minutes because I'm sure that shit hurt. He was like whining and stuff, and he's not a cat that whines, you know, unless he's like really hungry or he's in pain or something. So I could tell that shit had to hurt, and I was not sure how I was gonna get it out of there. I was about ready to start cutting the rug, and I was like, I'm either gonna call the vet and see if they know something, or I'm gonna cut this rug. But thankfully, I put like some water on the area, which probably like I got cold water, which probably helped with any swelling or anything. And I made sure. Hey, there he is. He's back. I had I'm very good at body language and everything, and I could tell he was pretty stressed because I could feel it in his neck. So while I had him there for a while, I just calmed him down. And then once I calmed him down and we had some water on the area to maybe help with lubrication and potentially swelling, we were able to get his paw free. And now he's good, chilling around and hanging out. And he's not so embarrassed anymore. You ever see a guy that gets like drunk and he's like, hold my beer, and he like eats shit, and then for like the next 20 minutes he's just like walking around like fixing his hair, making sure his hat's at the right angle, like tightening his belt, and so that's what the cat was doing over in the corner. I was like, yeah, he definitely knows he fucked up, but he's doing fine now. He's hanging out. There's already a me floating around when I thought the stream was off. Dude, I had one of those actually. I made sure to delete that VOD real quick. I don't know how I didn't get banned for it because that was in the old place. And the old place, my studio, it was like kind of also my bedroom. So my studio started as my bedroom. Then I got a small room that I moved my bed into, but it was still like my my dresser and stuff were in the studio up there. So there was one morning I thought I turned the stream off, but I hadn't, and I gave the stream full on cheeks like a Mike Tyson moment. And then I saw that I was like, bro, I deleted that VOD so fast. I don't know how I didn't get banned. I've had so many cats throughout my life, but thankfully never. It's the only time I've ever seen him get his paw stuck like that, and it's like a really super fluffy. It's like the inside of. Do we have what? This is like one of those really expensive bathrobes. It's like super fluffy, like the inside of this robe type carpet, and that's why his claw got so stuck in there. So I was not able to get that out of there. We had an original like shitty $10, $5, whatever Walmart bathrobe I actually got from one of my friends. He was gonna throw it out when he was moving. This whole get up all started because one of the guys in the fire department, they used to call me Jesus there. So one of the guys in the fire department was like, hey man, you gotta go as Jesus for this Halloween. I was like, I don't know. And then on the 29th, which is my birthday, I was helping my friend move, and he was gonna throw out the white bathrobe, and I was like, Halloween's in 3 days, I'll take it. And then I did it once on stream back when I was an EVE Online streamer for April Fool's Day. And everyone fucking loved it. They started calling me Space Jesus. So then it became my gimmick for a little while when I was trying to hit partner. That was back in 2019. I was pretty close, but I burnt myself out. And now I'm coming back full time, but we're doing it slowly and carefully. But I actually stopped using the robe for a while because I got sick of it when I got burnt out. But then I was like, you know what? We'll do Sundays. So every Sunday we whip out the white bathrobe. We just sit here and we chat. People can talk about whatever the hell they want. Normally I have like a philosophical or religious or sometimes even just a novel I read in the background, and people like to fall asleep to that and stuff. But I don't know where any of my books are right now. Before we had to shut down the stream to move, I was reading the collected works of Plato, or like not all of them, but a collection of works from Plato. And I really want to find that and get back into that, or just like any of the books I have. I'm not sure if they even made it though, because there was supposed to be a bigger moving van, or at least I thought there was going to be a bigger moving truck, but they got like the smallest one. So like 2/3 of my stuff is still probably back in Pittsburgh. I don't know exactly what's up here. Like I don't have a vacuum cleaner right now. I have a shop vac, but not like a standard vacuum cleaner. And they just installed new carpet this week, but they didn't vacuum. So it kind of looks like crap, especially because there's all the little fuzzies from when they install new carpet. I really want to vacuum the carpet. I'm going to have to ask one of my neighbors if I can borrow theirs. But yeah, so it's just, I have no idea where the beard care stuff is, or where my, dude, why is my mouse doing this? I think it's because I have it, I think it's because the dongle is too far away. It's a wireless mouse. There's a USB port on the back of this monitor. I don't know if the PC will read it though, or if it's just like, I know some of the more advanced monitors, you can like load a video file onto it, plug it in. Or maybe I could like plug a Fire Stick or something into the monitor. But I want to see if I can use that USB port on the back of the monitor for my mouse. I used to have it on the keyboard because my old keyboard had USB ports, but this one does not. It's generally an upgrade. It's a nice SteelSeries keyboard, but it doesn't have USB ports. Or either that, or I need to just get a USB hub online and run that out here, because I feel like that's what causes my mouse problems, because it's like in a box. Here, let me show you. I think you guys can, like, the PC is in that like little cupboard back there. So I feel like having the mouse plugged into that, it might occasionally cause interference, because first of all, it's really far away. Second of all, there's shit in between, including a big old metal boom arm. But yeah, I don't know why I was ranting about that, because let's see. I've had so many I sleep in the nude. Yeah, exactly. I sleep in the nude too. I don't understand how people can like have all that shit on them. I get overheated if I try to sleep with too many clothes on and stuff like that, and it just also doesn't feel comfortable. Like, who the fuck wants to get a wedgie in the middle of the night? It makes no goddamn sense. Sam got rid of it too real fast. I just had a rather mind-blowing experience about an hour ago, and not in a very good way. Do you want to talk about it? Like, you're free to talk about anything here, really. Just make sure you do it respectfully, like follow TOS, so I don't have to delete your comments. But if you want to talk about it, well, that's specifically what these Sunday streams are for. It is for like any type of mental health concern, or when we don't have people that have mental health concerns, whether it's something that they're upset about they want to talk about, or something that they're happy about that they want to talk about, we delve into philosophy and commentary. And since I don't really have my philosophy books with me, we're commentating on Ellen DeGeneres being one of the worst people in the world. Yeah, absolutely, dude. Go ahead and post whatever you want. I'll probably start the video again, just so there's no pressure on you. Take your time whenever you're ready, and then we can pause it again whenever you post your stuff, if it takes you a minute to type. I'm pretty slow at typing, personally. A week ago, I was in Northwest Philadelphia. Did you meet the Fresh Prince? because I'm pretty sure that's where he was, at least over in here some 2 weeks, doing some boiler installs. Ooh. I heard boilers are kind of making a comeback because they're actually they're very energy efficient. You just got to be careful not to like burn your cheeks by leaning up against one. Although I'm sure the modern boilers are much safer than those old school ones that you see in like the ancient nunneries and stuff like that. Yeah, so we'll roll the video a bit, give Cricket some time to write their shit out.
If you want to come see me, I'll be sharing some news tomorrow at noon. As suggested, she'd announce a stand-up tour to be recorded and posted by Netflix. Also adding, yes, I'm going to talk about it.
Another
to her being cancelled. Titled For Your Approval, the special begins
another
walking
big
up a flight of
L
stairs, each referencing
for
a headline
Netflix.
that ruined her reputation. She acknowledges the tweet that started her downfall, as well as the employees who spoke out against her, then begins the actual show with a joke about her fall from grace.
You know, I used to say that I didn't care what other people thought of me, and I realize now, looking back, I said that at the height of my popularity. I'm here because I love doing stand-up, I miss doing stand-up, and I like making people happy, and I do care what people think.
Now, this is a pretty respectable angle, as it feels extremely honest. Yet it also seems like a sneaky request
that's kind of,
which as a high
I don't know.
celebrity you'll simply never get. She then talks about what she's been up.
You know, I was all ready to just like destroy Ellen and rail on her, but I think that was just her being honest. That's probably the most honest thing she has ever said in her entire life. So I'm gonna give her a W for that one. But we'll see how many L's she takes for the rest of it.
Up to
a lot. I've seen part of this before. She takes a lot more L's than that one W.
Catch up on what's been going on with me since you saw me last.
I don't think.
Oh yeah, I got kicked out of show business.
Then make some pretty funny jokes about her new reputation.
None of this is funny. Even that W I gave her, that wasn't funny. It was just her being honest. I don't understand how this is supposed to be a stand-up show.
I know everyone's heard that I'm mean.
All right, here we go. So we got Cricket. Okay, so a bit over an hour ago, I got a really strange email from what appeared to be a legitimate email address of my local police station. I initially thought it might have been a fake spam email, but I was still rather concerned, so I decided to call the station and ask if they did, in fact, send me an email. That's very smart. A lot of people like to send stuff pretending to be law officers and stuff like that. I actually went down to the police department, 2 police departments, 2 days ago, I think it was now, and I walked in there and I was like, hey, I'm a content creator. I moved to the area. Don't swap me, please. You know, I gave him like my address and stuff because the town I grew up in, it turns out they actually did email me. Okay. Interesting. I'm assuming you're gonna give some more context. Don't feel like you need to air all the dirty laundry or anything, especially if there's legal or implications or some embarrassing stuff go on. Like, share whatever you're comfortable with. But yeah, personally, my experience with the police, I walked down, talked to them. Well, the one place, so there are 2 police departments nearby. One, it's the city police department, which actually will respond to me as the first due. It's their locality, but it's like 3 miles away. So I went over there, went to talk to them. They like didn't even let me inside. It literally felt like we're already living in a dystopian police state, because I like went and I touched the button. I was like, hey, I'm a new content creator of the area. I just don't want to worry about like a false police report being placed on my house because someone's trying to swap me. And I didn't worry about this at all in the previous place because I was a firefighter in that town for 10 years. I like grew up knowing the police chief and he knew where I lived. So it's like if someone called in some shit, he'd be like, yeah, let me go knock on his door and ask him if he's all right. But I didn't want people, especially after the experience I got going to that police department where they didn't even treat me like a human being. I was like, yeah, let's make sure they know that, like, I'm just creating content online and people might not like that. All right, let's see what he said. Always had a run-in with the police. Basically, I was on Twitch earlier having a mental health crisis in someone's chat, and it turns out that Twitch actually contacted the FBI and Interpol and gave them my IP address so they could track me down and send a welfare check to my address. That's crazy, right? Jesus is allowed in the station? Nah, there's no Bibles there. They only have demons in these days. Like, have you seen some of those body cams? You know when the goat scream starts coming out, it's almost always a woman doing the goat scream. So, but you know when the goat scream starts coming out of someone on a body cam, that's all demons there at that point. I'm sorry to hear that though, Cricket. Are you doing better now? Hopefully you're doing a lot better. But yes, Big Brother is real. That's why I went to the police first. I didn't want them coming to me like that, you know? So yeah, the police actually showed up at my door to make sure I was okay and assess my mental health. I have such mixed feelings about that kind of stuff. I think it's like kind of sort of necessary, but also the police aren't mental health professionals and they make a lot of mistakes in that stuff. Like, y'all know the George Floyd story? Well, a lot of people don't realize this, but there are generally 2 white men that die for every single black man that dies at the hands of police, although they tell you that you know, police are racist. The statistics don't really pan out that way. And I'm not saying white men are more mistreated than police. Just statistically, African Americans and blacks are a minority, so there's less of them encountering numerically. Statistically, it's everyone gets abused by police at pretty much the same rates. There's a Harvard law professor who's black that found this out, and he that's my source. I can find it if you guys want me to track it down. But but there was actually a guy who was autistic and having a mental health crisis, and he basically died exactly the same way George Floyd, but nobody knows his name because he was white. So yeah, police actually showed up at my door to make sure. The person from the police station who I spoke with on the phone was pretty fucking rude though. Yeah, I don't trust police, and I'm saying this as a firefighter that worked side by side with them for 10 years. I don't trust police at all. I will smile and shake their hand and be polite with them, but there ain't no way a cop is coming inside my house unless he has a warrant. I get a lot of abuse from police. I hate all of them. So the thing is, I may or may not do a video on this. I had started making content because what happened was I went for a walk. I like walking at night. I just, especially if I got like a little weed vape. It's not weed, it's technically hemp. I don't do any federally illegal drugs. If the FBI is watching, I only buy things that have been legalized by the 2018 hemp bill, which has been confirmed to be completely legal by the Supreme Court in like a 2020 or 21 Supreme Court case. Basically what happened was one Delta 8 company sued another because the second Delta 8 company was stealing the first company's branding, and the second Delta 8 company's defense was, all this stuff is illegal, they can't sue us because it's illegal, which is kind of like a wild defense, like admitting in court that what you sell is illegal. But I was like, okay, well, let's see what happens with that. And the Supreme Court actually came down and decided, no, this has all been legalized by the 2018 hemp bill. So I, especially because I do a lot with firearms, I'm a firearms instructor. Well, I was when I had the money to do it. I don't buy anything that is federally illegal at all, because anytime I do gun stuff, there's a little form I have to check for the ATF that says, do you use any illegal substances? And I always check no, and I don't lie, you know? So I specifically go out of my way to make sure that when I buy it, it's all hemp. All right. The guy was just so insensitive and apathetic to the seriousness of the topic at hand. Yeah, and that's what I was saying. They're not mental health professionals. I don't think police should be sent to do these welfare checks on their own. I understand, as a firefighter, an EMT too, that you need to make the scene safe, right? So if there's, I remember we got called to an actual SWAT team. I don't know what to call it, like an actual SWAT team deployment once, and oh my god, that was insane. They ended up throwing smoke grenades and flashbangs, and it started a small fire. So we, the fire department, got called to help contain that. And here's the thing, even if it's not like that, if there's any kind of like questionable situation, before they'll let other emergency services like rescue technicians, paramedics, or anything like that go in, the police need to go in there first and make sure like the paramedic isn't going to get blown away by a guy with a shotgun, or like charged by a guy with a machete or a pipe or something like that, you know? So I can totally understand and appreciate that the cops there were to keep me safe as a first responder, but at the same time, I can tell you from over 10 years of watching cops interact with people that cops are not good at interacting with people. So if someone's actually having a mental health crisis, especially the big one was diabetic episode, right? So a lot of people don't know this, but I think it's been a while. I've been retired for a while now. There's one type of diabetes where I think it's type 2. I was gonna say I don't want to say which type it is because then I'm gonna be wrong, but I've said which type I think it is now. So you can Google it and say I don't know what I'm talking about if you really care that much. But there is one type of diabetes where you can have what's called a diabetic episode, and basically you kind of act aggressively drunk, and the big giveaway is that their breath smells really sweet, like almost like they were just sucking on a lollipop and they're blasting it in your face. But these people having a diabetic episode will act aggressively drunk, and cops don't realize that what they just need is like glucose and maybe a sedative, you know? And so they'll just like they'll fuck these people up, put them on the ground, and then they take them to the hospital, and it's just like, yeah, they were having blood sugar issues. Like, really? You broke this guy's arm because he was having blood sugar issues. What the fuck? All right, let me catch up. I did a walk in broad daylight to a custard stand. I live here. My whole life, the officer said I look like someone he is looking for, and I knew it was bullshit. He did a Terry stop. Terry stops are illegal. On me walking down the road. Also got an ad. Yeah. I mean, I wish I could turn them off entirely, but if I turn them off, Twitch still leaves them on my channel, and then they don't pay me for them anymore. And they use the worst type of ad, which are the damn pre-rolls. And me as a viewer, especially when I'm trying to raid someone, if I get pre-rolls, I'm just like, whatever, next channel. So I run the bare minimum ads I can to keep pre-rolls off. But unfortunately, that means it's one 1-minute ad every 20 minutes, I think is the bare minimum that they will let me use. And like I said, if I turn it off, then they just run ads on my channel anyways, except they don't pay me for them. So it's like, well, fuck, I guess I have to do this. I wish what they did is, instead of making it so you can't hear me anymore, they just did like a banner ad or something. Or they do the small picture ads or something. But the problem with even those small picture ads where you can still see me is that they mute my audio. So it's like the people who are watching can't actually watch. It's just, I understand that they need ads to be able to keep the servers active, and I appreciate that. Twitch basically lets me stream here for free and actually pays me once I get my numbers back up, because I've been like not streaming for like a year, so we're starting from scratch basically at this point. But it's really annoying that their ads are incorporated in such a way that it damages my content, you know? I wish they could do it more like YouTube or more like Instagram or TikTok, and where it would be like around my content, not inserted on top of my content. You get what I'm saying? He said something along the lines of, you know, if you're going online and talking to people about hanging yourself and tying a cord, we're going to have to come check on you to ensure your safety. I mean, yes and no. One, I don't think it's necessarily the government's responsibility to do that. I'm very much a you can't protect people from their own stupidity type person. So any government resources spent on doing that is just a waste, because it's not going to work. But at the same time, there are kind of levels too, where like, say it was like a friend or family member or something that called them that's from out of state, and they can't go check on you yourself. Someone needs to be sent if someone's calling and saying, hey, I have this concern. Now, do I think it should be a mental health professional and not a stormtrooper? Absolutely. Even before we started having all the problems with police, and even before police started getting dumb and authoritarian as fuck, because police used to be entirely different, at least here in the US. Like, back when I was young, they used to have like community sheriffs basically. Now a sheriff is a specific role, but I'm saying the sheriff because like that's kind of who you think of. Like when you see those old movies, the small town sheriff that like knows everyone by name and like talks to everyone. It's like now they're just a bunch of goddamn stormtroopers that hang out in blacked out cars with blacked out windows and look for an excuse to haul someone off to jail. It's just like, what the hell is wrong? They don't even, I could go off for hours on police, but there's a video I started making, but I was unable to pay for my Google Drive, and Google does this really evil thing where if you go over your Google Drive, they will stop you from receiving any emails, because what the fuck does that have to do with Google Drive? Nothing. Like, yes, it's storage space, I guess, but how much storage space does a damn email take? Not a lot. Definitely not fucking 15 gigabytes worth of storage space. So I was having issues with some government paperwork and emails and stuff. So I actually had to delete 100 gigabytes worth of data to be able to get that all sorted out, because I wasn't able to change that email address without access to the email. And I believe most of the emails I've changed, but I've changed it to a new Google account that I just don't upload stuff on the drive there, so I don't have to worry about that problem. But except personal documents, I've been putting personal documents in that drive, but those are like a fucking 15 megabyte PDF file or something like that. You know, I'm not going to run out of the 15 gigabytes that you get for free. So I had to go through all that stuff and delete just basically all the content I've made over the past year that I was planning to upload to YouTube that I wasn't able to while I was going through bullshit. So I don't even know what I've lost, because there's still some videos on my hard drive that weren't uploaded, and also my phone died while I was moving up here. So all the content that was on my phone, which would have been the video I'm talking about, that I had an interaction with police. I wanted to make a YouTube video of this absolutely terrible, inappropriate, unfortunate interaction with police that shows you just how much they don't care about you at all anymore. So this was in the town that I lived in since like 2nd grade. I was a volunteer firefighter there for over 10 years. And I was going for a walk about 7 p.m. I like going for walks as the sun's going down. Take my little hemp pen with me, get a little toasty, just wander about, and it started fucking dumping on me. Like a bigger downpour than I've seen in a long time. And knowing the town like the back of my hand, because not only did I live there for my entire life, but a firefighter, so I have to know like every alleyway where all the hydrants are and everything like that. I just, in a flash, I was like, where's the closest awning I can get under so I don't get soaked? So I like sprint under this awning. I sprint into the park. I was like maybe 200 feet away from the entrance of the park. I sprint into the park, go under they have like this kind of like open building. It's like a big white building. But it doesn't have walls. Like it does have an interior section, but the outside it's just like a big roof with like a concrete area where they'll have like small concerts or wedding receptions or things like that. So I just run in there to avoid the rain. And I know there's like a cop circling in the parking lot. I know he sees me. So I like sprint right in front of his lights, but I don't care, right? It's like, whatever. I'm just going to stay dry, cold, out of the rain. The dude pulls up behind me, like follows me up, drives right up to the edge of this, and I'm like, okay, cool, he's coming to check on me, right? He's like, you need to get the fuck out of here. I'm like, what? He's like, what are you doing here? I'm like, I'm trying to avoid getting drenched by the rain, dude. He's like, you need to leave right now, the park is closed. And I found out later the park wasn't even closed, right? Because the park doesn't close until sunset. I went back through the data on my phone, and the time I was in the park, the sun hadn't officially set yet. Like you couldn't tell because it was like a downpour storm, so it was sort of like dark. But the dude was like, you need to leave right now. I was okay. I was like, can I wait till it like stops? The downpour stops at least? He was like, no, right now, start walking. Cops do not care about you at all anymore. They're just evil pieces of shit, half of them. Anyways, let's catch up. I was ranting a bit. But I was so mad as I was walking away, I started recording on my phone. And I just started like ranting into my phone. And you can see the cop driving away. Doesn't even care. Like I was after he drove away, it was still raining, like hard. I was about ready to turn around and just go back into the park under the awning, but then I was like, no, because at that point I wasn't certain if it had been sunset yet, and if it was actually closed and he hadn't been lying, then that's trespassing. Once they inform you have to leave, or they can arrest you for trespass with a warning. So I wasn't, I didn't want to get like tased or shot by this guy who was like on some kind of power trip, and two, I just didn't want to have to get into a protracted legal battle over what time sunset is. So I ended up just walking down to the next alleyway, but it was raining so hard, the raindrops hitting my phone like pressed the button to stop the video. So I had to like wipe it off on my pants and restart the video and keep ranting into my phone. But I think I lost that content. So if I ever find it, I'm gonna make a YouTube video based around all of it. But trust me, I understand why people hate cops. And this is coming from a firefighter that worked with them for over 10 years. Let me catch up with chat. Of course we get a fucking ad break. Test? No, you're good here, Chirp. I'm not sure if you guys can hear me. It says, oh, we don't have the ad break yet. It's warning me there'll be another one in 5 minutes. I used to snooze those. It gives me 3 snoozes. But then I realized that when I do snooze them, it turns the pre-roll ads back on. So then I get the regular ads and the annoying ads. It's like, it's bullshit. All right, let me, I was just going on a rant, dude. That happens. I once, when I used to be an EVE Online streamer, I had a 15-hour stream that I never once got to the content that was in my title because like chat was wild and I just kept going off. All right, so yeah, Terry stops are illegal now, by the way. DJ. All right, let's see. We did something along the lines of, let's see what dude looks like here says. Police in the United States take like a 26-week course to enforce the law, often with deadly force. Lawyers spend 8+ years in extremely expensive and comprehensive education to interpret it. Exactly. And I almost went that route. I studied political science with a focus on constitutional law in college. So I have 4 years of the law. And I hate talking with cops because they think they know, but they don't. And they don't know that I do know. So, and they're always so goddamn full of themselves. That's the worst part. It's like, I would be absolutely fine if like they'd be willing to be like, oh, well, maybe, like, I guess you might be right. But they don't even know, but they think they do. And it's just like, they will tread all over your civil rights and not even care just because they want to. And it's just fucked up. They will literally make up laws and lie to your face just to compel you to do things. And that's just fucking evil, man. Like, zero issues with most individuals that choose to become police, but the system is designed to create incompetence and give those people access to deadly force. Well, it's not designed to create incompetence. It's designed to indoctrinate them, is the thing. Like, they are actually trained not to see civilians as people anymore. They just see everyone as a criminal, which is the wrong way to do it. You need to do it the opposite way. You need to see everyone as a person first, and then observe if there are signs of criminality. But the way the police are trained now, they're like, put them in handcuffs and then find something to charge them with. That's all ass backwards, man. I tried to explain to him that I was in high distress earlier, but I was no longer in a mental health crisis and calmed down, yet he still sounded very passive aggressive and judgmental. Absolutely. Because, like, you know, to him, you're not a human being. You're a potential mass shooter. And all he thinks about is like, yo, should we go and like just take this guy out now, or should we wait for him to do something? The fact that officers doing a raid on a wrong house don't need to compensate you for shit, yeah, it's fucking incredible. Dude, there's just about everything police do is evil. But it's not because of the police officers themselves. Most people that join the police department, like, there's always that, there's 20% that join the police department to do bad shit, right? Which is a lot, but that's just consistent across life. Like, if we were to break it down, I've spent years quietly observing people, and especially with 10, more than 10, it was almost 15, I think, but I say 10 plus just because that makes it easier math-wise, and it's, I wasn't exactly active during the later years. I kind of fell off a bit, but I had 10 solid years of activity where I was running at least 100 calls a year probably. And so like, it was my job to meet people on the worst day of their life, right? And you get to learn a lot about human psychology when basically like 3 times a week you meet someone on the worst time of their life and the worst day of their life. Because that's one of the things that I had to tell like the young firefighters and stuff, right? They'd get really annoyed when like the people would hate us for doing our job because we were just there to help them. And it's like, okay, we'll wait. We'll finish after the ad break. We'll finish I'm gonna be typing the entire ad break because I can't type. So yeah. You don't see any ads? Interesting. So I think that's the adpocalypse happening. Good to know. By the way, if you guys don't know, there's an adpocalypse on Twitch, which is basically, really it was the leftists like Hassan that actually got Twitch in trouble because they do things like promote terrorism and put $30,000 hits out on other streamers, and I don't know how those people aren't like permanently banned. They get like a little slap on the wrist. They're like, okay, next time you want to put a hit out on someone, just don't do it on Twitch. Like what? Why are these people even allowed a platform to begin with? But it is what it is. But what actually started it all, well, the domino effect was Asmongold said something about Palestinians deserving what they got from Israel, which is absolutely terribly cringe. And yeah, he probably deserved a ban for that too. But the thing is, like, wait, people started freaking out because Asman got this 2-week ban for saying that Palestinians deserve what they got. Meanwhile, there were people like literally calling for open violence against other streamers and Israel that weren't even getting banned at all. So what happened is people got fed up with that and they started messaging Twitch's advertisers, and they've been like, so you know that your ads have been shown next to people promoting terrorism and putting out $30,000 hits on other streamers. And so all the advertisers were like, oh no, fuck that, and they pulled out. So even though we're running ad breaks, you might not always catch an ad because they just don't have a lot of advertisers right now. So there's like certain streamers, depending on what categories they're in, they have seen like 90% reduction in their ad revenue. I haven't been streaming for really the past year, so like any amount of ad revenue I get is going to be a 100% increase. So I'm not worried about that. I'm more interested in trying to get my numbers back up so I can take some of the sponsorships through Stream Elements that are available to me and actually start to monetize this stuff. But now that the ad's over, if other people did get ads, we can go back to the so if you want to support this, oh, thank you, Silent Drift. Test, okay, good, yeah, I see. Now you good. I'm not even an American, by the way. I'm in Canada. Oh, bro. Yeah, dude, it's even worse up there. So I know a Canadian veteran, actually. We would talk a lot on Steam for a while, and he messaged me once, but I haven't heard back from him. I don't see him live at the moment. I don't see him online at the moment. Maybe he just oh, there he is. He's away. But yeah, I know Canadian veteran. I also know a fair bit of Canadian streamers. Got some Canadian friends. I've been there a couple times in my life, but y'all are like way closer to existing in an authoritarian police state than we are. They don't even care about you at all. I remember there was an article that happened not too long ago where, not the one I know, but a Canadian veteran called into a suicide hotline, and they were like, so you know we can help with that, right? They literally, their response to a Canadian veteran who was saying, hey, I'm worried that I might take my own life, is like, well, you know that assisted suicide is legal here, right? Like, what the fuck, dude? What do you have going on up there? And then yeah, that's insane, dude. So I am very much a gun person. I think I've been shooting since I was like 7, 8 years old. I'm an Eagle Scout, so I am very quite familiar with firearms. And one of the things he was asking me is like, hey, what would be a good firearm for self-defense? Especially being like a veteran and stuff. He's well trained, he has all that stuff, and like we talked about it for like a week, because all the firearms that are actually good for self-defense you aren't even allowed to own up there. Like, not even, this guy literally was trained to use an M16 or AR-15, which is very similar, but basically the primary difference is that the M16 has the fun switch and the AR-15 doesn't. Technically, the AR-15 is not an assault rifle, because one of the technical requirements for an assault rifle is that it has rapid fire capability, either through burst fire or full auto fire, and an AR-15 does not legally have that. My AR-15 has a switch spot that I forget what it actually says. Let me check it out. Let me get these headphones off. I might need the cameras, or the other light, I mean. So it might blow out the camera a bit, but I probably want to read it. You guys aren't allowed to own this there, but they literally train the guy to use it to kill people for the country. But they're like, oh yeah, we know you know how to use that platform because we trained you how to use it, but you're not allowed to have one for yourself for self-defense. So this is mine. It is 300 black, not okay, there's nothing in there. 300 black, not 556 like normal. But if you see my selector switch, it's got safe, fire, and automatic, which I can't go to automatic. I can only do safe or fire. But we'll worry about putting that back later. You guys aren't allowed to own that there, even if you're a veteran trained to have it. And for all intents and purposes, it's the single best general self-defense firearm anyone can have. The second best self-defense firearm, we'll go get it. The second best self-defense firearm anyone can have is, I should probably be on the big scene for this, right? A semi-automatic high-capacity pistol, which you're also not allowed to have there, I'm pretty sure. We were talking about it, and it's like, the crazy thing is that's a Springfield XD Mod 2 9mm. You gotta use hollow point rounds, because if you don't, they'll go through multiple people and hurt someone you shouldn't, which I think is hilarious. New Jersey outlaws hollow points. Doesn't make sense, because they're actually designed to make firearms safer for people that use them in self-defense scenarios. This one stays by my bed. The big boy stays down here. So either way, if someone breaks into my house, I am going to be ready to protect myself and my loved ones. But yeah, we spent like a whole week trying to find a firearm for that guy to defend himself with, because even though he is literally a military veteran that was trained to use these weapons platforms to kill people for his country, he's not allowed to protect his own life with them, which is just fucking insane. Like, I'm gonna be honest, there's a couple women from Canada I'm really crushing on, but it's like they would have to come down here, and you know, yeah, gun laws are extremely strict here. Yeah, you guys have like some strict freedom of speech laws, too, don't you? Right? I just think it's actually insane that they tracked you down through Twitch. That's Big Brother is absolutely real, mate. Like, what the hell? It makes no sense to me. Like, I get it, but maybe have you thought? Do you run a VPN? You should think about getting a VPN if you don't. Insert sponsored VPN here. You know, I did pay for a VPN when I had money, but it's probably going to take me a couple months before I can get my VPN back up and running again. But at this point, with not only the fact that like governments are constantly spying on you, but also all the internet scammers, and then you have like literally crazy people that will show up at your house because they don't like something you posted on YouTube. Sniper Wolf. Yeah, I think everyone should have a VPN at this point. Yeah, I have one. Okay, it worked. And they found you through the VPN anyways, so that might mean that your VPN sold you out. You might need to consider switching companies, because some VPNs, they will just comply with all government requests, other ones don't. There's things with like gun safes here in the US where certain gun safes companies will just like let the police go into your gun safe without even a warrant or anything. Like, what? Really? Yeah, you gotta be careful which companies you go for. No, I didn't. Oh, okay, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, mine is set to start up with my PC. The only time my VPN ever goes off is, I guess, right now, because I can't pay for it at the moment. But the only other time it goes off is if for whatever reason I need to do something that is blocking access because I have a VPN active. So I'm really sorry to hear you went through all that, Cricket, but move to the US. I'm kind of kidding, but also kind of not. Although, who knows? I think the cat's mad that... There you go, kitty. But yeah, so I'm going to be doing some firearm content, especially now that I'm here in a more rural, rednecky area. But I'm going to need the money for ammo, and also I'm not sure what I'll be able to post on YouTube. I think I'm just gonna have to make a whole new YouTube channel, probably repurpose one of my old YouTube channels that I don't really post on anymore to just be like a Steel Drifter shooting channel or whatever, because I don't want to worry about getting my main channel demonetized because I post a gun safety video. It's absolutely insane that you aren't even allowed to talk about gun safety. Like, that's how you know they're trying to control the narrative, when you aren't even allowed to tell people how to make guns safe. It's just like, what? So you just want people to be ignorant, because the reason they want people to be ignorant is because ignorance leads to fear, and if people are ignorant, they're also more easier to indoctrinate. So you have all this fear and lack of knowledge around guns, and the crazy thing is that most of the people propagating this ignorance and fear are the very people that make the most money off of guns. And I'm not talking about the gun manufacturer. People that make money off of guns are freaking Alec Baldwin. How many movies and TV shows has he been in where he's flipping around guns and stuff, making them look all cool, and then he'll go and like tell everyone, hey, like, guns are not cool. We don't want people to own guns. I know I make them look cool and I make a lot of money, and like I maybe accidentally kill someone sometimes, but I don't go to jail for it because I'm rich and famous. But you poor people, you can't have guns. We can't accept that. I know I'm like followed around with like a bunch of people carrying guns to protect me from the poors, but that's why we don't want the poors to have guns, you know? So it's all so fucked, man. Anyways, back to chat. No, I didn't have the VPN all the time. Advice on tough Thanksgiving. Our family is split on inviting my cousin. Okay, yeah, I'm down to hear what you got, dude. Looks like it. Also, just out of curiosity, what would you guess my age and gender is? I mean, you haven't given me much to go on, but let me see. Give me 2 minutes. Nothing on your profile. I'm gonna say you're a male between the ages of 16 and 25. Is that correct, Cricket Chirp? We're in Louisiana, and my cousin is gay. Most of our family is against. Yeah, that's gonna be a tough one. I'm on the fence. Obviously, I love her, but I don't agree with her lifestyle choices. Yeah, so I so I when I first like got people started calling me Jesus and all that stuff, I hated it. You know, I really fucking despised it because I was like, how the hell am I supposed to live up to that kind of example, right? But then once I settled into it, I kind of realized that maybe the reason I thought it was just because of the beard and hair and stuff, but then I started realizing like maybe like they saw something else in me because I do try to live my life every day by the saying, "What would Jesus do?" And it's not always what people think, right? Because I've had people come in here, especially when I was like reading the Bible or like reading Socrates or something, and see me like this and be like, "Yo, Jesus was a simp." I'm like, really? Are you sure about that? The Roman Empire, the mightiest historical empire, arguably, of all time, put him to death because they were afraid he was going to start an insurrection. Does that sound like a simp to you? So he would do things like go into a church and flip tables and call the priests there rats and liars and snakes and thieves. So I don't think a lot of people really know the true Jesus anymore, you know? But I do try to live every day by what he taught us. And one of the most important things that he said is a lot of those rules and stuff are kind of archaic. So his like final supreme guidance was to live by the commandments, and I give you this one more commandment, to love one another as you love yourself. So I keep coming back to that over and over again. And from a point of love, I'd say you just need, like, not you respect in general, but as human beings, we kind of just need to try and accept people for who they are, even if it's not who we want them to be. But there are levels to that, right? Because you still need to protect your own mental health and your own soul, so to speak. So there's a lot of nuance to it, and I'll read more chat in a second, but just going off that, as long as you don't think it's going to cause like a massive people literally like tearing each other apart or shouting at each other's face endlessly, like a big blow up, I'd say my inclination would be to invite them and see what happens. You know? Let me see what chat says right here. Okay. On the fence, obviously, I love her, but I don't agree with her lifestyle choices. I'm okay with her coming to Thanksgiving, but my mom, the grandma hosting, might actually have a heart attack. Okay, so yeah, that complicates things. The host having a specific negative reaction. So one of the things I found a lot is that the people often surprise you, but that goes both ways. One second, my throat's kind of raw because I was shouting earlier. Let me hydrate for a bit. I'll think. So the like edgy dark Jesus side of me wants to say invite her, and if your grandma has a heart attack, maybe the world will be a better place without someone so hateful there. But obviously that's not necessarily optimal for the family as a whole. I think it really depends on whether or not you think your grandmother and your cousin will be able to respect each other's space. You know, I was a theater major. I was like the only straight theater major, and there were other guys that claimed to be straight, you know, but I think there was one other guy who's like maybe still actually straight, you know, but it was interesting, but so I spent a lot of time with various LGBT people. I've got some friends that have transitioned that I knew long before they transitioned and stuff like that. So I'm generally very open to this stuff, but I do find dicks inherently disgusting. In fact, I used to stream under an LGBT tag because for a while I considered myself gender non-conforming. Then I realized that I'm actually just a non-conformist, and the modern definition of men did not live up to my standards of what I believe a man should be. So then I just came back to it, and I was the reason I had to step away from the LGBT community was when they started accepting pedophiles and like mutilating the genitals of children. And then I was like, okay, that's like too far. I can't be associated with that. I do believe people should have their sexual freedoms as adults, but we should not manipulate and brutalize children like fucking terrible. That's evil as fuck. So I've got a very centered opinion on it in that I am raised Roman Catholic. I think I'm also a scientist, and you look at the biology of it, and it's well like the parts only fit together one way, you know? If you just like get straightly logical with it. But I also don't believe that it's necessarily inherently a sin, because one of the things I've learned over the years is that people don't really choose who they fall in love with. Now, if it's just like lustful, debaucherous type stuff, then yeah, that's probably not good for your soul. But I've seen lesbian or gay couples that were absolutely 100% perfect for you. So I've got a more open mind towards a lot of that than most Christians. But the big issue comes, one, how does the host feel, right? Because you talked about your grandma there. So if the host has a very negative opinion and not necessarily closed-minded, but isn't really necessarily as open to that kind of stuff as someone like I am or you are, then it's kind of like, okay, well, will inviting her have a negative effect for everyone else there, right? Because that's entirely possible. Like if your grandma has a heart attack, I'd say that's definitely a negative effect for everyone there. But even if it just puts her in a really bad negative mood, that's not necessarily good for everyone at the party, and it's also kind of disrespectful to the host in that respect. You know, like they're putting all this effort in to clean up the place, possibly decorate the place, provide a safe and open area for people to have food, gather, and talk, and then they have to clean it all up afterwards. So, like, hosting Thanksgiving is huge. That is not an easy task. So, we should be thankful for her hosting Thanksgiving, but at the same time, there's kind of, it's not, it doesn't exactly, it feels like against the spirit of the holiday to exclude someone just because you don't believe in their personal life choices. So, in that respect, the other side of it is, would your cousin be respectful? Because, like I said, I've known many gays over many days, and some of them just love to throw it in faces. And that is not respectful at all. Like, there are some really absolutely flaming dudes that are chill with it. Like, some of the gayest people I've ever seen, they won't bother anyone. They're just absolutely over in the corner doing their gay shit and loving life, and they don't bother anyone. But then there's other dudes that they just need to make everyone straight as uncomfortable as possible. And I'd say, if your cousin is that second type of person, don't invite her, because then it's going to cause problems. There's no reason to have that type of problem in a family gathering that's supposed to be about being thankful for people. I think I got some weird ad for Roombas and couldn't hear what you said. No, that's all good. It's funny because, like, oh, I guess they did give a bad break. I didn't that one pop up. So let me just make sure I didn't miss anything in chat right now. So that is a good point, Cricket. But I think Cricket, they're kind of mostly talking about the specific choice to be sexual with other women. I think it was, because you said, yeah, obviously I love her. So I don't think they're talking about things really beyond that, just the choice to be homosexual. So in that respect, that's entirely up to them. But so let's roll back. On the one hand, you need to consider your grandmother, right, who is being the host, and that's a lot. Hosting Thanksgiving is often far more difficult and time consuming and brings a lot more stress than any other holiday, even Christmas, because that's one of the more big ones where people just show up. Often people drink a lot more and all kinds of things. So you've got to consider the possibility of being respectful to the host. One of those things where it's like, if she is actually going to have a heart attack if she shows up, that would be not only disrespectful to the host, but disrespectful to everyone showing up, because you don't want your Thanksgiving weekend to turn into a funeral weekend, right? On the other, and then, like, continuing along that route, even if she doesn't, just putting her as the host in a really negative mood would negatively influence the event for everyone. And then the third part, like that we were talking about, the respectfulness, all the effort she's going to put into cleaning up the place, maybe decorating it and preparing whatever food, or at least creating areas for people to bring their food and set that out, and then all the effort she's going to have to go to clean up afterwards. It's not easy to host a holiday like that, and of course you always want to be respectful to the host. On the other side of that, it kind of feels against the spirit of the holiday to exclude someone for Thanksgiving just because you don't agree with their life choices. and I don't mean you specific, like the general esoteric you talking philosophically here. But it depends on what kind of person your cousin is. Is she, because I've known lots of gays, and there are some that are just kindly, totally chill with it. You wouldn't even know they're gay unless they told you. And then there are some that are like obviously gay, but still really chill with it. Like they'll just be over in the corner doing their gay shit with their gay friends and not bothering anybody else. But then there's also the other kind where it's like they seek out people who are straight or have problems with gay people, and then they shake their gay in their face, and then they're just there to cause problems. So I would say if your cousin is that last person who really has a problem with people that have a problem with her being gay, then you probably shouldn't invite her. But if she's one of the ones that's more relaxed with it and is kind of just trying to live her best life and be her own self, that is probably something you would have to talk to with your grandma about. Because being the host, it would be it breaks my heart to know that someone might be excluded for that, but at the same time I think it's disrespectful to the host, the owner of the property, to invite someone they wouldn't want there without their knowledge. You know, so I think the option would be, and if you know your grandma would just say no matter what, then the answer is probably no. But I do keep in mind that people surprise you sometimes, and I would talk to your grandma in person and say, hey, is it all right if I invite her? You know, that's probably what I would do in that situation. Well, maybe not. I'm an asshole, and I'm kind of fed up with people being small-minded and petty and selfish. So I might just invite the cousin and be like, well, if grandma has a heart attack, she can go talk to God about it. But you probably shouldn't do that. You probably shouldn't do it, because I'm pretty good at making a shitstorm wherever I go. So I'd say the big thing is just, depending on what type of person your grandma is and what type of person your cousin is, if you think there would be space for them to exist there together without getting at each other's throats and ruining Thanksgiving for everyone, then there's probably an avenue which you could organize that. But if you think that there's a better than 50% chance that it's going to cause a nuke to go off, then you probably shouldn't do it. Does that make sense? All right. I got some weird. I don't understand how you can disagree with someone's personal choice. Their personal choice has nothing to do with you whatsoever. Like, why do you care who your cousin is having sex with or who she's dating? Does it have any relation to you at all? I mean, the same way you can disagree with one of your friends doing meth. You know, it's one of those things where it's like we all like. I'm not equivocating that to being gay to doing meth. I'm just saying, based on someone's own personal point of view, we all want what's best for the people we care about, right? So I think we can generally agree that doing meth is almost absolutely always a negative thing in a person's life. It doesn't make them better in any way. And while being homosexual is not such a thing, there are people that have that belief. Some people see it inherently always as a sin, though I don't necessarily believe that. So it's one of those things where, from their point of view, Cricket, she's kind of potentially ruining her life by making those choices. Do you understand? Also, you didn't tell me if I was right, Cricket, when I guessed your age and gender. I said 16-year-old to 25-year-old male. I could be incorrect, but you didn't really give me much to go on. Doing meth is actively harmful to oneself and therefore indirectly affects others. I've seen being gay negatively affect others. It's far less likely, but it's not necessarily specifically being gay. It's just that they go so far down the lustful, debaucherous path that they no longer care about the feelings of anyone else around them. You know, it's almost like sociopathic behavior sometimes, and a lot of it's like a reaction to a reaction to the reaction they get to being gay. I understand all that, but at the same time, what exactly do you mean like that? Like what by that? Could you be a little more specific with your question? My brain works incredibly fast, so after I say something I forget it. So if you ask questions, can you be specific? I don't remember conversations after they're gone, so I have a terrible memory, as Socrates used to say. I kind of just live in the moment always. So basically, I understand that's so. Lustful debauchery is people that are extremely hedonistic and they do things hedonistically, specific, not even always in terms of sex, but they do things specifically just because they know it pisses other people off. And doing something because you know it pisses someone else off and not necessarily because it's good for you is just pretty much always a net negative. You understand that? Whether you're straight or gay or whatever, like if you're a fuck boy doing some lustful debauchery, going to like those single events and just ruining a bunch of women's lives, that's just as bad. Does it make sense? Yeah. So there are like just being homosexual in and of itself, there's really nothing wrong with that. It's a little weird. It's clearly not what nature intended when you just look at the strict science of it, you know? The purpose of sex is to reproduce and they can't. So that's what when you look at the science of it, that's what it is. But at the same time, there's nothing really. You don't choose who you fall in love with, right? If you're physically and emotionally and spiritually attracted to someone, that's not wrong. If someone completes you, then you should be with them. But does that make sense? But that's entirely different than just like going to a bunch of gay strip clubs and then like trying to lure straight men to having sex with you and shaming them for not being gay and things like that. And I know dudes that have done that, like actual dudes that like, there was a guy in college, one of his brothers, his entire goal anytime he went out to a bar was to try and get a straight man that didn't like gay guys to kiss him. And it was funny to watch, I have to admit. And back then, I was more like an edgy fool that just kind of wanted to watch the world burn. So I wouldn't say anything. I'd just sit back. But now, like looking back at it, it makes me kind of sad because and it's not even because of what he did to other people that it made me sad, but like what he did to himself get there in the first place, and how like that kind of behavior just kind of always kept him in a negative mindset, you know, because he was constantly, all right, yo, what's up, Snow Ninja? How you doing? Well, it depends. I'm late to the party? Nah, you're totally good, Snow. You're always cool to show up whenever you want. I know you've been streaming a lot. Were you streaming earlier? I kind of forgot to put up the alert that I normally do. Wonderful clip, just sitting there in a lobby. I love it. I think Fortnite works now, by the way. I'm pretty sure I got logged in.
Sorry, I'm back.
Guys, please check out Snow Ninja, an awesome, wonderful content creator. So, no, that's not what I'm saying, Cricket. You're only listening to part of it. So the primary biological reason for sex is reproduction. All those other things that are, wait, is the ad over? Okay. The primary biological reason for sex is to propagate the species and to evolve the species through mutation. That's the scientific reason why humans have sex. All that other stuff that happens because of sex, like the euphoria, the stress relief, all those other things, those are mechanisms to get us to have sex so that the species doesn't die out. And we are one of the only species that gets pleasure from sex. One of the other species is dolphins, and it's really only the highly intelligent species that seem to have this mechanism where sex is pleasurable for them. In fact, with other species, it's really quite the opposite, you know? Like a praying mantis will bite the head off of her mate when she's done. Pigs have like a corkscrew penis because generally they need to rape the female. So it's kind of like designed to like latch in there and hold on. So the primary purpose for sex is to create more of us. And the primary benefit specifically of sexual reproduction is the mixing of genetic code that both allows for the selection of superior traits like intelligence or beauty or strength. That's why like pretty people usually date pretty people, or like smart people end up dating smart people, or things like that. And everything else that happens because of sex, pleasure, the euphoria, the stress release, the companionship feelings, all those are things to get us to do it, because being intelligent species, we realize that there are also like downsides to doing it, because raising a child is hard. Most parents these days aren't actually fit to raise children, which is why we have so many school shooters and so many children that just go out and do crimes, or you have like those Jack Doherty types, and you're like, how do children like that even exist? It's because their parents weren't fit to be parents, but they didn't take precautions not to become one, or they thought they were capable of raising a child and they just weren't. So now, that being said, that doesn't mean you have to have sex for reproduction to reap those other benefits, right? You can have these homosexual couples that they benefit from the euphoria, from the stress relief, from everything else. But like when you just look at the biological science of it, the whole reason that sex even exists as a concept is for the purpose of reproduction. And then all that other stuff is to convince us to do it, even when our brain is like, oh, but man, have you seen the price of diapers lately? Well, that's technically correct from a biological standpoint, but that doesn't mean there's anything wrong. Yeah, exactly. There's nothing wrong with just having sex for fun, as long as you're not doing it in a way that negatively affects yourself or the people around you. 100%. Whether you're straight or homo, yes, actual. You can just like, it's totally fine. Like straight, homosexual. To be honest, I don't even really have that big of a problem with bestiality. I think if I've seen animals that kind of want it. People say animals can't consent. I don't know about that, man. I have seen some weird shit happening. So it's like,
I don't mean to alarm
as long as you're not harming anyone.
but I think we're being followed.
If you love your sheep and your sheep loves you, go marry it, you know? Thank you for the follow, MC Pinks. I'm gonna get banned off Twitch. But no, real shit. As long as it's between two consenting adults, there's absolutely nothing wrong with having sex for pleasure. Yeah, don't even have a problem with having sex for money. You know, I think prostitution should be legalized everywhere, and I think it would be good for prostitution to be legalized because then there'd be more safety. You know, there'd be. I'm not saying necessarily everyone should have to follow regulatory standards. I think there's too much stuff that's overly regulated today, but I think it would be cool if you could get like an official escort, you know, that you know has like a clean bill of health and is maybe practiced, really knows how to pleasure you type thing, regardless of what your orientation is. And I think that would solve a lot of the feelings of loneliness that people experience today. If you were actually just be allowed to be like, yo, I really need a blowjob this weekend. Let me go on this website and pick someone. What's up, MC Finks? How you doing? Welcome to the chat. Normally we don't get this unhinged with these Sunday streams, but we've had some pretty deep conversations this Sunday. And these mental health and philosophy streams specifically, but I always have the AMA tag up. So even if I'm doing like gaming or something, you can always ask any question you want as long as you do it respectfully. We don't appreciate bigotry here. Now I do realize that some people that were raised with certain mindsets may not understand they're being bigoted. So we make some leeway, especially when we're talking about these sex-sensitive subjects. If I delete someone's message, don't take it personally. But like there's TOS I have to follow here on Twitch. And also there's probably certain things I just want in my chat sometimes. But as long as I feel like everyone's being respectful and not trying to insult or demean someone, and they're actually trying to just understand and contribute to the conversation, we're gonna give people the benefit of the doubt, and we'll just delete the message, maybe time them out, take something to explain it. But philosophy, I put it all under the umbrella of philosophy because politics is not the game that people think it is, but religion, all that stuff, you're welcome to speak about it here. Just do it with love, you know? I'm good, man. Just drinking my coffee, editing. Awesome. I need to do some of that. I have a video I want to edit. That's going to be tomorrow, though. So Monday, we normally do music stream. That's the new thing that we've started here in the new. Even though the studio's not ready yet, it's just a bare concrete floor that has terrible room sound. But I do love some coffee. Cheers. I drink way too much coffee. I drink coffee like it's water. But I should probably drink more water. Oh, I might have to stop by for music. Yeah, I'm not good anymore. I used to be damn good, actually, especially when it came to voice. I was a theater major in college, so I can sing virtually any genre. And like, if you give me a couple days, well, it used to be a couple days. Now it's probably a couple weeks. But if you give me some time, I can learn to sing like almost any song out there. I have a range that goes from Johnny Cash to Journey, but I'm definitely more of a natural baritone if you can't tell from my speaking voice. So like Johnny Cash, he gets a little deep for me. I kind of bottom out a bit, but Frank Sinatra, I can do that all day long. That's my golden zone. A little bit above it sometimes. I like Jason Mraz a bit too, stuff like that. I listen to every genre though. Mostly my favorite stuff is like metal, punk, and hip hop, but I know all the classics as well. Right, the big thing we're going to be trying to do Monday is I'm trying to upload a video to get a free guitar potentially, and if I get the free guitar, I have to upload 5 songs of me playing the guitar to their Facebook group for like their marketing and stuff, which I think is totally fair. But I'm trying to get good enough at guitar to sing and play again, which I can't do because basically after college I went into the workforce and didn't play for 10 years, and then I kind of came back and then stopped, but I don't really remember how to play guitar anymore, and I definitely can't sing and play at the same time. So one of the songs I do remember is this guy right here. It should probably still, it needs new strings, so it won't be perfect, but yeah, close enough. One of the only songs I still have like most of the muscle memory for, right? So I'm trying to actually get really good at playing that song again. But there's 2 versions of that song. I actually learned it as like a not entirely accurate version of What I Like About You. And then, but if you go listen to this right here, what it actually is that I was playing all those years and I didn't realize was ROCK in the USA by John Mellencamp. So he's got like the couple at the beginning, but then after the intro, it goes into the regular strum pattern I was doing right about here. So I went back. It all happened because I was like playing that song once. I think I was like hanging out on my porch, or just, I don't even remember. Someone was walking by, a friend or something, and they were like, "Hey, it's ROCK in the USA." I was like, "No, it's not. It's What I Like About You." And they were like, "Okay, but it's also ROCK in the USA." And I went and I listened to it, and I was like, "Okay, it kind of is, but I think it's still What I Like About You." And then I went to What I Like About You, and it's not actually exactly accurate. They kind of use different chord voicings and stuff like that, and I think maybe even different chords, because like a lot of people that aren't musicians don't realize there's like E, and then there's something like E sustained 7, which kind of sounds like E to the trained ear but isn't. I don't know if E sustained 7 actually does. I don't know music theory anymore. One of my problems, but I know those chords exist. So it's like, I think when I looked it up, like, let's go look it up. It's not exactly just straight the simple E, A, D, I think is the chords I was playing. When you go and look at What I Like About You, even if it is those chords, you can hear it's way brighter. And if you look, he's playing them way farther down the neck. So it's definitely different chords than I thought they were. So I want to eventually figure out how to play this correctly. Yeah, it's E sustain 4. E sustain 4. That's pretty cool that I like kind of guessed it right, you know? Almost. Not E sustain 7, but E sustain 4. Like, I used to play this song with 3 chords. There's 7 chords in it. So while I kind of want to, this is the song I used to sing along to that strumming pattern. It's basically the same exact strumming pattern except for a little more muting and stuff like that to make it more interesting sounding. But when I do the video, I want to sing the song that's actually correct for the chords I'm playing. Because when I first started learning to play guitar, I was a lazy guitar player. Like, one of the biggest things I did was what's up, Seth? What are your opinions on masturbation? I make AI music for fun. Oh, I do too. That's what all of this stuff is. I actually, when you drop in the single, as soon as possible, I actually have some stuff I'm working on, the Snow Ninja, that I want to see if maybe 1 or 2 of them will go viral, so I can actually finally like make music off content creation and keep doing this forever. But I got tired of my Twitch VODs getting muted, MC. So I made a bunch of AI music to play in the background of my stream. And my goal is to eventually make 1,000 songs. And for a while, I was doing literally a song a day. I was releasing a song every single day. And I did that for almost 2 months. Sometimes up to 3 songs per day. But I fell on hard times, and I just literally had to stop doing everything and go full survival mode. I've been in survival mode for like 15 years now, but there are levels to survival mode, you know? So I had to really batten down the hatches because the ship was sinking for a while. And now we've like bailed out most of the water, and I can start doing all this stuff again. And hopefully we can get the hull patched up and really get wind in the sails this time. But so to answer your question, Cricket, I think it's fine. I think at some point it's one of those things where it can be a slippery slope. We're talking about masturbation now. I think it's absolutely, on some level, it's a good stress release, but it's not optimal. I think it's better to have a partner, and if you don't have a partner, it's kind of a bit of a waste of time and a waste of energy. And I say that as like a reformed gooner, you know? I'm not like an actual gooner. I never went hard like some of the kids these days, where I've seen things where people are like, yeah, I used to like bust 7 times a day. It's like, damn, dude, like, how do you find time to like make lunch? You know? So there are people that are like all into that, but at the same time, I can definitely understand why. I don't think there's anything inherently wrong with it on its own, but it's one of those things where very easy to become addicted to it. So there were definitely times in my life where it was a daily habit for me, and I don't look back on those times fondly, you know? I'm like, damn, I could have been doing so much more with my life. I think porn is, yeah, I think porn's probably pretty bad for the mind too. There are, like, even when I watch porn, I was very specific that I didn't like to see the guy. I always watched heterosexual porn because I'm straight as an arrow. Again, if you're just joining, I don't have any difficulties with gay people at all. I was a theater major for 2 of my 4 years in college, and the only reason I left is because the theater department, the faculty there was bullshit, and I realized that I didn't really have many job prospects as a theater major. And actually, I didn't even really want to do theater in the first place. I wanted to do music, but they got rid of their music major. And then I was like talking to my advisor, and I was going to do musical theater, but they were like, okay, but you should still do theater as your main, and then just take additional music classes, because you can do, you'll be able to apply for more roles as an actor that can sing than only a singing actor. And I was like, yeah, that makes sense. But so I'm very much just straight up heterosexual, though. I worship the pussy. So it was one of those things where even when I did watch porn, it was always very heterosexual porn, and I didn't like seeing the guy at all. The less the dude is in there, the better. If I like the POV stuff, point of view, where it was just like I didn't want to see him at all. So, but there are so many ways that porn, especially porn addictions, can be terrible for you, because they actually make it harder for you to enjoy the real thing, which is one of the reasons why I say that I feel like masturbation is kind of like a waste of time on some respects, and it's a waste of that energy, because like when I was doing daily stuff, it's like that's energy. It's like it saps your energy reserve, right? So it's like I can't do a 24-hour stream if I had a gooning session earlier that day. You know, it's just like I'm gonna get tired. I'm gonna go to sleep. And also, it's just it doesn't have any of the interpersonal connection, any of the feelings that you get from actually being intimate with another person. But the benefits of it is that there is the stress release aspect. You know, it's very much if you have a very stressful day, sometimes it's helpful just to bust one out. And because we don't have any type of legal framework for you to just like call up an escort or anything, it's can be difficult and expensive and even somewhat dangerous, either for your personal health, because there are like dudes that call up a woman and she like ties him up and stabs him and steals his wallet or something, or you might get some kind of sexually transmitted disease or something. We don't really have any type of regulation in place for that because it's all illegal. So in that respect, sometimes like porn is the best option, even though it's not a good option. But I find for me, sometimes I just get to a point, especially now that I'm like past it, out of that phase. Every so often, like couple weeks, couple months go by, I get to a point where I'm just so damn horny I can't even focus. You know, I like go on Instagram and I can't even scroll past anything without thinking, damn. Or it's not even Instagram. It's like I'll go to Aldi's and there'll be an advertisement, and I'll pick up the advertisement, and I'm not even seeing what they're advertising. My man brain is just like, damn, she looks good in those jeans. And it's like, bro, it's an advertisement for eggs. Why are you looking at the jeans? And that's when you know you just need a sexual release, right? When you can't focus on your life because your brain is just obsessed with sex. But I will say, for anyone that hasn't gone down that road, it's kind of like marijuana, you know? Once you've experienced it, you can never go back. So, my advice to people that have never gotten into porn at all would be don't ever start it. But once you've been there, it's not terrible if that's the only option you have to get yourself back on track where you're able to focus, or if you need some kind of release or accommodation. STDs for sure, yeah. And I do follow some OnlyFans girls and stuff, but it's kind of more for entertainment at this point. I don't know. They post some of the wildest shit. Like, it's just absolutely unhinged because they're trying to go viral with each post to trap dudes. I've never subscribed to any OnlyFans. I subscribed to one Patreon, and it was a music Patreon. So I've never spent money on any of that stuff. But I just think it's funny watching these OnlyFans girls post these videos and stuff that sometimes have to do absolutely nothing with sex, or they're just streaming on Twitch to trap people into the architecture. And it's all hilarious to me at this point, like having been on the other side of it. So the answer for your question, Cricket Chirp, is that I think people should avoid masturbating when they can, and they should seek out a partner to share that sexual energy with if possible. But when that's not an option for whatever reason, there's nothing wrong with busting one out just to get yourself back on the gravy train. But you have to be careful, because that very quickly becomes a slippery slope which can lead to a porn addiction. I was subscribed to a guy's OnlyFans for like 2 years. He is hot. He did shower videos every day. Nice. I've thought about doing naked workout videos. Because here's the thing. One of the reasons, so I used to do a lot of fitness streams and post that on Instagram and stuff. I still have I'm so out of shape right now, dude. Every time I look in the mirror, I'm like, I look like a weak little bitch, because like I don't have my biceps, I don't have like any of my chest definition I used to. I still got the things right here, you know, and I can probably, I used to stand, I could do this amount of weight, which, what is this? That's a 6, and then that's a 0.5, so it's like 17 pounds. We'll say maybe another pound for the bar. We'll say 18 pounds. I could stand here and do these 18-pound dumbbells for like an eternity. Like literally, I would just do this and not get tired. It was to the point where I needed more plates, but I don't have more plates. So I would just stand here for an hour doing this while watching like a documentary or something sometime. Now I'm probably going to do like 40, 50 reps. And then I'd be like, okay, that's enough. But I was actually doing pretty solid. I was doing a lot of fitness content. I actually have a fitness sponsorship, assuming it still exists. Let's see. But I don't like, see, is that command still there? It seems to still work. These are the, oh, it brought it to a specific item. Oh no, it's just they changed their homepage to show a specific item. But these, so the only fitness supplements I buy are from here, and when I can't afford these, I get Aldi's protein powder, because I'm very specific. I don't like protein powder. It's disgusting. I used to play football in high school, and when I did, I would always make fun of the dudes that drank those protein drinks, because I didn't really understand it at the time. I thought it was all just like snake oil and stuff like that. But you actually can't. Your body can absorb way more protein than you eat normally through your food per day. And like, as long as you're actually breaking down muscle and using it, you should try and max out your protein intake. About, I think it's like 40 grams per day is like what the average human can intake. And my protein powders were like 32 grams per day. So I would take like a scoop and a half, mix up a thing, and drink that. But the primary reason I never really used protein powder when I was younger is because I hated it. It was disgusting. Even when you got like the best mixing bottles, it always just ended up being clumpy and tasting like shit. And then I started posting those workout videos when I started trying to get back into shape, because basically what happened is when I hit 30, I like looked at my life and I saw a lot of my friends starting to have health problems. I looked at my dad, who's over 60 now, and he's doing better now, but he was literally having trouble getting in and out of his car because of hernias and stuff like that. And he stopped swimming, and that's when everything really started to go downhill for him. So I looked at my dad and I was like, I'm not gonna deteriorate like that. I want to be that guy that's like 55 years old and can still run faster than half the 25-year-old, you know? So I started even just going out for walks and stuff. Like, that's why I started doing those nighttime walks and stuff that one time got me in trouble with the police because I was trying to stay dry during a downpour, which is still the most ridiculous thing. But I started doing the walks, and then I got those dumbbells for Christmas from my parents. And then when I did that, FNX noticed me posting on Instagram, and they were like, hey, do you want to try our stuff? I was like, I kind of hate protein powder. They were like, well, give us a try. And I was like, okay. Literally the best goddamn protein powder I've ever had in my life, to the point where I could not stop myself sometimes. And it's not bad to drink too much protein powder, because it's not like calcium, where it's like if you take too much calcium, you're gonna get kidney stones and stuff like that. Your body probably just will kind of filter it through, and generally fine. But they have this AM protein powder, and they call it an AM protein powder because it has caffeine in it. Oh my god. I replaced one. I used to drink 2 coffees. When I have this, I replace one of my morning coffees with the chocolate one specifically. I really want to try the blueberry muffin, but I haven't had a long time to do that. But it's so good that it's like actually just like a chocolate milkshake. And then I also got their vanilla one, and I started using that. I got that for like the regular afternoon protein powder. I started using that to make smoothies with like frozen blueberries and stuff. Oh my god. I don't know why. I don't know how they do it, but their protein powder is the only protein powder I can stand. And plus they have all the other things like BCAAs. So this is for anyone that's looking at the supplements. Yes. So nothing on the FNX site, pretty sure. Let me double check, see if there's anything new they have. I don't know what the MTX Red is. I've heard a lot about nootropics, but I haven't researched them yet. So I don't know anything about the nootropics, but we're just gonna go through the things I do know about. The super greens, those are really helpful, especially for someone like me. Super greens have an entire day's vegetable servings in one drink. So I don't eat vegetables. I'm like a meat and potatoes guy. Like, we went over to dinner for my family. I go have dinner with my family pretty much every Sunday, like my extended family. And I had spaghetti, red sauce, and meatballs. And then my side was egg noodles and fettuccine alfredo sauce. Not a single damn vegetable to be seen on my plate. So when I have the money, I generally get those super greens because I know there's a lot of vitamins and minerals and other things that I should be getting from vegetables that I'm not. So I will mix that into a combination drink that I do after my workout, and we'll talk about that in a moment. Actually, why don't we just do this, and I can like show you guys what I'm talking about. Am I on the right scene? Cool. Yeah. So those are cool. They've got lots of different flavors. Some are hit or some are miss. Try which flavor works for you. I think for this one, I have the. There's like a unicorn one. Yeah, unicorn punch is pretty good, and I think the other one I had was like strawberry. I don't think it was tropical blast. I need to find where all my stuff went. But so those are good if you don't get enough vegetables. If you eat plenty of vegetables, you don't need that shit. BCAAs are the one thing that I think everyone should take, regardless of whether or not you actually work out or anything, because what these are is they're the basic building blocks of your entire body. They're called branched chain amino acids. That's what it stands for. Amino acids are what proteins are built out of, but they also do all kinds of things like ligament, joint health. And so if you get up and like walk around the block once a week, you can probably benefit from branched chain amino acids. If you get like any muscle soreness in your body at all or any stiffness, you can probably benefit from branched chain. Pre-workouts, I have mixed feelings on them. So they absolutely work. There's kind of two ways to use pre-workouts. One is you can just take the full thing at its recommended dose and then give it about 15 minutes and you're going to be ready to hulk out and punch through walls. And I used to do that. The primary reason I use pre-workout is when I'm struggling to get motivated to lift, right? If I'm like, man, I just want to sit and watch YouTube all day, I will take the pre-workout and then in about 15 minutes I'm buzzing. I'm like, bro, I need to punch a wall. Okay, I'm just gonna lift up the weights instead, you know? So they do the trick, but it's not necessarily the healthiest thing. Even if you don't get the ones with caffeine in it, it's just like amping up your body like that constantly will take its toll. There's really no crash with their pre-workout, which I think is cool. But the other way you can use it is if you take like a half scoop and mix a half scoop into your drink, then it's basically like a regular energy drink. And I found that it doesn't overcharge me, but it kind of just gives me that long lasting energy. Creatine. So creatine is one of the most debated ones. I've like looked at scientific research on pretty much all of these, any of the ones I'm going to talk about. We'll come back to that in a second because it's the third tier, I'll say, of like workout supplements. So the first tier is the BCAAs. As long as you like don't exist in a couch like one of those fat people in the spaceship in Wall-E, then you can benefit from BCAAs. If you have a job where you're on your feet constantly, or if you even go out walking friends once or twice a week, you can benefit from protein powder. Anything that you do a workout where you get a little bit of muscle soreness, you can benefit from protein powder. That muscle soreness is your muscles being broken down because using them breaks them down. So to rebuild that, you need protein, and you can absorb way more protein than most of us have in our diet. So if you get muscle soreness, whether it's from your job or maybe you're like a cyclist, or maybe you ride your bike to work or something, then sometimes you'll get a little bit of muscle soreness, or you do mid-level workouts, you can absolutely benefit from protein powder. They have 3 primary ones. They have the whey protein blend, which is your basic, same thing as like you see at your regular store. They have this AM protein blend, the one I was talking about. It basically has approximately a coffee's worth of caffeine in every shake if you do like the recommended size. And then they have the collagen protein, which is really interesting because it's since it's collagen based, it like doesn't mix as well as the whey stuff, and it's kind of a bit of a little frustrating to deal with. But the research is still out on collagen. So the primary thing we know about collagen for sure is that it's good for your fingernail and hair health. It basically keeps them shiny and prevents them from drying out. But there's also some research, I think it was done on Penn State athletes, maybe volleyball players, that found that it seems to help joint health. And I don't know whether got the ad break, so we're gonna wait until after the ad break. I've got a song stuck in my head. It's The Rock in the USA, actually. It didn't even occur to me. Song stuck in my head. Bring your katanas. I don't have a katana, but I do have a Gion, a straight sword. Let's see. This song's still stuck in my head. Dude, I hate the ad breaks. I wish I made enough money from like subs, and I gotta get the merch up for tomorrow. Like subs and merch and stuff that I didn't need to run ads, but I'm trying to do everything I can to make ends meet so I can keep creating content for you guys. But now that the ads are gone and we can get back to actually talking. So we have the collagen protein. I used to use this as part of my post-workout drink. We'll talk about that in a minute. But the research that has been like confirmed is that collagen is good for your fingernails and hair health, which some people don't really care about that stuff. And if you don't care about that, then probably just stick with the regular whey protein. I used to have all three of these when I was going really hard on my lifting regimen, because the most interesting thing I found about the collagen protein, there was a research, I think it was done with Penn State's athletes, that found that it apparently helps with joint flexibility, and especially like with recovering from injuries and stuff like that. And I have 2 metal screws in my ankle from when I was a football player in high school. So I had like a shoulder injury for a while. So I partially got that to help with that. Now I don't know if it actually did help or if it's just like survivor bias type stuff, but I'll tell you what, man, from like, it definitely seemed to help. Like my ankle does not give me any problems it used to. I ended up recovering from that shoulder injury entirely, and that's like the second level. As long as you're doing enough that like you get muscle soreness, then you get the protein powers. The first level, it's like if you get up once a week and walk around the block, you can benefit from BCAAs, because this is the basic building blocks of basically everything in your entire body. These are for like mid-level exercise. Creatine. A lot of people say creatine does nothing. Well, that's not entirely true. It doesn't really like help your body under normal functions, but what it does is it adds bulk, creates energy. So basically, your body will burn creatine kind of like it burns sugar sometimes. And what creatine is mostly useful for is weightlifters. It's going to help you push bigger, not necessarily bigger weights. It won't make you stronger per se, but it does make you slightly stronger, but it also adds bulk faster. So the amount of strength you gain from it is offset by the additional weight you have to move. But the primary thing that it does is it gives you greater endurance. You'll be able to do more reps, which in the long run will make you stronger, because doing more reps makes you stronger faster. And especially if you want to get like toned muscles, that you want to bulk up, creatine is the way to do that naturally. So I don't know about this hydration thing. Sold out. Let's see what they say. Oh, there we go. Okay, yeah. It's just, this is Gatorade. This is basically the equivalent of Gatorade. It helps all those things that you like sweat out while you're working out. That's what this does. This is their answer to Gatorade. Natural testosterone booster. You should only take testosterone if you have low T, right? If you are getting up there in age, or you have some kind of medical problem where your body is not producing the testosterone it should, that's really the only time you should take testosterone. Because if you take testosterone and you don't need it, you might actually suppress your natural testosterone production, and then you will need it. So it's generally not a good thing. The sleep aid, this is like the melanin or whatever. I have this. I tried it. It didn't work for me. Melanin. That's something else I don't have, is a lot of melanin. But the melatonin, it works for some people. It doesn't work for others. Some people it gives weird dreams. Some people it like will make it so they feel drowsy waking up. You shouldn't take sleep aids unless you have trouble falling asleep. But if you do have trouble falling asleep and staying asleep, it's worth trying melatonin, because it's not a nuclear option like Ambien. Ambien will make you do weird shit like wake up in the middle of the night and rob a candy store. I'm not even kidding. Like Ambien stole candy. I probably should go on YouTube. It might have not been Ambien, but any of these like prescription. Okay, let's make sure we're not on this, because I don't want the random bullshit showing up on my. Okay. Oh, I kind of want to see that. Ambien. Yeah, Ambien sleepwalking. Literally the stop thing. So. I want the specifically. There's a video. I don't know if you can find it anymore. I don't know if it was actually Ambien, but there's a video of this guy that he's sleepwalking, and he just like walks into like a bodega and walks out with a bunch of candy bars. And I think the police eventually catch him, and he didn't even know he did it. So you should absolutely stay away from pharmaceutical sleep aids if you can. I would say try regular melatonin, or the only thing that actually works for me with my insomnia is hemp products like THC. The legal stuff, I don't do the illegal stuff because I do firearms things and I don't need the ATF knocking on my door. Krill oil. I love this stuff. This is so good. So, I can't stand, it's basically the same thing as fish oil, except for it doesn't taste like fish. It tastes like candy. It has omega-3s. I did research on omega-3s, and it's cognitive function. They're supposed to help all this stuff. Like, these are not necessarily, it's debated still, but the science seems to generally lead to omega-3s are probably a good thing. So the cool stuff about this is it kind of tastes like Swedish fish, like sweeter Swedish fish, whereas the fish oil is just insanely nasty. Also, it has more omega-3s than fish oil. The downside is that krill farming is kind of not the most there are things in the krill farming industry that aren't exactly great. I don't know what this is. Thermogenic weight loss. I have no idea what this is. I haven't seen this one before. This is a new supplement. Oh, this is if you're doing ketosis. I don't recommend ketosis. That's what thermogenic weight loss is. Got it. Ketosis is generally not good for your body. And there are people that will debate me on that, but all the research I've seen says keto is bad. Pre-workout, we already talked about that. They have different versions of pre-workout. Some have caffeine, some don't. Some have extra caffeine. I've never tried ashwagandha. This is a new supplement that they have that I did not know they had. Pretty much everyone should take a multivitamin. There's no reason not to take a multivitamin. I wish I still had the money to take a multivitamin. Do they have the one that I like? They do. I would get the Resilience Hair, Skin, and Nails Gummies. Now, they're called the Hair, Skin, and Nails Gummies, but it looks like they have a regular one. But when I was doing things, I didn't like taking the regular multivitamin, but I went through and I looked at all of them. So I do want to try ashwagandha. I've heard good things about it. I haven't really seen research on it either way yet, but I'm curious. If I ever get the ability to buy this stuff again, we'll probably buy some of this. But as far as these gummies, I used to take them all the time because they didn't have the regular gummies, but I looked at the stuff and it actually had a lot more. It looks like they switched them to two separate things. It used to have like half of the stuff in this and in this, their regular multivitamin, and it looks like it's just vitamin C, biotin, and selenium now. But I used to take, I think it was two pieces. I used to take 2 of these a day, and when I get back, I'll probably switch to these ones because I like the gummies. I probably wouldn't take the multivitamin if it didn't taste like candy. So everyone should take a multivitamin just because generally our diets don't supply us with all the vitamins we need. But yeah, so actually the thing about me working out naked, Snow, if you're still here, was before I started streaming my workouts, I always did them naked because I just didn't like the clothes getting in the way. It was so frustrating, especially when I started working up a sweat and stuff. I didn't want like the stuff clinging to me. I liked just having the fan on and letting the air wick the sweat off of my body. So for a while, I absolutely considered doing naked workouts on like OnlyFans or something. And who knows, maybe one day I'll get back to that. But for now, we're just trying to get back to actually working out and get set up and get the stream going again. Do these weekly streams and chat with everyone. But who knows? I'm just happy to be creating content again back here with you guys. I'd love to get it back to a point where I can actually make some money off this stuff. I hope to like within a month be able to have numbers where I can start accepting the Stream Elements sponsorships, and then hopefully after a month or two after that I'll be able to make some money. So like these are some of the sponsorships I have available, but the problem is you need to meet certain thresholds to be able to even get a payout. And I've done like 2 sponsorships in the past, and I think I got paid out for one, not the other, or maybe I didn't make either one. But both times it was like not when I was streaming consistently. It was when I tried to come back and then I just randomly did it, hoping it would bring people into the stream. And it did, but still not enough to meet the minimum payouts. a lot of these are mobile only, so I need to figure out how. Oh, okay. I can just use an emulator. Cool. But that makes it so much easier. I'll have to look into doing like these mobile only streams and set up an emulator. But I want to do both of these because I want to try both of these. Although I don't know if I get anything from that. Probably not. I think we just add it. We might have to look into that for the next stream starting this week. I really don't like doing sponsored streams on Sunday. So it's like, even if I have a sponsorship up, I'm not going to probably run it on Sunday for 2 reasons. Because it's like supposed to be God's day. That's why we do this stuff. Just here, hanging out, chatting to everyone, giving a day to relax, reset for the week. It's not, I don't do anything I consider work on Sunday. So if I'm getting paid for it beyond like just the existing on Twitch thing, which is kind of the architecture of Twitch, no way I can shut off subs on Sunday as far as I'm aware. But I won't do anything for money or that I consider work on Sunday because it's God day. Like the only thing I do that's kind of workish is like chores. Like I'll do laundry and like maybe clean up the bathroom or something, but I'm not gonna go build a deck for someone on Sunday. If there's money involved, I'm not gonna do it on Sunday. So even once I activate these, if it's something that I can just keep active all week, I'll probably turn them off on Sunday. At least, like, I don't think I would go through. They probably want you to put a panel below your stream, so I wouldn't go through the whole process of going down there to turn off the panel and stuff, because then I'll probably forget to turn it back on, and it's kind of annoying to change your panels on some level. You have to go through like 3 steps. But I won't do like the bot posts or whatever I'm supposed to talk about or do anything that's like actually sponsored on these Sunday streams for 2 reasons. One is because it's like just supposed to be that day for the Lord, and it does say like don't do work on the Lord's day. The other thing is that it's just about chat on Sunday, you know? So whatever we happen to talk about, wherever it goes. And I don't want a sponsorship guiding the discussion on Sundays. I want chat to decide what we talked about. Today we talked about police overreach, homosexuals at Thanksgiving, and masturbation. So it's definitely been an interesting day, to say the least. That's amazing that you are back. I'm glad. I never work on Sundays either, ever. It's a Catholic thing. Indeed it is, yeah. And for Jewish faiths, it's Saturday is the Sabbath. And I'm not sure about, I think it might be Saturday for the Muslim faith as well, but don't hold me to that. Of course, different sects will change things too. But for the Abrahamic religions, at least, you're supposed to take a day off to honor God. I like that you do it too, Snow. That's pretty cool. Did you see the pictures I sent you? The carpet's done. Upstairs is done, which is like a huge. Actually, I can send you a new picture because I got all the tape off yesterday. That's what I meant to start streaming like 6-7 p.m. yesterday, but I spent all day pulling the tape off the walls. It literally took me like 10 hours. It was on there way longer than it was supposed to be. That painter's tape, you're supposed to take it off in like 2 or 3 days. It was there for like a month because of bullshit that's been going on in this place. So, and the other reason you're supposed to take it off right away, especially if you're using like latex paint. Think about like latex gloves, right? I'm sure you all know what like a latex glove feels like. No Ninja knows what like all kinds of different types of latex feel like. Just look at her Instagram. But it's like a kind of like a rubbery feel. So that paint, latex paint, will have that same finish. And if you don't, damn ads. It's so annoying. It annoys the piss out of me because it always happens when I'm in the middle of an explanation. You know, it's not when I'm like in some random like waiting for a lobby, some random stupid bullshit in the stream that no one wants to see. It's like I'm talking to chat and they decide like, oh, so you want ads right now. You want like half of your stream not be able to hear what you're saying right now. Yes, Twitch, that's exactly what I want. Pay me 2 cents to interrupt my damn stream for a minute. It's so frustrating. Got 8 seconds, 7 seconds. So, and should be back now. So, now I don't even remember what I was saying. This is why the ads annoy me. Oh, no. Oh, the latex. Yeah. So latex has like a rubbery finish to it. And you can actually if you let it dry in a paint can, you can peel it off the paint can. Like, let me go get one of the paint cans. So this is one of the paint cans that we have. You can see plenty of paint all over the edge and the rim, but if you look inside, there's barely any paint in there. You can see there's like a little bit around the top edge and stuff, but you can peel it off like a sticker, basically, because it becomes a rubbery substance when it dries. So what happened is, if you paint with tape and then you let the paint dry and then you peel the tape off, it will peel the paint off. So what I had to do, in addition to trying harder to get the tape off because that adhesive only peels off easy days, and if you go too fast it will rip the tape, I also had to cut along all the lines to make sure that the tape wouldn't peel the paint off the wall as well. So it literally took me 10 hours, maybe longer, to pull all the tape off the walls. But the tape's off the walls, the carpet's installed up there. So all I need to do now to finish that room, well, there's two things. I was gonna paint the ceiling, but I called my parents and I love my parents, but they have like very short-sighted, kind of self-centered views of things. So like usually when I'm done talking on the phone with them, I like scream at the walls for an hour, and I'm not even kidding. I actually spent like, I don't know how long it was, but I was just walking around the house in a circle. I have this loop, pretty cool. Like, there's a hallway that goes into the room, like the main entry room, which is also like the living room. Then there's like a small dining room, and then there's the kitchen, and then the kitchen connects back to the main hallway. So I can do like a loop. And when I get angry, usually at my parents, I will just do laps around this loop. and like shout at the walls like, what the fuck, I can't believe they're so petty, childish, things like that, because you can't let those emotions stay inside of you. That's something I learned a long time. You need to feel them, work your way past them. But the thing is, that's exhausting. So I actually told them I was going to paint the ceiling. This was the night before they came into the carpet. I told them I was going to paint the ceiling with fresh paint, fresh coat of white paint, because it's not bad, but it does look like they used to burn candles and stuff in here. So there's like soot and stuff, and I tried to wash it off with a sponge, but it didn't come up. So I told them I was going to paint the ceiling, and then they got me so mad that I spent an hour yelling at the walls after I hung up. I didn't yell at them, you know, I'm very good at just smiling and nodding, and then I hung up and yelled at the walls, and that made me super tired, obviously. So exhausting to deal with that kind of bullshit. So I didn't end up getting any work done afterwards. I gotta remember, I never seem to remember that, like, after a phone call with my parents, I'm not going to get anything done for the rest of the day. Because it always takes a massive toll on my mental health. And I do try to call them every other week, but I can't really do more than that, because then I'd never get anything. I would just be insanely frustrated the whole time. I'm kind of dreading them coming back in for Christmas, because they're going to be staying here with me. And I don't know how that's going to go. So if I don't stream for all of December, no, I'm kidding. I'll be streaming. And if that causes a problem for them, well, then they'll just have to deal. But, yeah. The place is going good. Oh, I see, yeah. You could do a streaming stuff. Yeah. So I'm trying to figure out how to do that a bit more. One thing I'm definitely going to do is working on this room. Like, this whole floor needs some. Let the camera adjust to me out of the way for a moment. If you look, so there's two kinds of spots on the floor. I wonder if you guys can see Charlie's laser. Charlie's, I don't know. It's not really bright, but this brown spots, white spots, that's just paint from, I don't know where the brown came from. White, I don't know, okay, they did, kind of just looks like it's bare plaster, drywall, but that might be bare job. I don't know where the paint came from. Well, there's paint spatters on here. There's something spattered on. But anyways, this whole place, so some of this is just paint, but also some of it, because that, yeah. So this used to be, I think, a playroom for children. So kept animals in, and they had carpet here. And one of the first things I did was tear out all the carpet in this place. It all smelled like cat piss. And cat piss is very acidic to the point where it will actually like disintegrate the padding underneath the carpet. And I think some of the yellow spots are like cat piss gel that was made by the whatchamacallit, the padding disintegrating. It doesn't smell at all anymore, because I hit it all with this stuff called Nature's Miracle. It's the best thing for dealing with cat pee. Really, really good. And that got rid of all the smell, but like some of the hardcore gel stuff didn't come up. So eventually I want to get another bottle, and let me have this scraper here. I want to get the more of that Nature's Miracle stuff, and I want to spray it down and let it soak. The first time, I just did it with like a sponge, and it got rid of most of the smell. But it's got this is tile adhesive. I had to pull some tile up on the first floor for the entryway. I've laid new vinyl flooring down, but I want to douse the floor in the Nature's Miracle stuff that like chews through the cat pee, and then scrape as much as I can off this scraper. And primary reason is because I want to get the floor as level as possible. Like, even these paint spots, I don't think they'll actually come up, but if they do, that would be great, because once you paint over them, you'll see them forever. I should probably just leave it down here. Like that little circle, if you paint a circle over that, if you paint over top of that, that circle will always be there until you put like 10 layers of paint over top of it, you know? So that's one of the things we want to do, that we're going to be doing on stream. Like, pretty much all the work in this room, I think, unless I need to move this desk setup area I have here, will be done live on stream from this point on. One of the most important things is, can you kind of like overexposed a little bit, get my rope out of there so it doesn't darker. If you look by the guitar coming out of the box, there's a crack you can kind of see. There's actually a lot more cracks. That crack goes all the way to the, kind of hard to see because it gets a little overexposed in the area back there, because lighting's not set up to be staring at the floor, it's set up to be staring at me. But I have these this concrete crack seal, so you guys get to watch me fill my crack on stream. What else is there? Yeah, and then we're gonna paint the whole thing, so we'll probably do that on stream. But yeah, we got plenty of work. I want to get some soundproofing. Not soundproofing, but sound treatment. Room is way too echoey. Sounds terrible to me, especially with this high quality microphone in my studio headphones. Yeah. What else do I want to do? Oh, there's a landing down into this level in the basement here that I think used to be the primary place where the cats would pee. They didn't seem to have any kind of discipline for their cats. They just let them piss everywhere in the entire damn house. Charlie, he only pees in his litter box or outside. He goes outside a lot, and I know he goes out to the bathroom most of the time outside, because there'll be like, when we first moved in, he wouldn't go outside. He was afraid. I had to empty the litter box literally every day because it was always filled with shit, because he was overeating too, being stressed. He would like eat as much as he could, and then he would like shit till the litter box was so full he didn't want to shit in it anymore. There was literally once or twice he just pooped in a random room in the house. I made him regret that. One day, when he pooped in that room, I locked him in that room for a couple hours until he was like meowing. I was like, "Yo, you tired of smelling that? Me too." He hasn't pooped in the house since then, so I think he got the message. But he goes out and poops outside a lot now, because there'll be like an entire week where there's like 1 or 2 poops in the box. Mostly he just pees in there now, so I just pull out lumps. But they literally must have had no discipline for their cats, because the entire floor down here and a lot of the carpet upstairs was covered in cat piss. But worst area was actually, there's a cat door in the door going down to the basement, and the worst area was that, you know how most stairs in residential areas, they go down like a couple steps and landing down the rest of the way. Well, there's like 2 or 3 steps down to this landing, and there was so much cat piss on this landing that it had literally eaten through all of the paint and stained the wood with cat pee. And it got to the point where even after I got all of the carpet out, I could still smell cat pee in the house. It was all coming from this cat piss soaked wood landing. So I used 2 entire bottles of like cat pee remover on that landing, and it got rid of the smell to the point where I can't smell it anymore, but I can still see the stains, which means I know that Charlie can still smell it because cats' noses are way more sensitive than ours. So I actually have a special primer that's like designed to sense and stuff like that. I am going to prime and seal that landing. You can still see like there's like a bunch of white dust on the landing right now, which is like the dried chemicals that I use to get most of that cat piss off. I should probably not leave. I've just had so much work that like little things like I need to mop the kitchen floor. It looks kind of nasty right now, but it's like when I need to do 10 hours of peeling tape off a wall and like fucking a day of pulling out carpet and stuff like that. It's like taking an hour to mop the kitchen floor doesn't even occur to me because I've just got this list of huge things that are much higher priority, especially when the kitchen floor is immediately going to get dirty again because I'm like pulling tack strips up and stuff like that. But I think tomorrow that's what we do before we stream. I'm just gonna do like a little bit of cleanup because now that we've got a lot of the major work done, I want to take a slow day or two and just ease into it. I need to borrow a neighbor's vacuum since I don't have one up here. The guys that installed the carpet didn't vacuum the carpet, which kind of annoyed me, to be honest. Like, because I don't know if you guys know, but whenever you install a carpet, there's all these little pieces of carpet, like fuzzies and stuff, that are left over afterwards. And it also just doesn't look right until you vacuum it. Like, carpet kind of has a grain almost, sort of like wood, except for it's a movable grain, and you can vacuum carpets in certain ways to make them look better. It was something I had to do when I was a maintenance guy for 7 years at an apartment complex. Go in and clean out an apartment. I was supposed to vacuum the carpet in a very specific way to make the carpet look prettier. And even when we would replace a carpet and we'd go in, the flooring guys we had there, the last thing they would do as they were leaving, they wouldn't do it as like pretty as I would. Like, I would line up all the little stuff so it was like an actual pattern in the carpet, but they would at least vacuum up after themselves so it looked kind of nice, whereas these guys, they didn't vacuum at all. So I think the plan for tomorrow is to borrow a vacuum and then just regular cleanup around the house that I haven't had time to do while I was doing hard work. And I guess we'll wait. We have an ad, or we're supposed to have an ad soon. I didn't know. Yeah, no worries. It's all cool. We have ads right now. I'm gonna hydrate for a bit. What else were we talking about? Anyone got anything they want to talk about? I just rambled for a minute about playing. Oh, we were watching Ellen. Anyone have anything they want to talk about or any articles they want to share? Let's see if there's. Oh wait, that's the wrong thing. I'm gonna miss Pocket. Can I get Pocket on? Can I get Pocket on Brave? Still in that scene yet? If you don't know what Pocket is, here I'll pull it over. On Firefox, at least, I have it set up so Pocket just gives me a bunch of random news articles, and I will just pick some that look interesting and read them with my morning coffee or something. I also like using them for these Sunday streams if I don't have a book to read or something, and at the moment I don't have a book to read. We actually read one, Snow Ninja. I don't think you were here for it, or maybe you were. I was raging out. I wasn't paying attention to who was in chat. We read like the most insane Vogue article. It was an article called, it was titled something like, I love my son, but I don't love spending time with him. Basically, the entire article was about how she actually hated her son. She just refused to admit that he was like an accessory to him, and she didn't want to do any of the parts. She didn't want to do any of the things that are required for being a parent, but she wanted like all the recognition and benefits of being a parent. I was so mad. I was just raging at the article the entire time. I'm gonna go through that VOD and I'm gonna clip it out and I'm gonna upload it to my YouTube. So watch. I'll try and send it to you when I do because it's kind of funny. But I was just raging at how stupid and entitled this woman was, and I felt so bad that any child has to be raised by someone with such mental illness. That it was great content, really, and I kind of hope people try to cancel me for it. I'm gonna at Vogue, and I'm gonna see if I can find the author and get her upset too, because one of the things people don't realize is if you try to cancel someone like me on the internet, that's just gonna make me popular. That might make me money. So I'm hoping they get so upset that they try to cancel me, and then like Asmongold watches a video or something, and then they try to cancel him and it gets bigger, because that would be kind of funny. But there's a lot of cool stuff that Pocket has, a lot of like technology. It's just they have things from everything, you know. They tell you parenting, sports. These tags are new. I don't remember there being there before, but you can save these articles for later. So I do want to see, can I add this to Brave? Extension. Web store. We're trying to switch over to Brave. Save to Pocket. So we're gonna get the save to. Fine. But I want to know if it will actually give me the same home screen. I want to pin to. No, we'll have to figure that out. I think Mozilla Firefox is kind of integrated with Pocket. Yeah, it doesn't. Turn on Brave News and never miss a story. Okay, that seems like a similar thing. I don't like the setup as much. I would have preferred just like a general layout, customized. Brave News. show. Do they have a pocket? Oh, I thought that was a search widget. It's not search for backgrounds. It's literally search. Okay. So maybe we just end up still using. I need to get logged back into that. I don't remember how to log back in. I don't remember my Uphold accounts, but I want to be earning crypto just for but so it does look like Brave has a similar feature. Okay, I just don't like the layout as much, but that's something we can do. I just want to hear the rest of this story. By the way, if anyone has anything they want to discuss or bring up, especially since I don't have a book to read at the moment because I'm not sure where they are, I haven't found them yet. Regardless of whether it's mental health or philosophy, politics, religion, anything that's tickling your lobes that you want to discuss and chat, feel free to bring it up. We have pretty much an open forum here. Just be respectful however you do it. Here's some videos from one of the most disrespectful people that ever lived.
I know when I walk into a restaurant, people are watching, waiting to see if I'll be mean. Oh, look,
I like that she's talking about her being mean right after I call her one of the most disrespectful people that's ever lived.
Oh, she's reaching for butter.
It's not even funny.
Hit somebody.
On the contrary,
it sounds like that is absolutely just a laugh track. I don't think I heard a single real laugh from the audience. You know, it sounds like Seinfeld.
there are some pretty out-of-touch segments. For example, her joking about her car features, which you'd clearly only find in a luxury vehicle.
Then there's that one
that
button that inflates.
Which you'd clearly only...
Look at, like, we're gonna show back, but just watch how stiff that audience was. It's almost like they're afraid they're gonna get canceled by her if they have fun. Normally, if you watch like a stand-up comic that's like really killing the crowd, people will be moving around, like talking, elbowing each other, like laughing and pointing or like gesturing and stuff. Every single person in that audience looked like they were a store mannequin. Who knows? Maybe they were.
Touch segments.
But
For
just
example,
watch
her
how
joking
stiff
about
they
her
all
car
were.
Features, which you'd clearly only find in a luxury vehicle.
There's I saw two pieces of movement, and it looked like one person was
getting spooned by a pregnant woman.
She also makes this out-of-touch
Okay.
joke.
We're all interested in different things. We're all good at different things. I was talking to someone the other day, and they said, Ellen, I don't know how you get on stage in front of people. I could never do that. And I said, well, I don't know how you dry clean clothes.
But as
What?
an overall, the special isn't terrible. Its audience rating of 5.4 stars feels fairly accurate, although as you might expect, simply because it's Ellen, the articles written about it have been...
It's not funny, but it seems like one of those things where if you enjoy Ellen, you would probably enjoy seeing her in her element, you know? How did you find this? Oh, so right? This is her Netflix special. I've actually seen parts of it before from this guy, although it was his side channel. I didn't even know he had two channels. I've actually been watching his side channel, and I didn't know he had a main channel till I searched him, and I was like, wait, I followed the channel that's his that has less views. Like, his main channel, 1.7 mil subscribers. This was at 500,000 subscribers. This is the one I've been watching the entire time. I haven't subscribed to this one yet because I haven't watched any of his main channel videos, and clearly they have a different aesthetic, like hugely different aesthetic. And half the reason I enjoy this channel is because of the aesthetic. You can even see effort 0, aesthetic 100. I love that type of old school YouTube content, that's specifically what he says. So the whole reason I knew this existed, he did a whole video breaking that down. And it's terrible. Where is it? Not his video, but her thing. So I'm gonna share this, and then we'll share the other video. But if you want to watch, this is like an actual breakdown of the stand-up, whereas the one we're watching from Sunny B2 is more like a takedown of Ellen's comeback. But this right here, he's talking about look at that face. Basically, this whole channel is like one of his things, or he always has a segment where he like comes up with a random name for himself. Not always, but sometimes. Says like, or maybe I'm just got a guy in his basement talking to a camera like YouTube used to be, and that's the aesthetic I love. Let's see if he says it.
If I had to sum up today's entire video in a single word, it would be closure. America's favorite comedian has come back with one final Netflix special to see if she can answer the question once and for all: is she still a terrible human being? And seeing as this stand-up special has been unanimously despised and is already being considered one of the worst of the year despite only being out for like a day, I'm gonna have to go ahead and say yes. Ellen
This
DeGeneres
was a
seems
month
like
ago.
She's still pretty much a terrible person. But where this stand-up special may fail in the comedy department, it does serve as a master class for how not to take accountability, how to make yourself seem like a victim of a scenario that you created, and how to go through one of the biggest celebrity downfalls I've ever seen and somehow
learn nothing.
Absolutely nothing from it. So today, we're not only going to watch Ellen DeGeneres' new stand-up
Do your
special,
intro,
but
dude.
also
I want
have
them
a
to
little
hear.
bit of a fact-checking session where we'll see, is her version of events the truth, or when you look back at what exactly happened, is it actually so much worse than any of us remember?
He normally doesn't do this long of an
My
intro.
name is D'Angelo,
Yeah.
and I am your professor of rainforest precipitation trophies, which is a very real degree that I definitely do have. Or maybe this is just me broadcasting myself talking in my room like YouTube used to be. And in today's
And so I love this aesthetic of it's just him talking in his room, like ranting about stuff. I don't know if I'm gonna like the other channel stuff as much, because this is like all high production quality things where sometimes that stuff annoys the piss out of me. So I haven't followed this channel yet, but definitely watch that video if you want to see not the whole special. I don't think getting the whole special would be worth the Netflix subscription, and probably not worth the time you'd waste on it. But D'Angelo does a really good job of summing it up. Goes a little more into depth than this Sunny V2 video, which is just a takedown, which has been kind of funny so far.
Ellen DeGeneres' unfunny Netflix special leaves so much unsaid. Ellen DeGeneres lets herself off the hook in self-indulgent Netflix special. Ellen DeGeneres is unapologetic,
Makes you believe it.
unrelatable, and
Oh.
totally insufferable in her new.
Some of the stuff he said here earlier was insane. Like this lady, I have never seen. I think that's the second time she showed up. You know, like often when someone asks you something about someone you used to work with, if you had like, even if they were like a bad boss or like a terrible friend, they'll often be like, you'll think about like the silver lining, because there's always like the good moments, and you're like, well, you know, they were kind of a jerk, and like that's like often the worst you'll get from someone, even if it was like a really bad boss. But this lady, oh my god, she responds with so much just like straight vitriol. She just rips it off. Like I can't even imagine the terrible things that Ellen did to this woman to make her respond like this. You know, I'm pretty good at like reading human behavior and stuff, but like just watch this woman. She doesn't even hesitate. She just spits it out. Not this one. It's, yeah, right here, right after that. Just listen to her response to the question. It's so insane. It's like, oh my god. Like, I've rarely seen someone hate an individual as much as this lady hates Ellen.
Sit on the couch, basically.
Which was supported by Hedda Muscat, one of the show's former producers.
one of her own producers who would work every day with her to make this show happen, said this off the cuff.
Toxic, phony, hypocrite, liar. That's what she is.
She agreed that things were
Ow!
different.
Dude, just like, ooh, what's the other thing she said?
Don't talk to Ellen. Don't do this. You can't, go into her office. It was very nerve-wracking, very stressful. We all walked on eggshells all the time.
And after the show's deed, I hope for our show, yet Ellen's former producer certainly didn't buy it.
So when Ellen says she's not aware of this environment, you don't think that rings true?
It's a lie.
Ellen then took a 2-month break.
Just straight up. Dude, that woman hates Ellen with a passion. All right.
Know how you dry clean clothes.
Hey, we're right at the same spot.
Overall, the
Okay.
special isn't terrible. Its audience rating of 5.4 stars feels fairly accurate, although...
And I feel like a lot of that is just people who are like Ellen, loving Ellen, because that's how people like Ellen exist. You have those, I'm not saying they're all women, but because she's a woman, there are guys like that too. There are certain unfunny guy comedians, there are plenty of them, that have a platform, and they're pretty popular, especially on like YouTube or like stand-up comedy tours, specifically because there are other guys like them that just like the hateful things they spew. So I feel like most of that positive rating for Ellen was just other hateful women like her being like, yeah, she's not afraid to say the hateful things that are in my brain. Whereas you have like guys that are like that too. For example, my favorite example of unfunny male comedians who D'Angelo Wallace has also taken down is Andrew Schultz. This guy is not funny at all. He's in a podcast that is kind of funny, but he's the least funny guy in the podcast. He always says the cringiest things.
As you might expect, simply because it's Ellen, the articles written about it have been pretty brutal. Ellen DeGeneres' unfunny Netflix special.
Yeah. And that's fair too, because she's been exposed for being so mean and stuff. I think at some level she gets not more hate than she deserves, because she probably deserves all of the negative things said about her from what I've been able to see, but it's gone beyond just what should have been said, because it became trendy to hate on Ellen. Once it becomes trendy to despise someone, people who don't even have anything negative to say about them are gonna say negative things anyways, just so they can like make money off the algorithm, which is a shame.
Leave so much unsaid.
So she probably didn't deserve all this. Like,
indulgent Netflix special. Ellen DeGeneres is unapologetic, unrelatable, and totally insufferable in her new Netflix special. They'd write, the problem with For Your Approval, aside from the fact that it's almost never funny, is that it feels so disingenuous. So
nothing was funny.
Rehabilitate an image and preserve that triumph for prosperity. Another
literally nothing was funny.
Stand-up shows in recent memory, half observational punchlines, half closing argument in a trial,
I love Nutella.
featuring DeGeneres as her own defense attorney. Neither half works on its own. Taken as a whole, it's an exhausting mess. That also adds self-awareness is different from taking responsibility. DeGeneres offers no apologies or even explanations for her behavior, yet in other more favorable reviews, unapologetic was used as a positive. I like the fact that she's rather unapologetic. It's highly refreshing and honest. This extreme divide can be seen by the audience reviews on Google.
I'm telling you, that's one of those hateful women carrying a candle for her. She's like, hey, I like that she's not sorry for being mean. And the only reason you would say that is if you're a mean person yourself.
There's almost an equal amount of 1 and 5-star rating.
Wait, was it?
It's highly refreshing.
Okay, we don't know if it was actually a woman writing this article, but let's see. Trying to make fun of a serious. There's a lot of great material here. What? None of those jokes were good, not even great, let alone great. Ellen comes across as a nice person. This is definitely a wicked person that is like, oh, well, she's nicer than me, so she must be nice, right? Whoever wrote this is probably absolutely insanely toxic to be around.
And honest. This extreme divide can be seen by the audience.
Andrew Tate. Yeah, so actually, sometimes Andrew Tate actually says funny things, and sometimes he says true things. That's why he's so big. But he is absolutely just a hateful piece of shit. I don't like that dude at all. I want to be clear. But he does what Andrew Schultz wishes he could do. So he manages to attract people because he is actually a good content creator. He's just not a good person. Andrew Schultz is a bad person and a bad content creator, at least in my opinion.
There's almost an equal amount of 1 and 5-star ratings, a sad representation of the black and white thinking that plagues the internet so heavily today.
Like, if we do... I thought this video was hilarious. He might have the clip of it. I think CoffeeZilla has the clip of it.
Andrew Tate is after me, as is his
Yeah.
war room. They're all coming after me after I investigated Andrew Tate. Now, previously, Tate was a big fan.
CoffeeZilla.
This video, I think he has a maybe not this one. He always has the funniest aesthetics. Like, he has I think he has like a cigar and a glass of wine. And he's giving like knife hand shit. Dude, when I watched this, I was laughing my ass off. I have to admit. He's funny. Okay. This thing.
About your video, I don't respect your journalism.
That's right. He doesn't respect my journalism anymore. You can see I've really angered him. Now, I haven't released anything of my investigation. Flooded my email, disliked my upcoming
Here, we'll share the
No
coffee
one has
video.
seen it yet.
This is my statement to you, CoffeeZilla. You're You're doing this little breakdown, this investigation. You just emailed me in a actual tone saying, oh, I want to ask questions about this coin, this coin. You really think you're going to do a investigation into the fact that meme coin prices go up and down and all the cards and the trenches are going to agree with you? Of course they go up and down. It's meme coins. Nobody cares. I'm built different.
So like, all that stuff is true. Meme coins go up and down. And it's like, he's kind of good with the delivery, makes it kind of entertaining to watch, sort of funny. I was laughing my ass off, but I was more laughing at him than with him. But that's why he's so popular, right? Especially for like weak men or weak boys that never had a strong father figure in their life. This is like the closest thing they've ever seen. And the way he traps them is because he like says things that aren't wrong. And they're like, yeah, that's kind of true. But then he uses that once he gets his hooks in them to like drive them down the wrong path. Because most people are evil and racist and homophobic and being evil on online cells. Yeah, exactly. And yeah, like what a lot of the stuff he said there was disgusting.
Nobody's scared of your investigation. Your emails sound. I accidentally leaked your email address. Now everyone's calling you. I regret nothing I've ever done. Suck my daddy to the moon. For every single person who can show me they have emailed CoffeeZilla and called him gay, I will buy daddy. And for every single dislike on his upcoming bullshit expose, I'll buy more daddy.
Ah, yes, the classic normal.
So it's like entertaining, it's engaging, it's kind of funny, it's evil as fuck, but that's why Andrew Tate is so big. Now, you go over, we're done with the Ellen thing, right? Yeah. So you go over to the Andrew Schultz guy. Okay, this is on his channel. This is one of his stand-up. Let's see if these are funny. I bet you they're not going to be funny.
trying to smear this great city. Every time I turn on the TV, they're saying you're a bunch of fucking criminals, drug addicts, and pedophiles, and it's bullshit. That is not the whole city. That is a very small, specific section of the city. It's called Diddy's house. That is, listen.
Okay, that wasn't bad, but it's really low-hanging fruit. Anyone can make fun of Diddy. Literally, is this whole thing gonna be about Diddy? That's just what it's... Oh, there. See, there it goes. 30 seconds in, and he's already being racist. Like, what the fuck?
Those Japanese love gambling, bro.
It's not funny.
They call it driving. But whatever, man. Listen, this is the only reason I think he might be guilty is the evidence.
It's not funny.
But no, the other reason is because every celebrity in LA has had their home robbed except Diddy. Like Rihanna got robbed, fucking Keanu Reeves.
Still not funny.
Got robbed, but no Diddy. And I thought about it, it's like, bro, robbing Diddy is terrifying. Cause what if he's there? You break down the door, he's butt naked on the couch. Meek Mill sitting on his lap, just
Still not funny.
petting him like a Maltese cat. Just Meek Mill crying. Oh no, wait a minute. I thought you was.
So, what he's doing here, it's like standard comedy techniques. It's called specificity. The more you talk about a joke and like talk about little specific things, like the Maltese cat, that's how you make a joke funny. But it's still not working because he's just not funny. Yes, like literally, it's just not even good content.
It's finished. Diddy's like, can't stop, won't stop. You try to run out. You run out. The door is locked. You're locked in. You turn around. All of a sudden, you hear. And you barbecue with a wife beater. You're fucking Mexicans.
All he does is racist shit. He's racist shit and low-hanging fruit. Like, we went from Japanese can't drive to like Mexicans and barbecues. What the fuck? Now, the guy I do like, who is in a podcast with him. Yeah, we're on that account. And the only reason I even know about him is because he's got a friend who is definitely, here we go, Akash Singh, this guy. A lot of people don't like this guy either. He's very much a highly offensive comic. But one of my favorite things is his crowd work. And this guy, he says highly offensive shit, but he does it in a funny way. And so this is this is literally the same type of comic that Andrew Schultz is, except for he actually has some talent. And they're on a podcast together. And that's the only reason I know who Andrew Schultz is at all, is because I started watching this guy. He showed up in like 1 or 2 shorts where he was doing some great crowd work. Like, let's just look at one of these crowd work shorts. Like, this one has 1.9 million views.
You a pre-med? You're a doctor. All right, goddamn, I'm sorry. Well, I said pre-med, bro. Sorry, I thought you were young because you got a lot of hair. That's weird. Somebody gets offended that I think they're young. Man, what kind of a doctor are you? I knew it wasn't a real doctor. I knew, just off your fucking attitude, I knew it wasn't.
See, that's good.
I was gonna say like some kind of fake like podiatrist or something. You're a half a step above a podiatrist. That's where the insecurity comes from. And he's like, pre-med, dude. Pre-med? No, I actually did very mediocre on my MCATs, thank you. Hey, doctor, I got a cough. Why don't you go see a better doctor? He'll tell you what to do.
Oh my god.
Where'd you go to med school? Ross University. I figured it was either DO school or some Caribbean med school. You know
Oh my
Ross
dude.
University ain't that good? Because they wanted me. If I could have gone to the same med school as you, we both dumb as fuck, bro. Don't brag about being a doctor if I could.
That one's not even that good, to be honest. He's had some great ones. Exactly. Yes, it's like kind of funny. And where is it? White men's first time in India. So he will do kind of racist shit, but it just makes you laugh because it's not evil. It's just lighthearted trolling.
Culture shock at first. Why? I saw strange hugs everywhere. That's what you noticed? That's the whitest shit you could possibly notice about India. That's the whitest fucking thing you could possibly notice about India. They don't take care of the dogs. I've seen a motherfucker drag himself across the street with no legs. And I knew you saw that too. I knew you saw that too. And you were still like, the dogs. You saw kids with flies all around them looking like they're dead. And you were like, my God, we gotta do something. There's a dog next to this dead kid. A fucking trans woman knock on your window and demand money. I know, I told you, I know. You were like, look at that dog behind this trans person trying to rob me of my money. Knocking on my window, demanding money, and putting an actual fucking...
I love this guy. He's so good.
How was being in India for you?
So, like...
How was being in India?
And those two guys, Andrew Schultz and this guy, they're on a podcast together. I forget. Let's do how to spell that? Google fixed the rest. I can't even spell podcast right. Oh, flagrant. Yeah, that's what it's called. Oh, you know what the best option is? So D'Angelo doesn't appreciate Akash, and I can understand that, but I don't think D'Angelo really gets Akash's humor. He just calls him an unfunny troll, but he's actually quite a funny troll, if you ask me. He's definitely a troll. He's a little weasel troll, but he makes it funny, you know? So, what happened to his channels? There they go. So, he has one. Actually, I can do probably... He has a whole video talking about this guy. Yeah.
This is habit. Being able to exist
Yeah.
in an environment
So this is their
where you get
podcast.
pushed back for so long and constantly pushing the envelope to see what you can get away with. None of this is dependent on viral recently.
But he just says the most racist shit to these black guys, and they're like insanely uncomfortable and don't know how to respond. But like, because it's like the first one isn't even bad. The first one, it's like, okay, whatever, dude. That wasn't funny. It was maybe a little rough around the edges, but like, I've seen comedians say worse things. But then he just keeps going. It gets so rough. It gets so rough. And I think the reason Akash Singh loves this guy so much is for two reasons. One is because based off of like the trolling and stuff you've seen him do to the audience, like his crowd work is so amazing. He just kind of likes to watch the world burn, right? So I don't think he's really necessarily friends with Andrew so much as it's like, this is my pet comedian that does stupid shit and I get to watch it from the first row, you know? I think that's part of it. And then the other part of it is when he's next to Andrew Schultz, Akash can say pretty much anything he wants because everything Andrew says is gonna be worse, you know? It's like, okay, Andrew just said the most racist shit, so I can say something kind of racist and everyone's gonna laugh at it because it's like, it's a step back from what this guy just said.
Where you can see so many men with microphones, with these two being guests on the podcast and this being our friend.
Why he looks like, right? It makes, dude, I absolutely like, I don't know, his hairstyle, that stupid fucking mustache, his clothing choices. I don't like this Andrew Schultz guy at all.
James and Fuhad start talking about the black girlfriend effect.
Wait, what is the black girlfriend effect? This is
Oh, you don't know about
just
this?
glow up the other culture.
Yeah, so you'll see a guy who's had a black girlfriend. All of a sudden, he's got buzz cut, like clean shape up.
So as they explain,
See, that's kind of funny. The black girlfriend effect. I like that. It makes sense.
the effect is a man glowing up when he gets a black girlfriend, leveling up his drip, magnifying the riz, etc. It's a silly joke.
I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised.
Immediately, Andrew has to swoop in and shoot down the idea that a black woman could ever improve somebody's life. Even as they're talking, he's uncomfortable.
They shave their hair because they start losing it. Because they're so stressed being around this black girl complaining about it all the time.
Now,
Okay. That one's kind of funny, to be honest. They even laugh. Those guys, they're kind of like, oh yeah. Because you know what? I've spent a lot of time with a lot of different people. And I have lots of friends. And I have seen some black women ride their boyfriends. Not like in the sexual way either. Like the, oh man, you better get your shit together type thing. In the way that like only probably like a Latina could do, you know? So I can totally see being stressed because of your black girlfriend. Absolutely reasonable. Not really disrespectful, just like a comment at this point, right?
To analyze the scene that's about to unfold. I almost wish I could get David Attenborough to analyze this, like just these people and their natural habitat. You can see in Andrew's face that he is calculating. He's just repeatedly racist.
It is very true.
That black women are angry, right? Constantly complaining.
So one thing that I don't necessarily, I think it's just his frame. D'Angelo will kind of like take things too far a little bit. He didn't say that black women are complaining. That's not what he said. But he's saying that he said that black women are complaining. So it's not exactly true. He just said like, they will, I wouldn't even call it complaining. They just expect you to show up at a higher level, so to speak, which is literally what they said what the black girlfriend effect was. He just took it from like the physical appearance to like the mental level, and they liked it. They thought it was funny. That's how you build. That's like true comedy. True comedy, especially when it comes to improv, you never really like, unless it's really fucked up, you never really say no to another comic. It's always yes and. So, but his big problem is he always says no. If you actually watch, he waved the guys off, which is like, that's not how you do it. He could have delivered the joke better, but this is actually one of the better jokes I've heard him say. That was one of the only funny jokes I've ever heard this guy say. But then he immediately ruins it. Just wait.
Point of causing stress for their partners. And James and Fuhad have a choice. Actually, the same choice that every man is faced with constantly when he's in a room with only men. Am I gonna let this slide? And James and Fuhad have all too predictably decided that yes, they are going to let this slide. So then after sensing zero,
they later came out and apologized for this, by the way. Those two guests, they were like, hey, yeah, we probably shouldn't have been laughing at those jokes. We were just really uncomfortable. Know what to do.
Push back, Andrew decides to take it a little bit further.
They grow a beard because there's more cushion when they get slapped the out of.
Just immediately into the cringe. And look at how entertained he is with himself. Dude, he could have just left it there. It would have been fine. Just move on. But he immediately had to take it like full cringe. It's like, why? What the fuck is wrong with you, dude?
Now this joke has evolved into black women are angry and violent. And Andrew
Yeah.
is literally giddy, bouncing up and down
Look
like
at
a
it.
child who has been giving gifts at Christmas. And the gift he's received is complicity. I actually feel like these two look fairly uncomfortable now.
Yeah,
Nonetheless,
that guy looks insanely uncomfortable. Like, that is the, oh my god, I can't believe he said that, but I don't know what to do right now face. He's like, I don't want to be on camera. I'm hiding my face. These guys are so insanely uncomfortable.
I actually feel like these two look fairly uncomfortable now, but nevertheless, they are still laughing, and they say nothing, which allows Andrew to swoop in for the trifecta.
I think the black girlfriend effect, It might be a protective instinct, bro.
You think?
Protective.
And that is how an extremely lighthearted joke about guys changing up their style to impress black women got flipped within mere seconds into
It's just
black women
rough.
are angry, violent, and men need to be protected from them. And obviously,
And it's like whenever I watch, I haven't really watched a lot of it, especially recently because I've been, what's it called? Flagrant. Like, he's never funny. It's like technically his podcast, I think. But Akash carries it. Like, see, all of this is him. But, oh, he's not in all of them. But let's do one with Akash. Maybe Akash just isn't in them anymore. Because if you look, these stuff with Akash, and it's from older, like over a year, 4 months ago. I think he kind of like realized, hey, oh, he takes over in this one. I want one with both of them so you can see them next to each other. Oh, you know who else isn't funny? Fucking Bobby Lee. This guy is not funny at all. I don't like him.
Do you know any Indi whatever Punjab? What do you?
He's already mad. He is already mad. Like all those stand-up clips we saw of Akash. Did you ever see him that he didn't have a smile on his face? This is the angriest I've ever seen Akash. He is so ticked. Like the way he was tapping his foot. Just watch Akash's body language. You can tell that guy is like, do I really have to be next to this disgusting piece of shit? Meanwhile, Andrew Schultz is just loving it because this is like one of the only guys, one of the only comedians out there that can make Andrew Schultz look like a decent person.
Do you know any Indi whatever Punjab? What do you?
Look at his body language. He is so mad. He's so mad.
Is that a song? Or, I don't know what.
No,
I don't know the people.
No, that is, you know the people, Bobby. You know the people.
Do the snake.
Do the rinky dink.
Do the snake.
Do the rinky
I love it. I love it.
We all love the rinky dink.
Yeah. You were in Annie. You were the one that drove the car.
See, look. He's laughing because it's a comedy podcast, but the laugh never sticks. So if you really want to know if someone's actually laughing or smiling, you look at their eyes. They will smile or laugh with their eyes, and it will kind of like stick to their face. But the moment he's done laughing for the podcast, for the audience, it's immediately back to the death gaze. Just watch him.
I love it.
He's smiling, smiling, death gaze. Death gaze. Death gaze.
Go ahead, sing me a song.
Smile, death gaze.
Like bullets into a clip.
Yeah, well, I'll catch up in a second. So
Like it's loading in his head.
Yeah.
Oh, it's so good. No,
Do you have a song?
No, we don't have a song that I know.
Wait, you don't know an Indian song to sing? It's gotta be like a lullaby or something?
Yeah, I probably know. Man, I don't really know that many. I don't know the rap shit. I can't rap. I've been listening to.
I'm sure he knows some, but he just doesn't want to engage with this, you know? Because that guy's insanely smart. Akash, I think he's really pretty smart. At least when it comes to cultural and body language. That's why he's so good at the, whatchamacallit, crowd work. Like I've never seen someone that can so accurately guess what a person's profession is. It's ridiculous.
I think
the old Indian shit from like.
Volley, you know any?
Are you angry?
It's the
You
same
saying this
song.
volley?
This is long. I kind of want the part where
I'm wondering why you're so angry.
I'm not angry. I'm fucking having a blast. This is a fun time. But we're not having.
he's definitely angry. Yeah. So Bobby Lee. Let's talk about some of the bullshit with Bobby Lee. There's people have made whole. I don't know how to spell his name. But there we go. People have made whole videos on why this guy is such a piece of shit. He will actually just like sexually assault people and think it's funny. It's terrible. I don't even. Oh, I hate how YouTube does this. I'm like, what does this have to do with Bobby Lee. It doesn't. Why do I want to see things I've already watched? What does this have to... None of this... Dude, YouTube is so bad these days. Alright, let me catch up with chat and then I gotta pee. Bobby Lee is so weird. Bobby Lee is like George Lopez. They make fun of their own race on purpose all the time. George Lopez, all he does is make fun of Mexicans and what people love. Yeah, it's so weird. Yeah, and the thing is, like, George Lopez actually has his moments. I thought the George Lopez show was pretty good, but to be fair, I think I kind of had a crush on the girl that played his daughter, which would definitely make everything more tolerable, of course. And who knows how much of the George Lopez show George Lopez actually wrote. And I didn't watch a lot of it, just episodes here and there because it came on after something else I watched. I don't remember what it was. And then, like, I'd stay because it had a pretty girl. But I think for the most part, I don't think I would like George Lopez's stand-up based off what I've seen as comedy. If he did stand-up or anything like that. But there are very few comedians I actually like. Bobby Lee has a hot ones. Molested podcast reaction. Is this what I was talking about? No, that's something else. We'll just... I don't know if I can even search this word on Twitter. He would, like, literally straight up grope other dudes. Here it is. This is the one. This is... I think this guy made the... This made the guy leave this podcast. Oh, yeah. Bobby Lee Impulsive. There we go. Well, I'll just search that. This guy used to be on the Impulsive podcast, and which, if you don't know, is Logan Paul's podcast. And the guy who he ended up doing this stuff to basically left. He was already kind of on the way out because they were having a they just weren't getting along anymore. But after the shit this guy did to Bobby Lee did to this guy, I think this might have been his last episode, or it was like one of the last episodes.
Yeah, I know. George has been under a tremendous amount of abuse. No, stop, George. I want you over here with me. George, I want you over here with me. Chase him down. Go. You find him. George, no, go get him. Go get him. I said this, he walked, and that's a first, and now we're going to have to deal with the fallout of this episode for the next 2 months. I swear to God, Bobby Lee, you pissed off my co-host. He's probably crying in the driveway.
You know, the Beatles could have lost Ringo.
Oh, yeah.
It's not funny.
Shout out to the Myman.
It's not funny.
I mean, if Ringo left, they would be like, oh, let's shoot fucking Abbey Road, record Abbey Road.
We just shot a new profile picture.
Yeah, I know. I'm saying is that
we need him.
That attitude right there was just unprofessional.
It was a bit unprofessional.
It was unprofessional.
Yeah, it was.
Listen, I'm a guest.
The fact that
right, I feel hurt and abandoned.
I know.
He's so fucking entitled, and the fact that like Logan's just like, yeah, you're right.
Because I gotta go now.
No,
I know.
If he doesn't come back here, if he doesn't come back here by the time I'm done,
I'm walking too.
What the fuck?
Do they show the actual the really disgusting shit?
I'm telling you.
They go get him.
So Mike, you're the real talent on this.
Yeah, you're telling me, buddy. I know.
No, okay. So the dude actually like gets up and shoves his ass in his face or something like that. And he's like actually groping him and shit. It's just fucking disgusting. And they let it happen. Yeah, right there. And then they get mad at him for getting mad that he's literally being sexually assaulted on camera for views. Like, what the fuck? That's terrible. That's absolute bullshit. And so boring and racist. It's like promoting. Yeah, it's It's terrible the way they do it. And like, there are ways to talk about race in a funny manner. Like, you can watch Akash Singh talk about Punjabi Indians, and it's hilarious. And everyone is laughing, especially the Punjabi Indians. But then you go and see some of this shit, and it's just not funny. It's just racist. It's mean. And the only people that laugh at it are other racists who want an excuse to be racist. It's fucking terrible. You guys can watch in the clip when he I don't want to give, I gotta pee anyways. Hopefully Bobby Lee won't be in there trying to molest me. And you know what? You can be mean and still be funny. Like, what the fuck is that? Were you guys able to see that? I'm not sure. I was thinking it might be behind the camera. Oh yeah, you could absolutely see all of that. It's terrible. It should have never happened. But you know what? You can actually be mean and still be funny. And Bobby Lee isn't mean. He's just racist. You know who is mean and still funny? This is one of the funniest damn things I have ever seen in my life. Do you know about the whole Asian Andy story? So, I think he was part of the Ice Poseidon crew. Let me check. Gotta be like I don't know if there's like a Wikipedia on him or what, but so Ice Poseidon is like the top IRL streamer, or like the original biggest IRL streamer, and he used to have all these other IRL streamers that would follow him around, and they would call them Andys. There's like, Andy is like a term for like just a generic streamer, a generic content creator. So they would just give him a generic name. This guy's name is not Andy, but he was Asian Andy, because he was one of the guys that kind of followed Ice Poseidon around and capitalized off of his Ice Poseidon's fame and got a little bit of his own bag on it. But this is actually one of the most insane stories I've ever heard. So basically what happened is, I think it was Asian Andy's sister or someone in his family had this squatter move in California, and like apparently California has like these insane laws where people can just live in your house for free and not pay rent, and you aren't allowed to evict them, which I don't know why anyone ever thought that would be a good idea, because this woman literally destroys the place and just lives there for years. Well, no, maybe not years, but this goes on for weeks or months. So what she did was she called this guy, and
she's been a problem everywhere she goes. This is like the second or third time.
This is such a cool story.
So right now, you need to reactivate it. I will crucify you. Do you want me to take your throat and then go off?
Don't be violent with me. Please don't be violent with me. Hey, oh, my feet! Oh, my feet! Oh, my feet! My feet!
So what she does is she calls Asian Andy, who I think is her brother again, and he moves in to the apartment, and he just does.
I'm autistic.
All of this shit. Do they give us the story? I hope they give us the story. I've never seen the original video. I've seen other people comment on the video.
Text from Mom. Is that ugly bitch still there? Golly, honey. I know you're fat, but you don't need to stoop that big. Love you.
I'm autistic.
So, first of all, he's a kick streamer. You know what that means. Second of all, he's an IRL kick streamer. You know what that means. It's just like the bottom of the barrel as far as like streamers go. And one of these things that these IRL kick streamers love, Johnny Somali does the same thing, except for he does it in like absolutely disgusting ways, is they love having a Bluetooth speaker that people watching the stream can pay money to get the Bluetooth speaker to say heinous shit out loud. And that's what that was going on. Dude, that's a lot of leaves.
The music right now.
I'm kind of jealous. I just dropped down on that one because it's still covered in cat piss. I haven't cleaned the floor off yet entirely. I want.
The awkward thing is there's one squatter and there's one not squatter, and I feel really bad for the girl that's not squatting. She was a really nice Asian girl, but we're gonna refund her. It's really a good situation.
I want to find one of the. Videos that just sums it all up. I don't want to watch the whole thing. Squatter Hunter? What the hell is that? We're just gonna go back to Asian Andy. I want to see if I can find the actual videos I would watch. So this is amazing. He wasn't bad enough. He couldn't get her to leave. Say they called in Scuff Jim Carrey. Or Justin Carrey or whatever his name is. And he was even worse. But does... I want to find the one I watched. Is this what I watched? Maybe? Because that seems to have a bar under it, like I watched it. I've watched several videos about this. This has been an ongoing situation that finally got resolved. The resolution was hilarious. Like, she ended up running and actually ended up getting arrested by the police. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna watch this one.
I hope she comes back tomorrow. My streaming career might die if she goes home. If she gets put away forever, my streaming career is done. I'm telling you, the cops have been here 4 times a day for the past week, bro. The cops were based Chad in my city. Hello, Maryland. Hope you're having a good day. Why are you in my entrance? You're in my entrance. Get out of my entrance, please! Get out!
So, there's a difference between being like...
How this generation is...
There's a difference being like mean, like Bobby Lee mean, and mean like Asian Andy mean. I'm not gonna say he hasn't done other terrible shit, because he is a kick streamer, so who knows what else has happened on his channel. But this whole squatter situation, I'm fully in support of what he did here. It's fucking hilarious.
More fixated on short hits of dopamine than any previous generation. My parents will constantly tell me, oh, as children we played outside, we didn't have these little phones that you touch, a touch screen phone. We had these big brick phones.
I need to check out more of this guy's channel.
A little bit more into degeneracy. This generation, probably the worst one so far. But I want to document it today because I've talked about many people on TikTok, Instagram, YouTube, people that
Okay.
stuff like that.
I need a new knife. It landed on the one floor in my house that I don't feel is clean enough. 'Cause I keep things pretty clean, but this floor is still a work in progress. It used to be a catfish jungle. I'd probably even eat on the basement floor outside of this room. Because it's normal, just like concrete dust. But like this is like, it used to be a biohazard floor, and I'm not sufficiently sure it's entirely clean yet.
Into a really bad situation that you basically had no control over. So we've now reached the point as a society, Joker reference, where people are now live streaming their entire saga about a squatter that has moved into their house that won't leave.
This is one of the best things I've ever seen.
Who's basically having a roommate, and that roommate is a squatter that broke in when they were away from the home, and legally they have no power. They can't do anything. So what did they choose to do? Make content out of it. Of course they would. Now there is a lawsuit about this situation. I can't even say the word situation because it's like such a commentary.
I don't even get.
There's a lawsuit going on right now, and they're
How is it possible that someone can like break into your house and live there, and you're not allowed to get rid of them? Like, what the fuck? What kind of evil-ass city do you live in that that's even possible?
There's so much lore to go over here. So the premise of this situation is there is a character called Asian Andy. That sounds like a racist bit, but genuinely that is the username he goes by. I've actually milked the word Andy so much, I just can't even say that. I can't even say that name seriously. Now, Asian Andy had a sibling who was renting out her place on Airbnb. That was until one person chose to stay at her Airbnb way past the date that she was meant to. I'm sure anyone that stayed at an Airbnb, you wake up and it's like, oh, damn, we gotta check out. And you're late by like 3 hours and you get charged out the butthole. But this is a woman who basically thought, this is a nice house. It's mine now. It's mine. So because of the situation
it's insane.
that Andy's sibling was in, Asian Andy took it upon himself to basically try to exorcise this demon from the house. Now, if you're unfamiliar of Asian Andy, he's like what you'd call an IRL streamer. He does these like bizarre, deranged live streams where he lets, you know, his TTS basically roam free. I have TTS on my stream, text to speech. You know, people give $10. They say something funny.
I think I do too.
Just a bit that they stole like from 3 donations prior. But Asian Andy goes the next step with his donations. They are degenerate to the point that they're basically just doxing his address via his Amazon Alexa.
Alexa, what is my current location? You are.
I think that's pretty funny.
It says the exact location. Holy shit. No way.
Alexa, order mail enhancement pill. Searching Amazon.
Now, the reason why he's called Asian Andy is because he was associated with Ice Poseidon, and he
Okay, I was right. Ice Poseidon.
That was before the platform was closed down in 2019. So this is the whole like Andy thing, and I feel like I need to explain this, and I'm going to do it very poorly. The Andy law scholars will be annoyed at me. So you may have noticed I say Andy a lot, right? Like I'll say 1 minute Andy, react Andy, all that stuff. I stole this bit. This bit came from Ice Poseidon because Ice Poseidon would have like a bunch of people be on his.
You didn't steal it, Pyro. It's just internet lingo at this point. It's like literally, we all know what an Andy is. Well, I mean, not necessarily all of us. I appreciate the explanation for those who don't, but you didn't steal it. You are absolutely fair and plenty within your rights to call someone an Andy.
His stream, who are basically just vultures and leeches trying to basically suck the clout from his little man boob. So all of these people that were circling around Ice Poseidon, they were called Andys. This guy is Asian, so we're now going to call him Asian Andy. This other guy, he's Mexican. Okay, let's just call him Mexican Andy. Oh, this guy is fat, so we're gonna call him Burger Andy. Also, there's a really funny clip with Burger Andy that you've probably already seen where, like, he's trying to get on a bus to leech more clout. They won't let him on, and the way the bus door shuts and it just shows, like, a deformed face because, like, the mirror's bent. It's a painful watch.
You said I could get on if I had a worm. Oh, okay. You guys said I could get on if I had... And earlier he said I could get on. Dude, Paul, is it cool if I come, man? Come on, you said I could come on earlier. Same people as before, we don't have enough seats. You said and I just ate a worm and shit. Dude, it's sketchy out here. I don't have to walk back through there.
I mean, why'd you come here?
I came here to see you guys. You said I could come with you.
So that's where the term Andy originally came from, and then I kind of yoinked it and just tried to...
I don't really feel bad for that guy. I mean, I do on some level, because, like, they mistreated him, but they're all terrible people doing terrible things to each other. So it's like, if you're rolling with those guys and you get treated the way you treat other people, it's kind of just your turn, as far as I see it.
Apply it to anything I don't like. So for context, I feel like we need to explain what a squatter is, because, you know, a lot of parasitical viewers, they don't get outside that much, so they'll never have the horrors of experiencing what a squatter is. So basically, this is someone who resides in a property that they have no legal title, right, or lease to. Now you probably think, okay, if they just broke into someone's house, why...
I want pop. Let me get a pop. One of the pieces of content that I think got deleted when people fucked me on Drive was, I've done some, like, I started recording some mukbang videos that I was going to upload on YouTube, and I think they're all gone now. I had like 12, maybe. So much content got destroyed that I'm just trying to not think about it. But one of the things I did was I compared Coca-Cola to Aldi's brand Coke, or Aldi's brand Cola, and Coca-Cola is just way better. It's not even a comparison. Like, it's Aldi's brand Cola is acceptable, but just knowing it just doesn't taste as good. It's not even to the point where it's close enough that you can deal with it, where, like, some things for, like, I haven't done this comparison, but I've tried both, like, Nathan's hot dogs versus their Parkland beef hot dogs. The Parkland beef hot dogs are nowhere near as good as the Nathan's brand hot dog, but it's an acceptable difference, you know? I get the Parkland hot dogs because they're $1 less, but, like, I still get the regular Coke because it's just that much better than Aldi's Cola. But although Royal Crown, which is like a discount cola kind of now these days, it was like one of the top back before it got pushed out by Coke and Pepsi. RC Cola is pretty good. It just goes by RC Cola now. Recently, I want to do more of that stuff, but when it comes to grape sodas, Faygo is the superior grape soda over Crush. I want to start seeing other grape. I want to do like all kinds of food comparisons and stuff like that. And the video series I lost the most of was cereal. I love cereal. I used to eat so much of it. I haven't really eaten as much of it up here, but like I would lurk on Twitch and just eat endless amounts of cereal. So I would go into people's chat and tell them I'm a cereal lurker. Like, and I would spell it like this. Because not only am I a serial lurker, like SERIL, like serial killer lurker, because I would lurk a lot. There's a few channels I have easily like 100k channel points in that I'll probably never spend. But like this guy, I've got so many channel points, and I don't know if he even has anything for me to spend them in his channel. I'm starting to rack up points in Snow Ninjas too. Act from watching the game. Static, by the way. Welcome back. Your mic is hitting me. Really? What is my mic doing? What is my mic doing? Did that fix it? Did that fix it? Nope, that made it worse. Give me a sec. I don't know what's going on. Okay, is it better now? Okay, is it better now? Cool, that seemed to have fixed it. Alright, thank you. I really appreciate that, D-Day. Now I'm hearing myself. Stop. Alright. Your cereal static? Yeah, for sure. So, I would spend hours just lurking in people's channel, eating a lot of cereal. So eventually I started recording videos of me taste testing different cereals and comparing them. It started because of the Halloween cereals. The Boo Berry, the Count Chocula, and there's another one that's pretty popular, but the other one I got was called like Monster Mash, which had all of them mixed together. And I recorded those videos and I think saved them to my drive, and now they're all gone. But I've got new cereals actually, because I kept buying more cereals to do for that video series. So we are going to do that video series. But one series I want to do too is, I used to drink way too much pop. In fact, when I started being healthier, after I stopped running cross country and started gaining a lot of weight, the first thing I had to do was entirely cut pop out of my diet. And I did some comparison pop videos. I want to do more of that. I want to find out what the best grape soda is. Just find like all the different places that make grape soda and compare them. But as far as Faygo versus Crush, specifically on the grape flavor, Faygo wins. Also, technically, I have a definition that I like to as I don't always follow it to the letter. Sometimes the wrong one comes out, but as far as I'm concerned, pop is like cheap, comes in cans, and uses high fructose corn syrup. But soda comes in a bottle and has real sugar. So like, I know it's generally more of a regional thing. But like, this is a soda. Or like, this is also a soda. Boil and black cherry soda. Dude, this stuff is so good. It's amazing. They have like real cane sugar. And like, by this definition, Coca-Cola would be pop, but Mexican Coke with cane sugar would be soda. And you can also get cheer wine is also both. I love a good cheer wine. You can get cheer wine in either form. My sister got me Cheerwine beer once, and it was like, okay, it wasn't great, but it was like better. The first one was kind of rough. I was like, man, this just tastes like really watered down Cheerwine pop or Cheerwine soda with like a slight beer aftertaste. But then it like got better. By the end of the can, I was kind of enjoying it, and the rest of the case was fine. Or the rest, it was like a 6-pack with the rings or whatever. I just want to see their different products. But yeah, so they have like regular bottled Cheerwine, which has cane sugar, and then they also have canned Cheerwine that has high fructose corn syrup. And it, for me, it's a quality issue. I can personally, I can always taste the difference. So for me, there's a strong distinction between soda and pop. But anyways, back to the Asian Andy story. I can't believe you don't know about this. It's so funny. It's one of the. Oops. It's one of the funniest things I've ever seen happen. I've seen happen recently.
Straight away. Well, that's a trespasser, and a trespasser is different to a squatter. Now, it's different from a trespasser because a squatter.
Wait, let me catch up with chat. I fixed it. Prefer Booberry. Oh, Booberry. Yeah, it's so good. Booberry is. I think I like Count Chocula slightly better, but they're both really good. It goes. It really depends on whether I'm feeling more chocolatey or more fruity that day. You know? I hate grape. EST Energy Fruit Punch Monster. Monster's alright. As far as energy drinks, my favorites are Full Throttle and NOS. I like the tangerine kind of flavored ones.
Situation, they might try to alter the locks, you know, set up utilities in their.
Full Throttle is like when I just want an energy drink. NOS is when I want like my fucking temples buzzing, like, you know. That's when I'm like, I need to drive 12 hours.
Name or anything else to try and pass the property off as theirs. Now, I'm using like UK jargon here, but squatters' rights have been a thing in the UK for an incredibly long time, and I think it's totally fair for the most part because obviously, you know, like the homeless situation in the UK and most first world countries, it's horrendously bad. And why should you have hundreds, if not thousands, of people that are homeless when you have, like, you know, these Russian oligarchs that are sitting on, like, you know, 15 mansions in Kensington and Mayfair in London, and they don't even live in
Blueberry was a perverted joke. I got it. I thought it was just a typo.
Is if you see like an open window or something and the building is unoccupied legally.
Do you know how you are with typos, D-Day?
Move in there as, you know, as a.
You know, I'm sure there's probably some we've missed. So
something that is trespassing, that's breaking and entering.
There we go.
These people leave their window unlocked. It was basically a rule that was made as a.
I mean, I just got to in homage because of. I wonder if we're gonna pull a clip. Are there still clips? I think this is right. Pull a clip, please. Tell me there's a clip still up there. Oh yeah, there's clips.
You didn't see it. You didn't see it.
Sorry, I saw your profile and thought looked cute in your picture. I really wanted to tell you that it's really rare to see girls playing video games.
What the hell? This clip is amazing.
I love how Brian literally didn't read the rest of it. He was like, I'm over your shit.
She needs to start streaming again. I know she still exists. I see her on Steam sometimes. Logged in. She's doing okay. I wish her a happy birthday on November 16th. That's awesome. I know. I don't think she will either. But try and convince her to. Tell her we miss her. Does Cyber still stream? I haven't seen one of his streams in forever. I love that whole group.
This guy doesn't shut his mouth, but we have to all fucking keep it down for all esports guy here, huh?
Here's the best clips. Here's the best clips.
Hey, Sass, thank you very much for the $200 dog.
He dies right here, right? I think I've seen this before.
Thank you for the 200 bits, Sass.
Maybe it's not the clip I'm thinking of.
I don't think he's happy. I don't think he's.
Yeah, it wasn't the one I'm thinking of. There's one where he gets like, I'm pretty sure he was talking to Sass. He gets like a dono or something and he starts talking and he just gets instantly deleted and it's so funny. Cyber's hiatus? Okay, word. I want him to come back too. I missed everyone at that stream.
Super last resort to people that were homeless. Now, in the UK, if you squat in a residential property, you could be fined up to £5,000 or face 6 months in jail. And this is
I got two of you in here right now because that's where Snow's from too.
To squat in an area that is classified as
Or at least where I met Snow, didn't you?
Occupied. So basically, if you squat somewhere that's like going to be redeveloped land or something, that's apparently okay. I feel it's one of those grey area things where like as long as you don't get caught, nothing bad will happen. But in the UK, one thing that's really interesting, so squatters can
I don't think she was, I believe.
Property, and there's a couple of stipulations
Really?
for this. They've been living in the property for
Why do you think she'd be harassed?
usually 4 weeks. They make it their main residence. They've taken steps to repair and maintain the property, paid any bills associated with the property,
Yeah.
or they've not been living there illegally. Like, for example, by gaining access, which I assume would be from like an unlocked window or something, not breaking and entering. And again, it's like, it's a rule made to protect people that have nothing left, right? They're homeless, they're on the street. But yet, one of the steps to make it your
Some
property
have
is,
a
like,
bowl full of hay.
bills
I mean,
and repairing and maintaining the property. So if you do like a little bit of like Animal Crossing and touch up the house, apparently it's then yours. It's a very weird rule, and I see it.
yeah, but that's kind of true about everyone. Is there like a specific reason
squatting is just completely
why she'd be harassed?
Despite that, there are actually a couple of laws in place to protect squatters. So long story short, it's a very
Yeah, no, it's fine. I would rather not let that die.
It's not like a simple call the police, kick them out. It's a very
I don't get what you mean by
long
that.
and lengthy legal process. But basically, the squatter can stay there for as long as they want until the eviction papers are served, and that could take months. And this is actually a growing concern for people that are using Airbnb, because what can happen is they legally gain access to the property because, you know, they paid, they got a key to the door, a key cut. They've got the access to the property, they might just not want to leave. And then because of squatters' rights, they'll probably be evicted at some point, but it's going to take a very long time and a very long and expensive legal process. So now, knowing the context of a squatter, I want to introduce the antagonist of today's story, and that is Mary. Now, Mary is the woman that basically stayed in the Airbnb in Asian Andy's sister's home and wouldn't leave once the time that was set expired. So according to Asian Andy, his sister that, you know, owned the Airbnb used to be a teacher. She basically used the money being a teacher, bought a home, renovated it, and then eventually rented out some rooms on Airbnb. But now the problem is, with Mary squatting in the residence after the expiration, she can't get any more guests into the house because Mary's living there. She's taking up the room that's been rented out. Andy's sister is basically using the excess money generated from Airbnb to, you know, raise her family, pay bills, all that kind of stuff. And all of that has now came to a sudden stop because Mary has chosen to just live here now. Also, for extra context, the house is actually in Orange County, California. And a lot of people in Orange County are known to rent out their houses or like rooms in their house for extra profit. Like, I've talked to a lot of people that live in California, and the housing crisis there, oh my God, it's somehow nearly as bad as like New Zealand or Canada. I don't know how.
Well, that's because the cost of living is insanely high, and it's a democratic state.
She's 10th prestige squatting. To the point that basically all the cops in the area know her by name. So Mary's tactic was basically using prepaid Airbnb cards, and then she would purposely find a low activity Airbnb and then decide herself over the course of a month that basically she has the right to live in Asian Andy's sister's house. And also keep in mind as well,
It's
she's
insane.
refusing to pay additional rent. This isn't a thing where it's like, oh, I want to stay here, but I'll come.
The reason she should be gone, it's something that I shouldn't know, and to be honest, that's fine. Yeah. I figured it was probably something like that. Yeah. I mean, the internet's never gonna let it die because the internet.
It's like she's living there rent free. I know the word rent free has kind of been destroyed on the internet, but like, this is the first time where it actually makes sense. She's actually living there rent free. And this is one of the reasons why evicting Mary is so difficult, because that voice. Oh God, is that a voice break? Oh, you can tell how invested I'm getting in this video because of the voice breaking. This is the problem with Mary though, because she's a 10th prestige squatter. She knows all of her rights, so she can play the system in her favor. She probably knows eventually she'll be evicted, but it's going to take an incredibly long time to do that. Now, another important character in this tale is Vince. Vince is also someone who lives in the same home with Mary and is registered to do so since November 2023.
Airbnb here.
I'm not an Airbnb guest.
Okay, how long
We
have you
talked
been
to this. I've been registered to live here since November of 2023.
Now, Vince has direct relations to the owner of the home. He's her brother, and it's likely that Vince and Asian Andy are related as well, and he's had his own fair share of interactions of like why he just does not like Mary and vice versa. I mean, again, could you imagine a worse scenario? Like, you know, I know people have had experiences with bad roommates and stuff, but like, you know, roommates, at least for the most part, they actually pay their rent and stuff. This isn't happening here. So the first night that Asian Andy visits the house, again, he doesn't...
This is just the most insane story.
Like a helldiver trooper, just to basically troll Mary so much, hopefully she leaves. So the first night that he arrives, he basically proceeds to play really loud TTS messages and videos. And then he also decides to change the locks on the house to, you know, stop any future incidents like this happening in the future. So Mary, this whole time, was refusing to cooperate at all. So Vince ends up yelling and actually hopping through the window to be able to go and fix the door. And then Vince says that he needs the front door to be accessible.
Right now I can't even get into my own house.
I'm not coming through, buddy. So lock my front door. It's my door.
You're locking my door? You are not letting me into my own house. Okay,
This woman is just absolutely, legitimately insane. She moved into their house and then locked them out of their own house without paying rent or anything. Like, what the hell is going on?
And then Mary actually ends up squashing Vince's foot, trying to slam the door on him so he can't get back in. His house, by the way. And the injury he got is so bad, he actually had to go to urgent care.
Please don't be violent with me. Hey, yo, this is my house. Yo, oh, my feet. Oh, my feet. Oh, my feet. You just, oh my God, you sent your knee.
For context, by the way, Vince needs the front door to be accessible because it's the only way he can actually get into his room. Meanwhile, Mary's room has her own entrance. She doesn't need the front door.
Yeah, there's a separate back door.
Instead of immediately going to urgent care with, you know, possible broken toes, Mary proceeds to call the police. So he sticks around because obviously he has to vouch his situation to the cops, even though he really should be going to urgent care right now. So even though Mary knows her rights, she has this problem where she talks down to everyone, even with the cops. Like, she's constantly talking down to them, interrupting them, to the point where the cops are saying, like, if you don't shut up, we're literally going to put you in jail for the night.
Ma'am, listen, you need to stop interrupting our investigation. If you want to report, that's fine.
So yeah, long story short, Mary and Vince are definitely not on good terms, which is pretty much why he's supporting Asian Andy's trolling campaign to try to get Mary out of the house. Now, one thing about Mary is she loves doors. She loves doors than the average Roblox player loves playing doors. Whether it's using them as, like, you know, brutal weapons to harm people or trying to change the locks. She also has a very clever tactic of keeping the front door open at all times, mostly because Asian Andy is playing incredibly loud music to try and troll her, and she's hoping that by the front door being open, neighbors hear it, they call the police, and then Asian Andy gets charged. And her excuse for this is the front door needs to be opened at all times during business hours, due to this Airbnb being her place of accommodation. What business are you conducting apart from living in someone else's house rent-free?
This is a place of public accommodation, so the doors need to stay open, unfortunately, during business hours.
However, that doesn't stop Andy, and he basically waits for the woman to walk outside to make the point that you're causing a disturbance, and then locks her out of the home.
So, the police are going to be called for a disturbance. We can hear it from the street.
And then she hands him this bizarre handwritten legal notice that it is her place of residence where she conducts business. And Asian Andy just proceeds.
This whole story is just absolutely insane.
And that is where the
And I kind of hate kick streamers, but
and that's where they have this debate about, like,
if ever you needed a kick streamer, this is why you need kick streamers.
Are you autistic? You cannot follow simple directions. You have to call the police to explain them to you?
We'll talk about this a little bit later because Asian Andy has this bit where he says he's autistic. I mean, I'm not sure if he is or not. He's a streamer, so probably. But you know, she will basically mock him for having autism, but then, you know, 5 minutes later say, oh, I also have autism.
Say that you have autism, and I actually feel bad for you because I have autism too. And when I was a kid, I didn't get the help I need.
Oh my god.
Andy has autism, excuse him. Andy has autism, excuse him. Andy has autism.
I hate to say it, I know it's a dead bit. I know it's a dead bit, but this is a real Karen moment, okay? Mary once again calls the police, and it just ends up being a complete stonewall. The police basically, you know, telling her that other people rent this residence too. Even a neighbor gets involved at one point to confirm with the police that yes, Asian Andy lives there. Like no one is siding with this woman. No one.
Yeah.
So after this report,
They all hate her. And I feel like they all know the only reason that Andy is there at all is because she won't go away. So it's like they don't even hate Asian Andy for being a bad neighbor. They just hate her for being such an insufferable piece of shit that Asian Andy needs to exist there.
Could be basically a week now. Like at one point he tries to like offer her food. He's gonna get like Uber Eats or something, but as soon as she opens her mouth to say what she wants, thinking she'll actually get free food off him, he just tells her to shut up and she's a fat pig.
I'm getting DoorDash. Would you like any pizza? I was gonna order some food. Do you want anything? On me. What am I ordering? I bet you would want food, you fat.
Mary had enough. It wasn't squatting in somewhere she shouldn't be. It wasn't being harassed through TTS. No, it was the fact that she wasn't getting any Uber Eats. So she gets a bit crazy here, claiming that any interaction with her door is harassment and saying that Asian Andy is smoking crack.
So you seem to be smoking crack. So
This is all insane.
you need mental health intervention.
Now it's obvious that Asian Andy's not smoking crack. He's just having a little bit of the 420, the funny drug. The reason why she's saying crack, by the way, because weed is totally legal to smoke in California. So she tries to leave somewhere, I don't know, doing some like bizarre side quest. Maybe she's already looking to squat in someone else's house just in case she gets evicted from Asian Andy's house. But she states that Asian Andy shouldn't go anywhere near the backyard or her door. And what you know, he does exactly that. And she follows him back there to try and stop him. And then people in his chat start making AI music, which is funny because I literally just talked about how AI music is like killing smaller content creators, but here it's I give it a full blessing.
Thank you.
This AI song is so good too.
Who made this song? Who made this song? What the?
So they're making this AI music up to like try to get
That song's so good.
the current situation. Like at one point he's even playing pickleball in front of her door. Now the situation starts to ramp up and become truly insane, which is probably what I'll call the video, when Mary decides to start throwing bleach.
What does it say? I've seen this bitch before. Looking so great. Yeah.
Outside of her door.
Snow Ninja didn't hear about this. She didn't know about the whole Asian Andy saga.
Salt on the floor to like track where a ghost is. It's almost like she's doing a scuffed version of that. And then she shuts off the power not too long after as well.
She's touching the breaker again, dude. Can you stop touching the breaker, please? Stop touching the breaker, please.
Now, once again, the police arrive, but they can't, like, honestly, like, police in America get a bad rep, but, like, I genuinely feel sorry for these guys because they can't do anything. They keep getting house calls. They have to answer. They can't say no because then they're basically breaking their code as an officer. But they know that they can't do anything. Like, it's a slow legal process. They have no power to, like, evict her. And again, guess who keeps interrupting the police talking? It's Mary again with her incessant yapping. The funny thing is at one point she really runs out of cards to play, so she like snitches on Andy, telling the police that he's been smoking weed, and then the cops do tell her like, yes,
He doesn't
okay,
even know what.
It's been legal for.
But to be honest, it would be nice to have a K4. Yeah, I know. Like I understand. I don't expect that saying it is actually going to convince her to come back. I'm just reminiscing. You know, it would be nice. When I'd say it, I don't want anyone to think I'm trying to put on any kind of pressure. It's just, I miss those K-Force moments.
Well, California is legal weed in indoor places, so
I'm all about the ganja, but not to that level.
She even gets really confrontational, calling Andy the F slur.
Ain't nobody gonna touch you.
Don't
God,
touch
you
me.
filthy fuck.
Please don't touch me.
Oh, damn.
Ain't nobody touching you.
Dude, this woman is so fucking evil on every level.
Now, remember how she would like antagonize him for being autistic, even though she uses that she's autistic as an excuse? Well, Mary pulling out the abhorrent F slur, but then on top of that as well, basically just being completely racist towards Asian Andy and his dad. And even that, just all of his family. Now, the next day, Asian Andy, he arises from his bed and he thinks, what do I have to do today? Let me check my, let me see my checklist. Smoke weed all day? Oh, troll Mary. That's what I need to do. So after she's appreciating Agent Andy's singing and dancing, she then proceeds to throw a new substance on the floor. She ran out of bleach, so this time it's olive oil. Now, the funny thing is, he's mopping up all the olive oil that she stained on the floor, and you can see the corner of the TV playing, and it's like the ending of Whiplash when he's playing on the drums, like the most loud scene in cinema possible. The police come. Oh, Jesus, this is like Groundhog.
Imagine your job being to roll a squatter living in your sister's Airbnb. Like, you just wake up and you're getting paid to think of the most ridiculous and cruel ways to harass someone without stepping over the line and doing something illegal. Like, that is such a wild situation to be in.
Day. It's just the same thing over and over. Like, one of these people are gonna crack. So the police come again and they say, again, we can't do anything. Our hands are tied. This is a civil matter. Stop calling us to your house.
What's going on? So she's like throwing bleach all over the floor and like throwing oil over the floor, like the common area, like my hallway. So I'm like brushing it. I'm like sweeping it in, sweeping it away from my area.
Everything is civil, Mary. Everything is civil.
How is him banging on the door is not harassment? Banging and kicking on my door?
Alright, stay away from each other, and then,
Don't call me the F word, please. Don't say that. That's not nice. I'm just sleeping.
He then bangs on her door again with the broom, reminding her that he'll see her in, you know, civil court.
I'll see you in court! I'll see you in court! It's a civil matter!
It's just so unhinged, dude.
Through the door, Mary is making another call to the police.
They said they told him to stop. Clearly, he didn't get the memo.
You can hear she's like tearing up and stuff. I don't get why she would choose to stay there through all of this. Like, even at this part, it's like, bro, it's California. Do you realize how many Airbnbs there are? It just go squat in another one. Jesus. Like, there's like, how many of those people that own Airbnbs there you think have a brother that's a kick streamer? Probably not that many. This is like a 1 in 1,000 chance at least. So it's just one of those things where it's like half those people that own Airbnbs probably don't even live in California. You know, that's just a lot of those Airbnbs are all owned by corporations. That's one of the reasons why it's so hard to like for people to buy a house these days is these and that's also why certain people, places and communities outlaw you using Airbnb, because like a lot of times when a house goes up on a market, a corporation buys it and then just turns it into a place. That costs money for the first month. True. Yeah, I guess you're right. So she's like, she's got to wait.
Okay, trying to break in someone's door is not a crime.
She's got to wait another month. But to be honest though, I'd probably rather live under a bridge than deal with this personally.
They show up again on the same day, and they just complain to Mary saying, like, we have literally been here. We've been here on more call-outs than anyone else in probably all of California. And they even point out that it's not actually Andy that's calling the police. Mostly, it's Mary doing it. Well, not mostly, it's actually always Mary calling the police.
You guys understand that 911 is called for emergency only? Yeah. Emergency calls only? You guys are calling us for like civil issue and then, you know, it's like non-stop.
Y'all just told him to. Y'all were just here. You
Oh,
told
yeah,
him to
sorry.
stop banging on the door. And as soon as y'all leave, what does he do?
So the police leave, they bicker again. And then she calls the police a third time in the same day. You know, honestly, I really wish they could just jail her for like, I don't know, just like wasting police time. But the thing is, like, I think
That's so. There's just so levels of. This is why I will never live in California. So you have someone who is living in your house illegally. She keeps calling the cops, and they don't just haul her away. One, she's wasting insane amounts of of government resources. Like every time the police go out there, that's a lot of taxpayer money, and that's also taking police away from actual crimes that are going on. I feel like at some point there has to be some sort of law. Maybe not because it's California, but I feel like there has to be some sort of law where if you just call police for unnecessary shit, they can say, you know what, we've had enough of your stuff. You're gonna spend a night in jail.
Mary is well within our rights, unfortunately, to, you know, walk out the jail cell. Red Dead Redemption 2, Dutch Vandalin busts her out.
We got it, hey, but I'll leave it up. Peace, D-Day. I'll see you tomorrow, probably. Take care. Have a great night, dude. Get some rest. Thank you so much for stopping by, guys. I don't think I think I think I did it the first time you stopped in. Now you came back. But guys, if you haven't done so yet, please follow my good friend D-Day.
Here, let's work on Masha's favorite thing right here, like fuck his feet.
Oh, what happened to Masha?
I would like to do with everything.
Speaking of people from the past, what happened to Masha, dude? Guys, D-Day live, huh? This ain't no ordinary streamer, folks. Jason's been through the wasteland of gaming, and now he's dishing out the good stuff. From Metal Slug Tactics to IRL bike rides, this variety streamer's got range. Don't let the 18 plus tag scare you off. It's all in good fun. Guys, go follow my friend D-Day, please.
About this again, and Asian Andy has access to the ring cameras, and there's this this beautiful scene unfolds.
So here's what's gonna happen. We're gonna leave. We're gonna go and talk to the neighbors. After that, we're gonna take off. If you call us again, we're gonna write a report. Yes. Call us again after that, you're gonna
fat bitch, Bettina.
I love that he's got these security cams to see everything that's going on. Even though
he's at a chokehold. So what does he do? He calls in reinforcements. No, he doesn't call up the police because the police will just do absolutely
Watch
nothing.
this. It just gets better.
To call up one of his streamer friends, Scuffed Justin Carey. That's not a bit. That's his actual name.
Going to go help out my friend Asian Andy. He has a squatter in his house, in his residence, and he needs help getting the squatter out.
So he calls him over to basically try to hopefully get on Mary's nerves even more. Also, when he was in the CX network with like Asian Andy, he was known as Scuffed Jim Carrey. It's I do like how the entire CX network was literally just built off like noun and then their actual name. Like noun scuffed, noun Asian, noun burger. Now, if you thought Asian Andy was unhinged, which to be fair, he wasn't really. He was kind of just like chilling, smoking weed, and then like playing.
Like compared to this next guy, Asian Andy was like the nicest roommate ever. This guy, he's the final boss of kick streamers, I think.
Loud videos. Wait until you see Scuffed Justin Carey.
You're gaslighting again. You're gaslighting again.
So Justin is just baiting. Like, he does not care about any kind of like morals or anything. Just shouting out loud that Mary apparently tried to touch his penis.
Don't touch my penis.
Nobody's touching your penis.
Don't touch my. You try to touch my penis again, I will call the police.
Please call the police.
You try to touch.
He's just playing Guitar Hero or whatever.
Call the police. I'm gonna tell my mom.
You know, just making more obscene statements and just general sound effects. He's basically like a working soundboard.
Let's go!
Even at one point saying that she like essayed him and he's 17 years old.
I'm 17. You tried to touch my penis. I have it on film. You tried to touch my penis. You looked at me, Dad. You looked at me square in the eyes, and you said, "I'm going to." You.
He also proceeds to strip down into a Speedo and parades through the living room in his fresh new fit. Now, this guy would be the antagonist of any story, but I feel that Mary is that evil that we actually need another villain to cancel each other out. Now, the police are back again. This time, they actually try to get Mary to leave.
Look at this damage to my door. I was told that you wanted to grab some belongings and leave. Oh, so that see. Or they tried to break the door in. No. You don't see that? No. Well, I'm sure your body camera sees it. I'm going to shut the door quietly so you can see. Have a good day, nerd. So you're not going to I was told you.
They know her by name. And that woman's just like, no, no, I don't want to deal with your shit. No, have a good day, Mary.
Watching that clip, you can hear the panic in Mary's voice where she's like, oh, they threw all my things around. And then the policewoman's like, no, we got a call asking you to leave. And then she's suddenly like, wait, what? You want me to leave? But this is my house that I'm not paying anything to be in. But don't worry. Scuffed Justin is not done yet. So he speeds his way over to the door to try to get into her room.
Whoa! Oh, you tried to hit me. I have it on camera. I'm gonna prosecute you. I'm gonna do it. Do it. Hit me so I can sue you. Do it so I can sue you.
This is just insane.
I want to sue you.
But Mary just keeps swatting his hands away.
Come on, Mary. Come outside. Up. Up. Oh, shit. She tried to hit me. Damn, what's wrong with your teeth? Why are your teeth like that? Ew. What's wrong with your teeth? Are you poor? Oh. Oh. Ha ha. I got the stick. My stick now. Ha ha ha.
Like, this guy is ridiculous. I just
kind of liquid on the door and then decides to have a karaoke session dedicated just to Mary.
A little bit of karaoke with Mary. So call me maybe. Mary! I have a song I'm dedicated to you. This song is for you, Mary.
Including singing the song Creep by Radiohead. And guess what happens, guys? Have a guess. No, seriously, no clues. Guess what happens? You'll never guess what happens.
She called again.
Mary is on the final straw, and Justin is doing a very good job trolling her because it's almost like she's gonna crack and just be like, nah, this is a free house, but it's too much. It's too much for me.
Oh my god. The fucking hose. I forgot about the hose.
Justin is trolling her, the more aggressive she becomes. So she comes back and Justin immediately runs over to her and she spits at him.
Hi, Mary. We're getting assault.
So Justin,
which is technically assault, yes.
You could consider being spit on purposely as an assault, and then begin
in a lot of jurisdictions in most cities.
And then one thing which is a pretty big
it is technically assault because you can give certain kinds of diseases and stuff through transfers of saliva. So spitting on someone, especially like in their face or something, you can absolutely be arrested for assault by doing that.
A little bit weird saying that. Hear me out. Let me finish. If you look at her skirt, you can see that the skirt still has the security tag on it, probably alluding that she probably stole the clothes that she's wearing as well. It wouldn't surprise me.
Damn, you came in Ford clothes, you stole that? You stole that? Holy shit, you got muffin top. You got your shit all fucked up. Why don't you go find Jesus?
So she spits on Justin
right here, dude.
Meth head, your school.
And then, you know, just clearly fed up with everything. Now, I don't know Justin. I've never talked to this guy. He seems like a complete psychopath. He's needed. Did he really have to do the Hawk Tour bit?
Woo! Hawk Tua!
So this story concludes as they chase each other down the street and get more and more confrontational. She throws a shoe at him. He tries to return the shoe to her, probably before getting a sniff in. And then he keeps screaming at her, which causes her to run into a nearby restaurant. Then the police are called. Again, how many times have I said that this video? It's like the 8th time I've said that. And then Asian Andy makes a miraculous appearance again, talking to the cops and basically catching them all up to speed.
I was watching, he was doing a live show, I was watching her mom, she assaulted him. And he was like trying to film her. They get proof. Oh, I just ran over here. Oh, no, I just ran here. I'm kind of out of shape, sorry.
And at last, finally, after weeks and weeks of torment, Mary has been arrested. We did it, guys. We did it. We did it. I'm so proud of you. I'm so proud of you. Now, they did actually cuff Justin first, but they did let him go afterwards. And this really isn't surprising because, like, this stream actually went viral outside of the whole streamer circle. On the Orange County subreddit, there was actually a post warning people of a crazy guy running around with Speedos on. So, with Mary finally arrested, they're free. They can sit back, relax, probably smoke a bit more weed because that's all people do in California. Now, afterwards, the crew decides to go back to the home and see what kind of damage Mary has done. Because again, Mary in her inner sanctum, no one actually saw the inside of it because she just never left the room and always kept it locked. And
she was
has
just
definitely left an impact. So
oh
Mary
my
broke loads of things in the room. There was a TV that was busted, the door.
I think the toilet was destroyed somehow. I saw more of the room, and the room's pretty messed up.
Going as far as to find her old landlords and everything to, you know, use against her in a huge case.
Right now, we're currently being sued by Mary. I'm not worried. Found out all of her past landlords. We found out all the lawyers that had to deal with her. We hired all of them. They're all very familiar with her case.
And it does seem as well that after her arrest, she was actually sent to a mental hospital for a few days. But then as soon as she came out of the hospital, she began to harass Asian Andy's sister via text messages. He then drops a full link of all this kind of stuff.
Oh my god.
Her arrest and, you know, even a mugshot as well.
What? Wait. Dude, she's racist as hell.
And they even have this edited picture for some. It's still available. The messages, her.
All this is going to come out in court, and your father's filthy DNA is still on my face. So good luck saying it didn't happen. Oh, dude, this is. Dude, these texts are so unhinged. Holy shit. Oh my god.
Arrest and, you know, even a mugshot as well. Now, this Google Drive is still available right now. They've got the mugshots and everything. And they even have this edited picture for some reason of her holding a drawing, like, you know, celebrating 9/11. Now, I get it. Landlords are the least favorite people in the world. Everyone hates them because it's like, you know, you work a 9 to 5, a grueling hell job, and then a landlord basically just sits in their armchair, smoking their cigar, sipping on their whiskey, and they just get passive income by doing nothing. But this is a situation where, like, I'm fully siding with the landlords because this woman has taken full advantage of the system. Now, I did want to mention this throughout the video, but I wasn't really sure where to shoehorn this in. But, you know,
yeah, so that's the whole
angle. Mary is obviously very mentally ill. She is. Like
yeah, she should probably just be in an institution. I think we need to bring back insane asylums. Like, I do think we need a certain level of quality control that didn't exist with them in the past. But wait, what the fuck? That's kind of crazy. I didn't even know about that one.
Oh shit, Nas! Shit!
Oh, this is like a...
Nas! Holy shit! They're going so much harder the second meetup, it's crazy. This is badass, What's going on? Oh shit. The fuck?
Damn.
Oh fuck. Fuck, bro. Oh shit. Sit down, sit down. Holy fuck, bro. Fuck! I'm not fucking this shit. I'm going home. Oh, don't get hit. God. Holy shit, those gunshots, bro. So... Hey, look at it, bro. Holy shit, get out! Bro. Holy fuck. Those are real gunshots. That's an AR. Holy fuck. Holy fuck.
I saw that green laser, and I was like, I think I know what that laser is.
Holy fuck. Everyone's running. Holy fuck! Fuck! Oh. I'm getting through the pasture, son. Fuck!
That's kind of crazy. Yeah. Oh, those are always in car meets? Regular laser pointers? Okay, fair enough. I'm not surprised that happened. a lot goes on at those illegal car meets, you know? Why? Uploads of Aspen. I'm kind of. Yo, what's up, Splat? How's it going? Thank you for the raid. Why didn't the alert go off? I gotta fix my alerts. Thank you so much. How was your stream? Guys, welcome. I am the Steel Drifter. Let me get Splat a shout out real quick. This is my weekly mental health and philosophy stream. We talk about whatever the hell you guys want today.
I just want y'all to know that this
Let's see this clip real quick.
placement of Lodi. We in the West South. We gotta move. No.
Oh no.
Get him. Get him. Nice.
These dickheads are cheating.
Let's go. What's up, Slide? How was your stream? Guys, welcome to the weekly mental health and philosophy chat. I've been going for a minute, so I'm kind of a little tired. The words aren't coming as quickly as they used to. Normally, we just chill during this stream and read like philosophy or something from like Plato or anything like that, and then you guys can talk about whatever you want, like bring up any mental health concerns or anything. We've had some interesting conversations today. We started with the fact that my cat got his paw stuck in a carpet, and it was like really bad. He was all twisted up, freaking out. I thought I was maybe gonna have to call like the vet for an emergency because I wasn't sure how to get him out of there without hurting him, but eventually we got it out. Then we had another person who was like, yo, so how do I like, should I invite my homosexual cousin to my really conservative grandma's Thanksgiving dinner? And that was an interesting one. Then we talked about masturbation for a while. It's been an interesting stream, to say the least, guys. How was your stream, Splat? I hope you did well. Let's see what the AI thing has for this one. Heard him called Cozy 2? Whatever you call him. This dragon's been through... Oh, yeah, Cozy. This dragon's been through the apocalypse and lived to tell the tale. They got the tunes to keep your spirits up while you scavenge for supplies and stories to keep you awake at the campfire. Just don't let them catch you snoozing on watch. Guys, if you haven't already, please follow my friend Splat. So yeah, we're back to streaming full time. I've been doing a new thing, Splat, where I actually haven't been streaming for 19 hours. It says 19 hours, but it shouldn't because I like stopped. I guess I didn't stop as fast as I thought I did. But when I end the stream, I have been leaving up my AI music channel, just streaming music throughout the night. One, so that people can just continue to chill and listen. And two, it's so like people know that they can go ahead and use that as copyright-free music. I'm gonna start making songs for it again. There's only like 64 on there. I want to get 1,000 songs eventually. That's my goal. I don't know if I'll have time to do it anymore now, though. I only got like 4 months. Christian runs out at this point. I was releasing a song or two a day for a while, but then like this whole move thing and the insane mental health things I had to deal with recently, I haven't released one in like 2 months or 3 months or something like that, but we're gonna get back onto it. That's all content, that's all copyright-free music for content creators and stuff. Tomorrow, we're actually doing a regular music stream. I'm trying to relearn a song on guitar so I can record it, and hopefully get a free guitar, which if I win the guitar, I then need to record. I need to do 5 covers of songs with that guitar in exchange for receiving the guitar. But yeah, every Monday from now on, we just do a music stream, and I think we have an ad, unfortunately. Damn it. That's bad timing. Yeah. But so for those of you who might have Turbo, or if you didn't get the ad because there's an adpocalypse going on right now, even when there's an ad break, we might not have ads. Apparently, apparently that's been happening for a lot of people. So every Monday we do a music stream, and then the rest of the week, it's just whatever happens. It's like, well, every Monday we do the music stream. Every Sunday we do this mental health and philosophy chat. And the rest of the week, we're kind of inconsistent at the moment because I'm still working on getting the place set up. Like yesterday, I tried to stream, and I did end up streaming for like 2 or 3 hours, but I didn't start until like actually midnight or something like that, because I mean, it's about midnight now, but I've been streaming since like 6 or 7. No, maybe 8, 7, somewhere between 6 and 8. I started this stream. But yesterday I spent 10 hours pulling tape off the wall from painting, and the reason it took so long is because it didn't get pulled off right away because there were other things that needed to happen. That took a while. So by the time everything was done, it had been on there for like maybe a month, not quite, damn close to it. And that stuff's only supposed to be there for like 2 to 3 days max. I heard the cat outside. Maybe he wants in. Let me go let him in. That's only supposed to be 2 to 3 days max. And also, you're supposed to peel it off right as you're done painting. Paint can. We were talking about latex earlier and how you can just straight peel it off. But he didn't want in yet. He's just out there eating it. He'll probably come in a sec. But so I had to go around and cut the wall along the edge where the tape was, because if I just peeled the tape off, it would have peeled the paint off the wall. So that was kind of insane. And now, normally I would read like my philosophy stuff and chat about that, but that has 55 views. Why does that have 55 views? It's a terrible quality video. Like, this is something I uploaded the other day using one of those AI songs. But bro, this is from when I played Eve like 10 years ago. Look at the frame rate. It just dropped so many frames. This was before I ever started streaming. I didn't even know I recorded videos back then. But we were doing Eve Online. We got jumped by a small gang. We were in an Ishtar fleet. Somehow, I was like the only one that didn't really make it out. I was inside this bubble. No one hard pointed me. If they had a scram, they could have shot off my micro warp drive and I never would have made it out. But why does this have 55 views? I literally just uploaded this so that I could get it off of my Google Drive to make space and I wouldn't lose this video. I didn't even know this video existed. I just found it. I didn't even realize they had a soft point on me at one point, but I guess I burned out of range. They didn't chase me. That's not very smart of them. But anyways, so yeah, we've just been watching videos and reading news articles because I don't have Play-Doh. Well, I do have Play-Doh, I think, but I don't know where it is. We have the collected works of Play-Doh. So what we do on these Sunday streams is just talk about whatever. Like, literally, if you guys have something on your mind that you want to talk about, it doesn't matter whether it's politics or religion. Everything's open for discussion here, as long as you do it in a respectful manner and it's not against TOS. Generally, I will be reading something like Plato or even just a regular novel to be background music or drive the discussion. There are lots of people that kind of like to fall asleep to this Sunday night stream. Well, there used to be. We're trying to get back to those numbers, but that's why we're doing this. We're live again, full time. Let's see. Are there any of these I want to read? Let's got. Kind of tired of hearing about that. Kind of tired of hearing about that. It's probably a myth that we're not getting enough sleep. All right, that's an interesting one because I'm definitely not getting enough sleep. But I'm listening. All right. We've been told that the modern connected life is taking a toll on our sleep compared to previous generations. Studies report we've been sleeping less and less every year, and that is making us more likely to suffer from chronic diseases such as hypertension, diabetes, depression, and obesity, as well as from cancer, increased mortality, reduced quality of life, and productivity. It sounds terrifying, but it's probably not true. Why do I feel like this is gaslighting? Let's see what's going on. For a long time, doctors and scientists have ignored sleep's importance to health. We've only begun to see how much it matters in the last few decades, and thus we have never systematically gathered data on how much people really sleep. Now, researchers have started to put together what scant data we have to look at the bigger picture. I feel like we have more than scant data. I still feel like I'm being gaslighted, but let's continue. Where is this from? Quartz. I'm not too familiar with that website. Oh, Charlie seems to know all about it then. Tell me about Quartz, kitty. Really? You like it a lot, huh? I think he's telling me it's time to go to sleep, actually. Now researchers have started to put together what we already did. And what they've found is that we aren't sleeping any less today than before. Okay, so this is like a false equivalency. Just because we aren't sleeping less doesn't mean we're getting enough sleep. Knowing precisely how much we sleep matters because sleep plays a pivotal role in many aspects of our health, from staying mentally fit to fending infections. Fending off infections. Disappearing sleep. In the 1980s, researchers began to probe how sleep affects health. A 1989 study set off alarms when researchers showed that rats deprived of sleep start dying in as little as 2 or 3 weeks. By looking at the effects of sleep deprivation on humans, it's been determined the average adult needs 7 to 9 hours of sleep. When we sleep less than 7 hours, we have difficulty with memory and simple cognitive functions. Tell me about it. Though a tiny fraction of people can get away with much less. According to a survey conducted by the U.S. Centers for Disease between 2005 and 2007, more than 30% of adults slept less than 6 hours a night. I am back to that now. I average 5 to 6, and it's not that I'm actually trying to wake up then, it's that I just kind of suffer from insomnia at times. And the thing that helps is the hemp, and I don't have any of that. I haven't for a while. The National Sleep Foundation's own surveys reveal something similar. More than 20% of people in 2009 were sleeping less than 6 hours, compared to only 12% in 1998. The CDC declared that public health epidemic. The CDC announcement came at a time when doctors across the U.S. were increasingly prescribing sleeping aids and sleeping pills. The number of adults on sleeping pills has tripled in the last decade alone. I don't know, that might be one of the contributors, because when I took the melatonin, I could not fall asleep with that stuff. It literally kept me up all night, and I don't know why. Apparently it doesn't really work on however, a 2010 analysis published in the Journal of Sleep, data from different sets of surveys conducted in 1975 and 2006, very different results, showed that the proportion of short sleep, those sleeping less than 6 hours, hadn't changed much in the last 30 years. More surprising still, that proportion was only about 9.3% in 2006. Why such a large difference when compared with the CDC data? Probably because those studies asked different questions. at the University of Chicago conducted the 2010 analysis reports. For instance, in the case of the CDC survey, the participants were asked, on average, how many hours of sleep a night. Knudsen believes that answers to such questions are likely to suffer from both conscious and unconscious biases, which may make people give a different reality. Sleeping less, for instance, is associated with being productive. Some may consider it fashionable to say they sleep. Some studies have also shown that people underestimate how much they actually sleep, especially those who suffer from insomnia. I don't generally underestimate it. It's kind of easy for me to keep track of it usually because I have timers. And it's not that I time things on purpose. It's just that like I have things like these streams, and I have a Star Wars role-playing game that I play. It constantly has a timer up. So like I can see that like I know I'll be in hyperspace for 8 hours, and I wake up and there's 3 hours left in the hyperspace jump. So I know that I slept for 5 hours. The more effective approach is to ask how people spend their average day than tease out data about total time spent sleeping, which is what Knudsen's study does. I feel like that's probably less accurate, and I'll explain why. And it uses data from American Time Use Survey conducted with more than 1,500 people, 1,000 people. Both the 150,000 people. Clearly, the sleep deprivation is taking its toll on my mental faculty. Both the CDC and ATUS data only involve people in the US. If there were a cultural shift in sleep patterns, it would have occurred across the Western world and would be reflected in other countries too. 2012 systematic review of 12 studies from 15 countries published in Sleep Matters showed that between 1960 and 2000, total sleep times across these countries hasn't changed much at all. They increased by less than an hour per night in 7 countries: Bulgaria, Poland, Canada, France, Britain, Korea, and the Netherlands. Decreased by less than 30 minutes per night in Japan, Russia, Finland, Germany, Belgium, and Australia, and showed no change in sleep in the US. When Sean Youngstad, a sleep researcher at Arizona State University, examined these studies, he realized that there might be a way to solve these results. Instead of using self-reported data, he wanted objective data, that which is recorded using sleep monitoring instruments by observers as participants slept in a lab. There you go. But there's also the Heisenberg principle. Active causes a change in a state, which means like twofold here. Even if, say, they slept in their own place and they had those monitoring instruments, knowing they were being monitored is likely to change patterns. And if they're in a lab, then that's absolutely changing their sleep patterns because they're not in a comfortable area. It's not their bedroom. Youngstad and his colleagues' systematic review published in took into consideration 168 studies with objective data collected between 2013, involving more than 6,000 participants, a much smaller set than the self-reported across 1,500 countries. It too reveals that the total sleep time hasn't changed much in that period. Most of us sleep between 7 and 9 hours, and I still don't understand how this supports your argument. It's still, despite this, the CDC tells courts that poor sleep remains a public health Despite this, the CDC tells courts that poor sleep remains a public health epidemic. Difference in the studies, it says, may have arisen from the different surveys used, different short sleep, and as well as different statistical analysis conducted. To call something an epidemic, you need an extraordinary amount of data. Claim, Youngstad told Quartz, but the data just doesn't seem to show that. So why are there widespread worries of epidemic? It's probably a combination of social trends that myth. Sleeping is commonly considered a leisure activity, And that's just dumb. It's absolutely necessary to do any kind of work. The modern fast-paced life creates that we have less free time to rest. Cases of famous people cheating on little sleep, Margaret Thatcher, Marissa Mayer, make matters worse. Some also believe that we must be less than our ancestors never had access to electricity. The invention of the light bulb did change our sleep habits, but not the total amount of time we slept. Century, a segmented sleep pattern was common. Slept for 4 hours, then woke up for a little bit of time, and slept for 4 more hours. Yeah, that is like, as far as we're aware, it's like a evolutionary artifact from when we slept in tribes under the stars, basically, and had to worry about natural predators or other tribes. So they think people would like sleep for 4 hours and then spend some time awake, their turn on watch, and 4 more hours so frequently that it kind of became ingrained in our bodies. And I've noticed when I'm struggling to sleep, like right now in general, it helps me to take a nap. I normally am not a napper. Like, if I have like Delta 8 or something and I can get a good night's sleep, then I will 20 hours straight without getting tired. But in this current situation where I ain't got that good green stuff, I get pretty tired pretty fast, usually like 5 or 6 hours in. I don't know if we went quite that far. No, it's about right. Where I just kind of hit a wall and I start falling off the sleep issue. All right, what else we got? Sleep wasn't considered a crucial part of human health for a long time, and as a result, not many well-designed studies have been conducted in the past. So we may have definitively know how much people that told something. I can't read anymore. I think I'm. These results are unlikely to represent all classes of sleep. For instance, studies have shown that Black Americans probably sleep. White Americans. It has also been proposed as possible wide health gap in the races. Also, his study only looked at the healthy sleepers and cannot say whether poor sleep be sleep. Though we seemingly sleep enough, scientists are finally starting to understand just how health feel to sleep gathering space and more of a struggling devices monitor us. We are bound to go. We are bound to learn more. While this happens, there is little about not sleeping. Okay. That didn't really provide anything useful. So, the funny thing is, I was actually all right. All right. I was actually planning on literally wrapping up right when Splat raided me. So I did one more article to kind of draw it out for a little bit, but I think you guys, I'm just kind of hitting the wall. I find it ironic that the article we read was about lack of sleep, but I'm struggling from a lack of sleep. So I feel like that's probably a sign, shoot above, that I should probably send y'all on your way. And I just want to thank everyone so much for stopping by. D-Day, Snow Ninja, absolutely. We'll always appreciate you showing up. Flat coming in with the raid. I want to send you guys on over to my friend Cheesy Burrito. I am going to raid out, reset the stream for the music. We keep the music up 24 hours. So if you ever want to come by and use some content, some copyright-free music, it's always going to be on the stream. We'll set the link up. You guys can get to that. And I'll be back tomorrow with the actual music stream where I'm trying to get good at a guitar again. But please go in and send some love to my friend Cheesy Burrito. I will see y'all tomorrow. Thank you so much again for the raid, Splasky. Really appreciate it. I gotta stop by and catch one of your streams. I'm just so busy trying to pull my life together. But peace. I will see you on the other side, everyone. Oh, that's right. I have 10 more seconds because they changed the thing, raid. So I'm just gonna sit here awkwardly and smile at the camera until